Chapter 1. The old man was in trouble, but he was still alive. Many years later, standing on the top of the worlds, the savior of the fantasy world, Emperor Lin Heng, will recall the moment he woke up in the bronze hall after being hit by a mud truck. Hiss, it hurts so much. Strange, wasn't I hit by a truck to death? Where is this place? Lin Heng suddenly woke up from his coma, with a splitting headache. While sorting out the chaotic memories in his mind, he frowned and looked around. At this moment, he was in a majestic bronze hall, and the outside was shrouded in a grey mist and could not see clearly. Inside the hall stood countless strange statues, with different styles, large and small. The only thing in common was that each sculpture was lifelike and natural. Lin Heng glanced around. As an old act person, he keenly discovered that these sculptures had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. If he was not mistaken, the one on his right had 6 whiskers at the corners of his mouth, a fluffy hedgehog head and a forehead protector. How could this image look so much like a certain 7th-generation old village chief? And the crazy handsome guy next to him, who was floating up and pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, and laughing arrogantly, looked very much like a certain incompetent modern strongest. In short, this is definitely not the earth. Kunjo Satoru's statue can still hang in the air. Lin Heng complained in his heart. Although the future is uncertain, he has a faint expectation at this moment. Lin Heng, who was born as an orphan, was bold and careful, independent and self-reliant. In order to survive, Lin Heng developed such a character early. In the past, just to survive was Lin Heng's best effort. As an adult, his only pleasure is to read various comics and novels. Sometimes he would cosplay the characters in them and post them on the internet, which actually became a little popular. Just when Lin Heng thought he was about to make it, a speeding mud truck hit him head-on on the way to the audition, and then in the blink of an eye he arrived at this strange place. As the saying goes, if you survive a disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Although this place is weird, it is better to be alive than to be hit by a car. Lin Heng calmed down and walked in cautiously. As Lin Heng continued to go deeper, the statues around him gradually became less exquisite, but dim and shabby, and some were even broken and collapsed into ashes. Finally, he came to the deepest part, and a mysterious blue light ball was suspended in the middle, stretching and shrinking regularly. I don't know if it's an illusion, just looking at it directly made Lin Heng feel a chill. Staring at the light ball, Lin Heng, who is familiar with online articles, immediately had a sense of déjà vu. It's interesting, it can't be that thing. Lin Heng licked his lips. As he saw more and more surreal objects, the initial fear and tension gradually faded, and now he was more excited and curious. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. No matter what the gourd sells, saving myself and bringing me to this magical place can't be for playing house, right? Where there is a need, there is an opportunity. Suddenly, the whole hall trembled violently, and ripples slowly appeared in the air in front of Lin Heng. A small dot appeared in the center, and then stretched out to form a red holographic screen. An area the size of a palm was flickering slightly, with a line of small words marked on it. Please confirm the contract, the selector. Lin Heng thought for a moment and looked at this magical screen quietly. As if sensing the indifference of the person in front of him, the flickering of the screen gradually accelerated. Now Lin Heng chuckled and his tense body relaxed slightly. It was so cool to appear, but this thing was not as powerful as imagined. At least this contract cannot be forced to be formed. If the test is successful, I should have a certain initiative. After patiently admiring the rapidly flickering red light for a while, Lin Heng stretched out his hand and slowly pressed it towards the center. The next moment, a soft female voice sounded. The Chosen has confirmed the contract and unlocked the operating rights of the world. The bronze hall trembled again, and Lin Heng seemed to have a deeper connection with the hall at this moment. A torrent of information poured into his mind, and as he breathed, the hall was also resonating with it. The next moment, he opened his eyes and looked at the blue sphere. So that's it, incredible, I can actually feel greed and malice from a sphere. Lin Heng sneered slightly. The main god space? I didn't expect that this kind of thing in the novel really exists. Next is the awakening of the talent for the chosen, please wait a moment. The soft female voice sounded again. A throbbing came from the depths of Lin Heng's soul, as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and his whole body was extremely comfortable. Lin Heng groaned, and his body seemed to come. When he reached the cloud, he sorted out the information he had just received in his brain. The bronze hall where Lin Heng was located was actually called Inside the World, Between Fantasies. This was the place where the original world consciousness and the derived world consciousness were integrated, and it was in the gap between the two. The so-called original world was the main world where Lin Heng was located. The derived world was bred from the fantasy works created in the main world, and it continued to circulate in reincarnations with the main line. However, as time went by, the power of fantasy continued to increase. The derived worlds collided with each other, and gradually distortions appeared, but the correction power of the world was extremely strong, and a small change was quickly smoothed out. Until one day, the aggregate of the distorted power gave birth to its own consciousness, that is, the blue sphere in front of Lin Heng. At this moment, the disaster came. He called himself the main god space, and the only purpose of his birth was to enhance his original power. He constantly invaded various derivative worlds to destroy the original plot, making it impossible for the derivative world to reincarnate normally, and finally extracted the fantasy origin of the collapsed world. As he grew stronger, more and more derivative worlds were distorted and finally collapsed. In this situation, the original world consciousness and fantasy consciousness could not sit still. They all urgently needed a talented person to correct the collapsed plot, and Lin Heng was the chosen one. The talent real fantasy has been awakened. Please go to the derivative world to correct it as soon as possible. Lin Heng opened his eyes, and the statues in the hall seemed to come alive, trembling slightly, as if longing for Lin Heng's arrival. In Lin Heng's vision, different sculptures flashed green, yellow, and red lights, depending on the degree of completeness or incompleteness. This represents the degree of erosion of the main god space. At the same time, some statues are black and cannot be touched. Because the energy levels of the derivative worlds are different, Lin Heng is still very weak and cannot enter those powerful worlds. In those worlds, even if you have the talent of real fantasy, it is difficult to develop. Since you are new here, you should be more cautious and try the primary strength first. This world is the most suitable for real fantasy, not to mention that the abilities you can obtain are very powerful. Lin Heng smiled and put his hand on a swordsman who was holding a knife with both hands and carrying a box on his back. My first world is decided to be you. Please confirm the crossover to the derivative world. 3,2,1 lock completed. In the derivative world, there will be a subsystem to assist the summoner to complete the task. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Demon Slayer, start. A white light flashed, and Lin Heng's figure disappeared. Chapter 2. The story of the ghosts was told, but the truth was revealed. Demon Slayer, during the Meiji period in Japan. Legend has it that after the sun sets, evil ghosts appear to eat people. There are also ghost hunters who kill evil ghosts and protect people. Late at night, Japan, Kanto, Nishihayama. A transparent film of light appeared in the dense forest. Lin Heng stood in the film of light, looking at the strong monk outside who was buried in the breasts of a kimono woman with an ugly face. Is it necessary to play so big right after entering? Don't get me wrong, this is not a bloody plot of catching a crazy man and a resentful woman having a secret meeting in the middle of the night, it is much more exciting than that. The monk in front of him was tall, and his clothes had been tattered for a long time. His skin was dark green, and his exposed muscles were strong and powerful. It's so violent at the beginning, and I haven't eaten yet. Lin Heng complained. As a human, the scene in front of him was huge. This monk was very powerful, and his big hands with bulging muscles easily tore away the petite woman in his arms. A pair of bloodshot pupils flowed with tyranny that was very different from that of humans. There was no doubt that the one eating outside the light membrane was a monk ghost, a local specialty of the demon world. The monk ghost was very fast, and soon there were only a few blood-stained kimonos in his hands. He picked up the beautiful clothes in his hand and wiped the corners of his mouth without cherishing it. Suddenly, the monk ghost was stunned for a moment, and inadvertently, he reached out and touched the 2 tear marks on his face. But soon, the evil ghost didn't take it to heart, and said with satisfaction, "As expected of a young lady from a wealthy family in town, I'm afraid the legendary rare blood is just like this. As long as there are a few more of these top-quality ones, my blood ghost art will be able to awaken." Speaking of this, the monk's eyes suddenly became firm, and his words were full of hatred. "Then, revenge. Just like this, one by one, I will kill everyone. He 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 he. Gen Z, Gen Z." After a burst of laughter from the elders of the Soul Hall, the monk ghost threw down his clothes and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. The fallen leaves were startled, and the big monk ghost was unexpectedly flexible, disappearing in a few ups and downs. "Haven't you awakened the blood ghost art yet? I admit that you have something, but not much." Lin Heng curled his lips, with the light film blocking him. He was fearless during the novice protection period. The explosive restricted level plot in front of him did not actually affect Lin Heng's mood too much. After confirming that the initial light film could protect him from being discovered by the ghost, Lin Heng took a deep look at the direction where the monk ghost disappeared. Subsystem, turn on the auxiliary function. The air was slightly distorted, and a red light curtain appeared. World, Demon Slayer, 1-star world. Degree of distortion, 15%, erosion. Task 1, eliminate the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji and ensure that the evil demon disappears. Task progress 0%. Task 2, recover the source of distortion that disturbs the world. Task progress 0%. Task 3, investigate the truth of the world distortion. Task progress 0%. As long as the task is completed, it will be regarded as a correction of the derivative world. Can it be understood in this way? After waiting for a while, there was no response from the subsystem. The robustness of this subsystem is a bit poor. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes and put away the task bar. Then he put his hands together and activated his talent, Real Fantasy, Start. In short, Lin Heng can freely create a fantasy character and set it. The more reasonable, detailed and realistic the setting is, the stronger the character panel will be. Similarly, Lin Heng can improve the panel strength in reverse. However, as a constraint to prevent the unlimited improvement of the panel, the talent will also have some extremely difficult or even outrageous settings. As Lin Heng plays the role and gains the trust of the world, the character's panel ability will gradually unlock. There is no doubt that this is a late-stage magic skill. In the demon world, fierce demons haunt at night and eat people. It is very dangerous for ordinary people to just live. And I have just entered and have no self-protection ability, so it is easy to be killed. The initial development stage is the most difficult to pass, and the setting of the initial identity needs to be used well. Lin Heng pondered for a while and seriously considered how to set it. First of all, the origin must be mysterious and unpredictable. After all, it is a fictional character and there is no real growth trajectory. In the original work, there is also a powerful and wealthy boss like Yubayashiki in the Demon Slayer Corps, and the intelligence system is spread all over the country. Once Lin Heng is carefully checked, he will be exposed. In addition to having enough trustworthy characteristics, the character strength must be high enough. Muzan is the entire Demon Slayer. Second world power, it's an old silver coin again. The scum boss never cares about face, and he always hides as much as he can. In addition to the subsequent impact of the world erosion, it is not so easy to make him explode gold coins obediently. As far as Lin Heng knows, there is a family in Demon Slayer that can perfectly meet the requirements. They not only have the powerful swordsman genes that have been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years, but also have particularly obvious appearance characteristics. Whether it is a demon or a demon slayer, as long as you meet it, you can recognize it at a glance, and it is also convenient to patch it up to increase its strength. Then, it's a happy decision. It seemed like only a moment had passed, and it seemed like eternity had passed. The world in front of him was like a strictly meshed gear, which stopped for a moment under a certain transcendent will, and then quickly returned to rotation. Lin Heng's clasped hands suddenly showed light, and a golden flame rose up, turning into a red gold card and quietly falling into his palm. Fantasy, at this moment. Lin Heng spread out the golden flame pattern card in his hand. Character, Rengoku Hung Xiaolang. Title, Unlocked. Identity setting, a genius of the Rengoku family who died of illness hundreds of years ago. He reached the limit of the breath of fire early. His death seems to have a hidden reason. Now he reappears in the world for some reason. He is a strong swordsman with firm beliefs. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is just. Abilities, Breath of Fire Extreme, unlocked, Stripe Yang, unlocked, Red Blade Red, unlocked, Transparent World, unlocked, Supreme Talent, unlocked. Reality, 0. Legend, 0. Looking at the tricky character settings on the card in front of him, Lin Heng couldn't help but be a little surprised. Oh my god, I was originally going to be a ghost hunter hiding in the dark, a hidden vein genius just born in the Rengoku family. I followed my big brother when I debuted, but now I'm the ancestor of the Flame Pillar. After thinking for a while, Lin Heng figured out the reason: he was too greedy. It seems that the enhanced 3-piece set and the talent of Yuichi are still too super for the Demon Slayer world, triggering the compensation mechanism of the talent. Lin Heng said with a little regret, but his eyes were full of excitement. But this setting has a lot of room for operation. Starting with Demon Slayer, I am the ancestor of the Flame Pillar after rebirth. Things are starting to get interesting. After a few strange laughs, Lin Heng opened his hands and shouted loudly to the strange world in front of him. From now on, I am Rengoku Heng Shulang, Big Brother, I'm here. On the barren mountain, a breeze blew, and a light film quietly dissipated. The boy appeared like a ghost under the moonlight. He was wearing a pure black cloak, and looked like a young boy of 14 or 15 years old. He had a handsome appearance, but his body under the black clothes was well proportioned and full of explosive power. Lin Heng gently stretched his whole body. Although he had not yet unlocked his abilities, this initial body was much stronger than a social animal. After adapting to his body, Lin Heng began to look at the character's built-in sun wheel sword. The black scabbard and the flame-shaped golden blade were solemn and domineering, revealing their sharpness. When the sword was unsheathed, the blade showed a light golden color, reflecting a strange and handsome face. A head of bright yellow long hair was casually scattered, but the edge of the hair that fell to the chest showed a flame-like red texture. The boy had thick black eyebrows, strange pupils, and a sunny smile on the corner of his mouth. After admiring himself for a while, Lin Heng put away the sun wheel sword, picked up the woman's tattered clothes, and fumbled for a while. Although we have never met, you are the first of your kind I have met in this world. Rest in peace, I will seek justice for you. The evil ghost will be defeated by me, Hung Xiaolang. Upholding justice, the real value rises slightly. If it is in line with the character setting, will the real value rise even if no one sees it, or is it because of the special nature of the Demon Slayer world? Lin Heng ignored the prompts on the panel. He had too many things to do at the moment after his resurrection. First, go to a small town with a large population to obtain information, and then brush up the real value. On the mountain road, a black shadow rushed and let out a long roar towards this unknown world. Demon Slayer World, Rengoku Hung Xiaolang, Meet. Chapter 3. The sky was gloomy, the wind was howling, and the rain pierced the dark clouds, nailing the wooden walls in clusters. The noodle shop was sparsely populated, and a few diners gathered together to chat. Have you heard that Miss Gen Z also disappeared yesterday? The local leader was furious and punished many brothers in a row. He also put up a reward to hunt down the murderer. Alas, what a pity, such a beautiful woman. The diners who looked like guards said with some regret. Someone took over the conversation in shock. How could it be? It's the seventh one, right? This time even the daughter of the local family is missing. How can we live? It's terrible. I heard that some Ronin were dissatisfied with the ban on swords and secretly came to the countryside to kill people and practice swords. Could it be? This time the person who spoke trembled, and glanced in the direction of Lin Hung with a guilty conscience. A diner holding a hatchet next to him suddenly retorted loudly in excitement. It's not done by humans. I saw it with my own eyes. Murakami was accidentally caught and eaten by evil spirits after he went up the mountain to chop wood. He swallowed a mouthful of sake, smacked his lips, and continued with lingering fear. That day we spent the night together in the dilapidated temple on Zihu Mountain. He was fine at night, but he disappeared when he woke up. There was no movement at all, only a pile of bloody clothes. The evil spirit must have taken him away and eaten him. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling pin hit the door frame with a violent collision sound, attracting the attention of the diners present. Everyone swallowed their words and looked towards the kitchen. Shut up. It's because you disrespected Buddha that you have such an end. Since the master chef was forced to death by you, even the temple has collapsed. The loud voice of the old man high penetrated the kitchen, and the devil sound rang out like a demon. In my opinion, only if the temple is rebuilt now will the old Buddha bless us again. The old man's voice was so loud that Lin Heng's ears were shaken. He did not take off his cloak and occupied a table alone in the store. He was clearly separated from the people in the town and looked a little weird. When talking about the weird things in the town, although everyone's voices were deliberately lowered for the sake of outsiders, Lin Hung could still hear them clearly. This is the power brought by the panel, there is a kind of beauty of strength. Boss, another serving of udon noodles, thank you. Lin Hung smiled and raised his hand to indicate the order. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Old Hai stuck his head out and responded to Lin Hung. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly glanced at the sun blade protruding from Lin Heng's waist and sighed. It's a troubled time. Recently, strange things have happened frequently in the town. For a week in a row, people disappeared inexplicably at night, and no one was alive or dead. Even the eldest daughter of the local family, Gen Z, disappeared yesterday. Now everyone is in danger, and the business of the small shop is not as good as before. As for the speculation of the crowd, old Hai sneered. He is a believer of Buddha. Who dares to touch him? In the past, when there were still incense in the dilapidated temple in Zihu Mountain, he went to chat with the master chef every day and respectfully burn incense to the Buddha. Even if there are any evil ghosts, seeing his sincerity, the old Buddha will send a strong man to the world. What is there to be afraid of? It was just that executioner. The boss remembered the face hidden under the cloak that he had just seen. He was dressed in sneaky clothes, had strange hair color, pupils like a demon, carried a weapon, had a terrible appetite, and had a creepy smile. The hand of the old man holding the noodles trembled involuntarily. Could it be that the wanderer came to check the place? The 20th bowl, Samurai sir, have a good appetite, please enjoy slowly. The old man hurriedly put down the udon noodles and greeted them warmly. It's an honor for Samurai sir to come. There is a meatball shop not far to the east. After the noodles are finished, I will treat you to some meatballs to digest the food. The noisy voices of the people in the store were choked, and they looked at Lin Hung with awe, and then turned their heads to discuss in a low voice. He ate 20 bowls of udon noodles in a row, carried a weapon under the ban on knives, and especially looked mentally unstable wrapped in a cloak. Such a strong man cannot be provoked. Old Hai believed in Buddhism and was always kind to others. He was respected by everyone. It was normal for him to avoid disaster by giving up a meal. At this time, Lin Heng was immersed in the pleasure of the increase in his real value and did not pay attention to controlling his facial expression. Amazing appetite. This is how our purgatory family is. The real value increased slightly. Mysterious Ronin swordsman. Your extraordinary appearance and behavior attracted the attention and awe of the villagers. The real value increased slightly. Before, it was justice, and now the upgrades correspond to the purgatory family and the swordsman. The improvement of the real value seems to split the character. Lin Heng thought while eating noodles. The improvement of the real value is much easier than he expected, but he can't take it lightly. Ordinary people give limited character points. They will only believe what they see with their own eyes. They have neither the ability nor the motivation to explore the flaws of Lin Heng's identity. And the key figures in the world are not easy to deceive. This group of people who occupy a large number of world origins are worthy targets. Regarding Heng Shulang's identity, Lin Heng can also think of hard settings such as Yanhu Master, Genius, and Ghost Hunter who rely purely on strength. As long as the initial accumulation can be successfully completed, the routine of brushing points becoming stronger brushing points can be quickly brushed up. However, the following settings are really difficult. Early death, ancestors, mysterious resurrection, how to gain the trust of key figures, these require Lin Heng to show his operation. No matter what, fame is the first priority. Only when fame is established and people pay attention can trust be gained. Lin Heng fell into deep thought, anticipating the next action. Then, the first step is to sacrifice the monk ghost. Who made him the first ghost encountered in the Demon Slayer world. Besides, Lin Heng also got the first pot of gold in this world from Gen Z. Since he promised to seek justice for the girl, Lin Heng will not break his promise. Click. The back of the knife knocked on the table with a crisp sound. The discussion of the crowd suddenly tightened. Look at Lin Heng. Excuse me, I am very interested in the strange things you are talking about. Lin Heng said with a bright smile on his face and a calm tone. Ah? Your Excellency is joking. We don't know anything. Several diners immediately shrank their necks, fearing that they would get into trouble. Don't be afraid. The evil ghosts you just mentioned are very interesting. There is also a temple on the mountain. I didn't see it when I came here. Lin Heng added gently, moving the knife in his hand to point to Chai Fu. His tone was gentle but hard to refuse. Yes, it's like this. About a month ago, the temple on Ziyu Mountain was smashed by the local leader. The master in the temple was so angry that he vomited blood and died. Chai Fu swallowed his saliva and continued to speak carefully. Then there were people missing in the town for 7 consecutive days, even Miss Gen Z in the local leader's house disappeared. Lin Heng thought for a while, and the memory of yesterday came to his mind. The monk ghost shouted something about revenge and Gen Z when he left at the end. He also wanted to eat up all the people in the town. Maybe it has something to do with this matter. Why did the local leader bring people to smash the temple? Is there anyone else in the temple? Lin Heng continued to ask. This. Everyone hesitated. There is another little monk named Yaitong. Because he and Miss Gen Z of the local family fell in love with each other and wanted to elope, which angered the local family, so he committed such a great sin. Old Man Hai came out and preached with a complicated expression. So that's it, Lin Heng nodded slightly. It seems that the monk ghost is very likely Yaitong. Then the next thing to do is actually very simple. Find him and kill him. As for why Lin Heng has such confidence, the reason is real value 3%, unlocked ability entries, breath of flame, familiar, swordsman physique, slightly talented, fast digestion. Very good, give me a lot of talent points, and the power has surged up. Lin Heng nodded slightly with satisfaction. Knocking on the kitchen utensils in his hand, the big voice of Old Man Hai sounded again. Hey, today is a month since the master passed away. You are all blessed by the Buddha, why don't you go with me to worship the master? Everyone looked at each other and became cowards again. Bah! Only a lunatic would go with him. It's so dangerous outside now. Everyone suspects that the dead old monk has turned into an evil ghost and is hiding. It's too late. Old Hai looked at the people who were hiding with their heads down, sighed, and turned to leave. Wait, where is the temple in Zishan? Lin Heng stopped Old Hai. Old Hai looked at Lin Heng with some suspicion and answered with some uncertainty. It's on the innermost side of Xiu Mountain, along the south side of the river. There is only one small path around. Sir Warrior, do you want to? At this time, the rain outside had stopped, and the black clouds had not yet dispersed. The sun was hiding inside, and it was gloomy and not a single light could penetrate. Lin Heng stood up, stretched out his hand to grab the cloak and tighten it, making sure that his whole body was covered, then turned around, opened the door and rushed into the darkness. Just going to eat meatballs? Chapter 4. The old man was very happy. Hey, I lied to you, brother. Actually, I didn't go to eat meatballs today. Monk Ghost, I'm here. You're not in the temple at all, where are you? Lin Heng thought a little bored. The temple in Xiu Mountain is located in a remote area, and the road is still bumpy. It took me a lot of time to get here. In front of me is a shabby scene. There are only a few dilapidated houses in the small temple with a small area. The ground is full of dust and no people. The house is empty, as if it has been eaten by locusts, and there is nothing valuable left. The incense burner that the monks used to offer carefully was knocked over and broken into several pieces. The upper half of the head of the clay Buddha statue in the center has also disappeared. Although I have expected it in advance, it is really too much. Lin Heng observed and practiced breathing techniques. The ability given to him by his talent is still very basic, and he cannot concentrate all the time. This means that Lin Heng is still far from the pillar-level combat power. Although his talent can help him cheat, Lin Heng himself will not slack off in his usual improvement. In addition to being familiar with breathing techniques and sword skills, he must also accumulate combat experience, otherwise it will be difficult to fully exert even if he has powerful numerical values. The plan Lin Heng set for himself is to develop to the pillar-level combat power first, and then he can stir up the situation after he has basic self-protection ability. As we all know, although Demon Slayer is a low-level martial arts world, the strength stratification is very uneven, and it can be said to be strictly hierarchical. Boss Xia is undoubtedly the strongest combat power in the world. In the original work, everyone cheated and besieged him, and Miss Tamayo sacrificed herself to give him drugs. A large number of debuffs were applied to drag Muzan until dawn and barely kill him. Next came the top 3 upper ranks. Facing them, the human pillars only got the qualification to participate in the battle. Even the top pillars could hardly defend against the top 3 upper ranks alone, and the weaker ones would even be killed instantly. The bottom 3 upper ranks and the strong pillars could fight back and forth, but they could not achieve a one-sided crushing. There was even a record of the upper ranks being shamefully killed alone. Don't hide, I'm talking about you, Yahoo! You had a big advantage at the beginning, but Mujiro turned the tide and took you away in one wave. It was so outrageous that it seemed like an actor's behavior, and it was pure giving. The lower ranks of the 12 demon moons are also in a magical level. Although they are all Muzan's direct guards, collectively known as demon moons, the 6 lower ranks are completely suppressed by human pillars. They can be called the walking experience packs of the Demon Slayer Corps. The hard conditions for becoming a pillar include killing the lower ranks. In fact, the lower strings are probably the reserve of the pillars. At the Step Sun level, an ordinary elite swordsman are just sent here. Next, the evil ghosts who have awakened the blood demon arts correspond to the elite swordsman, the alien ghosts correspond to the senior team members, and the ordinary ghosts correspond to the novice swordsman. Humans are at a disadvantage in the same level. If you think about it carefully, Mr. Crocodile's division of combat power is really abstract. Because of the hand demon, the novice swordsmen who passed the trial in Tanjiro's generation are obviously stronger, and should have reached the senior level. At the hour of Yu, the sky was dark, and everything was silent except for the rustling of fallen leaves in the wind. Lin Heng opened his eyes, stretched his muscles and bones on the spot, tapped the ground with his right foot, and landed lightly on the roof the next moment. The dark cloak merged with the night, and in the silence, the hunter was in place. Bang! 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 The sound of a series of heavy objects falling to the ground spread widely in the quiet forest, and became clearer and clearer. After a few breaths, a small pit was smashed in front of the temple. The dust cleared, and the monk ghost appeared wrapped in rags, quietly watching the dilapidated scene. "Why, I came here." The monk ghost's head was a little confused, and he raised his hand to push the door open. Boom! There was a bang, and the next moment, wild flames fell from the sky. Breathing of flame, one form, unknown fire. Lin Heng started from the roof, with fierce flames wrapped around his feet, bursting at a high speed, and his whole body was bathed in fire. At the critical moment, the monk ghost could only subconsciously raise his arms to block. The red gold glow lit up, and the sun wheel sword swept past the monk ghost in an irresistible posture. The blazing edge tore through the dark blue muscles, and under the huge impact, the two arms were thrown high into the sky. Without giving the opponent a chance to breathe, Lin Heng landed on his feet and lowered his center of gravity. Return the blade, and cut again. Breathing of flames, second form, rising in the sky of flames. A powerful arc-shaped slash burst out from bottom to top, like a raging flame. Night. Lin Heng in the picture seemed to have drawn a half-sun. Clang! Lin Heng couldn't help but frown. Unexpectedly, the first collision with the monk ghost, the touch from the sun wheel sword was not flesh and blood. After a stalemate, the sun wheel sword broke through the obstacle and cut the arm again like a hot knife cutting butter. And this short stalemate was enough for the monk ghost to try his best to tilt his head back, and the tip of the knife could only pass by the monk ghost's face. In a split second, the monk ghost escaped from the fatal blow. It seems that the prediction was a little wrong. You gave me a lot of surprises. Lin Heng held the knife in both hands and stood in place to adjust his breathing. Brother monk ghost, I haven't seen you for a day, and you have changed a lot. What is the armor on your arm? The monk ghost dragged his body away subconsciously, away from the man who asked with a smile in front of him. Compared with yesterday, the monk ghost's ghost characteristics were more obvious, and a single horn grew on his head. The most conspicuous part is the arm. Under the original arms of the monk ghost, there are two ghost hands wrapped in black scales. The black scales look very hard. The second attack just now was blocked by the newly grown arms. It's a close call. If I hadn't eaten a human today and grown a second pair of arms, and if I hadn't just comprehended the ghost armor, I would have died with the first knife. Cold sweat flowed from the monk ghost's head that was about to split in half. The monk ghost, who showed the four-armed wrathful phase like a diamond, was not in a domineering state now, but miserable. The burning pain kept burning his nerves, making the monk ghost shocked and angry. However, this injury that would be fatal to humans is not so serious for ghosts. Either no injury or fatal injury. For ghosts, except for beheading, everything else is just a sprinkle of water. Just like now, the injuries on the monk ghost are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shua! The four severed hands grew back, and the upper ghost hand was gradually covered by the armor. The monk ghost crossed his hands to protect his neck. You despicable little ghost, you dared to sneak attack me, I'll tear you apart now. Ignoring the monk ghost's low-level provocation, Lin Heng thought calmly. The armor was restored separately from the flesh, and the texture was very hard. It can be used to block the sun blade to a certain extent, and it is impossible to behead it with one blow. This does not look like the effect of the blood ghost art, and only a pair of arms are wrapped, and the original upper hand is not. Is it impossible to do it or save the armor, or perhaps both? Lin Heng made a gesture of drawing the sword and slashing. The information about this unknown armor was not sufficient, but he would know after a few more slashes. Breath of flame, one form, unknown fire. Without letting the monk ghost take the initiative, Lin Heng rushed forward and slashed again, aiming directly at the monk ghost's neck. It's useless. With the ghost armor, you can't cut my neck off in one go. Just let me catch you and eat you, and then become a part of me. The monk ghost used his hands covered with ghost armor to protect his head tightly, and the two hands above opened to hug Lin Heng. Lin Heng's forward posture suddenly paused, and his feet stepped on the ground. The moment the ghost hand stretched out, he changed his slash into a spin. Breathing of flame, form of indiscriminate, vortex of full flame. Both guarding and attacking, the wanton vortex of flames licked off the monk ghost's outstretched arm. Ah, my hand! The monk ghost's face changed suddenly, and the pain made him howl. Lin Heng's goal was not to guard the neck from the beginning. I won't give you a chance to recover. The monk ghost, who felt pain, went crazy and rushed towards Lin Heng frantically. Lin Heng dodged the collision sideways and immediately swung his knife downward to cut off the monk ghost's thick calf. The evil ghost's body rushed forward and instantly lost balance and fell down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Heng continued to strike quickly, leaving wounds on the fallen monk ghost's torso. Damn it! I'm going to eat you! The monk ghost roared loudly, but it was no use. Having lost both hands and being forced to fall, he could only hold his neck tightly and endure Lin Heng's fierce attack in humiliation. Dang dang dang! The sun wheel sword and the ghost armor collided quickly, splashing sparks. Every time the monk ghost struggled to get up, he was greeted by dense and desperate slashes. Lin Heng reduced the strength of a single slash, in exchange for absolute frequency suppression. The slash marks on the monk ghost's body were densely intertwined, and the speed of recovery was far slower than the speed of new injuries. The armor on the ghost's hand gradually cracked. If this continues, you will die. You have to escape, and you have to escape quickly. At the critical moment, the eyes of the monk ghost, who had been in a frenzy, suddenly became clear. Suddenly, the ghost hand that had been passively defending caught Lin Heng's breath and suddenly rose up, smashing towards Lin Heng with determination. Want to fight to the death? Lin Heng took a step back and blocked with his sword. The fist hit the blade with a slight force, causing Lin Heng to sway slightly. Something is wrong, I was careless. The next moment, the monk ghost jumped up from the ground and plunged into the forest without looking back. Ignoring the injuries on the body and recovering the calf first, it's quite decisive. Lin Heng picked up the cracked armor and put it in his hand, looking in the direction where the monk ghost escaped. Humph, it's not that easy to escape. Chapter 5. The old man was walking on a quiet path leading to the temple. Late at night, Xiu Mountain, on a quiet path leading to the temple. Old Hai was holding a torch, walking and muttering to himself. Master Hong I am here to see you again. Don't worry, I will definitely repair the temple. You and the Buddha must bless me and my grandson in heaven. The cold wind at night blew through the thin clothes, and the chattering old Hai shivered. Strange, why is it so quiet tonight? Thinking of the conversation of the guests during the day, old Hai couldn't help but tighten his clothes and quicken his pace. I can't let my imagination run wild anymore. I'd better hurry up and finish worshipping the wizard and rush back to coax my grandson. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of trees breaking can be heard faintly in the distance, mixed with strange roars of fear and anger. The sound is getting closer and clearer. The old man shook his head nervously, and the air on the trail seemed to solidify, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Something is coming. After observing the surroundings, the old man's eyes lit up. He held his breath, ran over lightly, curled up his body and pressed against the big tree beside the road, revealing a pair of eyes and not daring to make a sound. Bang! With a muffled sound, a tall black shadow rushed out from the trees on both sides of the trail. The hard bushes that ordinary people could hardly wade through were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of him. Hey? No, there seems to be a human smell here. The black shadow that was originally moving at high speed suddenly stopped and sniffed with its nose. Then he turned around with a clear purpose and ran straight to the place where the old man was hiding. I've been discovered. What on earth is this? The old man was startled and lit the torch he carried with him and threw it at the monk ghost. He couldn't retreat at this time. Ordinary beasts would lose their courage when they saw the fire. Only by being tough could they be scared away. He dared to go up the mountain alone at his age. When he was young, the old man was also a famous hunter in the surrounding area. However, the expected embarrassed escape did not happen. The other party did not avoid it and let the torch hit him. With this little force, are you tickling me? The firelight illuminated the terrifying and ferocious face of the monk ghost. The old man, who had finally mustered up the courage, turned pale. Ghost, there really is an evil ghost. Seeing the ferocious and terrifying true face of the monk ghost, the old man was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and could never get up again. Seeing people, the monk ghost grinned excitedly. I'm so lucky to meet a living person at this late hour. I'll have the strength to recover after eating you, old thing. It's possible to escape. That monster is just playing with me. Help, Master Hong Ai, Lord Buddha. Anyway, please show your spirit quickly, no matter who you are, please save me. Woo! The old man shouted desperately, and the impatient monk ghost grabbed the old man by the neck. Don't shout, your meat will be sore from fear, I'll eat you now. The monk ghost declared victory and opened his big mouth to bite the old man. Now, is it my turn to go to paradise? The old man was no longer able to struggle, and his hands naturally fell down. Pictures flashed through his subconscious mind, and finally stopped at a little kid holding a meatball. But, Lord Buddha, Your Majesty, I can't die now. As if echoing his unwillingness in his heart. A strong wind rose from the woods, roaring in the ears of the old man. The black armor accurately hit the open mouth of the evil ghost, and the fierce force caused the monk ghost to fall backward. The next moment, the dark cloak fluttered, and Lin Heng's figure flashed by and appeared between the man and the ghost. A powerful kick pulled the monk ghost away, and Lin Heng caught the falling old man with one hand on the other side. The time is just right, I am not late. Lin Heng put the old man steadily on the ground and walked towards the monk ghost lying motionless in the distance. He stepped on the ghost's head, suppressed the monk ghost's struggling body, and slowly pulled out the sun wheel sword with his right hand. Why don't you just kill me? The monk ghost roared unwillingly and fearfully. You devil, go to hell quickly, stop torturing me. Didn't I tell you before? I'm very interested in the armor on your body. Lin Heng aimed the sun wheel blade at the back of the monk ghost and cut it slowly down. Since entering the world, Lin Heng has been thinking about a question. What is world erosion? What form will the distortion that disturbs the world take? Mission. Since Yizhong has made it clear that he wants to kill Muzan, it means that according to the twisted development, Muzan will most likely not be killed by humans. Lin Heng has never been an optimist. He has understood it since he saw the monk ghost eating through the light film. This is not a comic, this is the real world. So he is eager to increase his strength and obtain intelligence, live again, and this time, he must control his fate with his own hands. And when Lin Heng saw the ghost armor, the subtle sense of disobedience made him immediately realize that variables may exist. If it is really what I think, it should be here. The blade moved to the vicinity below the shoulder blade, splitting the layers of blue-black muscles, and a sac-like organ appeared. Damn it, it hurts, damn human. What are you doing? Ignoring the monk ghost's painful howl, Lin Heng stepped on his head and picked up the meat sack to take a closer look. It is neither a human nor a ghost organ, and there is also the unfolded armor that obviously does not conform to the Ghost Slayer power system. So it's really you. Weak distortion force detected, judgment begins. Confirmed success, the summoner found the source of distortion, Hebeo, origin, Tokyo Ghoul. The completion of task 3 has been slightly improved, please keep up the good work. Let him be executed. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Heng was too lazy to continue talking nonsense, and cut off the head of the monk ghost with a knife. The smooth head turned a few circles and rolled under the tree, and the monk ghost looked up with wide eyes. Ah, God! Lord God! Witnessing the process of the evil ghost being executed, the old man Hai, who escaped a disaster, shouted excitedly and kept kneeling to Lin Heng. In great sorrow and joy, the old man Hai looked at the head of the monk ghost, and fainted again in a trance. Donor? Old man Hai. The monk ghost who was gradually disappearing suddenly shed tears. Master, Shinorai. The whispers were swallowed by the wind, and a low sigh sounded in the dark. Lin Heng stared at the place where the monk ghost disappeared sharply, but found nothing. In the end, he could only look helplessly at the old man who fainted. You dare to run around at such an old age, it's really worrying. Lin Heng carried the old man on his back and ran down the mountain using breathing techniques. Although the first battle was a victory, Lin Heng was not so happy, because things became complicated. The Kagun on the monk ghost is not an external soul bone type. It is probably generated naturally from the moment it becomes a ghost. When the ghost eats enough people, it will awaken the Kagun when it grows to a certain extent. This change involving the biological origin level also made Lin Heng vaguely understand why the first task clearly required the elimination of Musen. As the source of ghosts, Bosya is definitely related to this matter. Perhaps because the recipes are all human, the Kagun and ghosts are obviously very compatible. Monk Ghost, a mere lower-ranked demon, can use Kagun to fight, which means that the already fragile balance of power between humans and demons has become even more disparate. In other words, the situation between the Demon Slayer Corps and humans may be even more difficult than in the original work. In the early morning, Old Man Hai suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Hiss, am I, at home? Didn't I go to the mountain to see the magician? Ah! On Ziu Mountain, no, demons, there are demons that eat people. Old Man Hai stood up suddenly, waking up the child who was sleeping soundly next to him. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The child who was awakened by the noise asked, rubbing his eyes. That's great, Taro, it's great that you're okay. Thanks to the Buddha's blessing, Grandpa almost couldn't see you. Old Man Hai suddenly hugged his grandson and cried softly. Squeak! The wooden door of the noodle shop was pushed open, and guests in 2s and 3s filed in. Old Hai, 3 servings of Yuden noodles. Why are you still not open so late today? Did a ghost knock on your door yesterday? Don't do bad things, don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Are you short-changed? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and joked. Quiet, you people don't know anything at all. Old Hai roared in a loud voice, hitting several guests who were joking with a rolling pin. You don't know what I encountered yesterday. There really was an evil ghost eating people. Old Hai in the room danced and talked about his experience, and the guests' expressions gradually changed from disdain to hesitation. Listen, he has 4 arms and is extremely powerful, just like a Yaksha Rakshasa. But Lord Buddha bless you, send. Looking at each other, everyone in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. It's good to be alive, but life itself is too fragile. Without strength, you will be at the mercy of others. Slaughter. Standing in the shadows, Lin Heng, wrapped in a cloak, looked at the scene in the noodle shop and couldn't help sighing. Dealing with the strengthened ghost? It's really a bit tricky. Saving this devout old man was just out of his heart, but Lin Heng also needed fame. Before having enough confidence to face the two major forces, spreading his deeds is also part of the plan. The layout has begun. Now that I have come to this world, everything is different. In the morning sun, Lin Heng turned his back to the town and walked into the dense forest. Wake up, evil ghosts, your good days are coming to an end. Chapter 6. The sound of the fireflies is so strong that the fireflies are still burning. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Heng strolled leisurely in the dense forest while chewing on a rice ball. In terms of time, it has been a week since the killing of the monk ghost on Xiu Mountain. Lin Heng finally has enough understanding of the period he is in. It is now the end of the Meiji era, and there is still a gap of about 2 years before the main story begins. This period is calm, and if Lin Heng does not take the initiative to cause trouble, he still has plenty of time to improve himself. Now Lin Heng's daily routine is to eat more and buy a lot of food at a time in the towns along the way. During the day, he goes to the wild to exercise to improve his basic strength and breathing proficiency. At night, he looks for places to hunt ghosts and hone his combat instincts and skills. As for the source of money, every person killed by a demon is his sponsor. It is reasonable to take a little money after taking revenge. Speaking of hunting demons, in the original work, Daki is the Warren of Yoshiwara, Snake Demon is worshipped by the family, Muzan has a wife and daughter, and has become an upper-class person, and Doma even founded a cult and became the founder. It seems that the demons in this world are everywhere and walk freely in the world. But if you ask the experienced members of the Demon Slayer Corps a question, where is it easiest to encounter demons? The answer is always in the mountains and forests. By nature, demons always walk alone, and the lowest and most numerous lower-level demons will surely die once they are discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps. Even if the lower-ranking demons belonging to the 12 demon moons dare to set up a fixed base, once they are discovered by the hidden troops, they will be killed by the pillars that follow them. The forest is hidden enough and not easy to be discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps, and the lush trees can also block the sunlight, so they can be active for a longer time in a day. In the final analysis, the biggest weakness of ghosts is that they cannot appear in the sun. In fact, Lin Heng has always felt that there are big problems with ghosts' strategic thinking. Since Muzan Kibutsuji has the strongest power in the world and can change his appearance at will, the most important thing is that he has the ability to give people immortality. It is no exaggeration to say that this configuration is completely a luxurious upgrade version of the Blood Clan Pra Plus. If he were to control Muzan, he could easily control the entire human race. After all, the ultimate wish of humans is immortality, and almost no one can refuse unlimited life. In order to become a ghost, the upper class of humans will flock to it, vying to be the most obedient and loyal dog, and scrambling for the opportunity to help ghosts do things. A ghost that everyone shouts and beats? Wrong. I am the most perfect god. As for eating people, it is just a trivial price on the road to becoming an ultimate creature. Just a little bit of wind and frost. Bringing back the divergent thoughts to reality, the sun has already fallen down the mountain. Darkness gradually enveloped the earth, and there were rustling sounds in the woods. Lin Heng slowly stopped. Looks like I have good luck today. He 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 he. A strange and devilish smile sounded, and two ghosts, one tall and one short, appeared in front of Lin Heng. Lucky, lucky. Brother, did you see that? We haven't even walked into the city today, but we have food just after dark. Tongjiro is so touched. The childlike ghost shed tears and sat on the shoulder of the tall ghost, looking sideways at his brother who looked like him. The brother next to him, who was as strong as an iron tower, laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, so happy, brother. Yuda's stomach just started to growl, let's eat him quickly. It's really rare to meet two ghosts who gather together and travel together. Looking at the two ghost brothers with the cutest height difference, Lin Heng squatted down and began to silently accumulate strength. The breathing method was running, and the explosive power gradually spread to the lower body. The 21st. Suddenly, Lin Heng whispered. What? The two ghosts were stunned, and Yuta was still grinning stupidly. Are you scared by Yuta? Ha ha ha. Brother, look, he's just standing there and won't move. However, Tanjiro on Yuta's shoulder changed his expression. Idiot, quickly unfold the ghost armor. Boom. The exploding flames instantly erupted in front of the evil ghost. The golden slash of the sun wheel sword attacked the ghost's neck at an incredible speed. Breathing of flame, 1 type, Shiranui. Ghost armor. The fierce flames dissipated, and two figures, one tall and one short, shot backwards in embarrassment. At the moment of contact, they did not choose to completely resist Lin Heng's slash, but retreated with all their strength. The strengthened ghost armor. At the cost of taking a blow, the two ghosts avoided being entangled by Lin Heng and slashed at close range. The upper body and head of the flying Yonghui were completely covered by the red armor, and the ghost armor that opened in time took most of the damage. The situation of Tanjiro on his shoulder was not optimistic. Half of the childlike ghost was almost smashed by Lin Heng. Damn it, brother, we have to get serious. Tanjiro felt pain and roared angrily. Blood Demon Art Ghost Car Bird. The sticky darkness flexibly wrapped around the body of the child ghost, and the serious injuries on the body were instantly healed wherever it passed. When the darkness was completely attached, the child ghost was no longer in human form. His hands turned into two black wings that slowly spread out, and his legs twisted into the shape of bird claws. Is the blood demon art combined with Yuhi? Be careful of long-range attacks. Lin Heng saw through it at a glance. The previous attack failed to kill one of them. It seems that these two guys are also experienced. Next, he will face two fierce ghosts who are going all out. Blood Ghost Art Giant Thorn. The body of the brave ghost on the other side quickly expanded, reaching more than 3 meters. Huge spikes appeared on the red armor on the surface of the body, and there was a faint cold light on it. The brave ghost clenched his fists with both hands, and bone spurs protruded from the knuckles, with a faint green glow flowing. The color of the spikes was unusual, perhaps poisonous, and could not be touched. Once in combat, Lin Heng's thoughts collided quickly, and his emotions unconsciously rose. The decision made under high-speed thinking was: first kill the child ghost with strong air mobility. 1 form, Shiranui. Rushing forward at high speed, Lin Heng stepped on the golden flame and moved to the back of Yonghui in an instant, raising the sun wheel sword high. Breathing of flame, 3 forms, all forms of air flame. With a strong and powerful vertical chop, the sun wheel sword wrapped in red gold flames slashed Yonghui's thigh at a speed that could not be observed by the naked eye. As crisp and neat as a hot knife cutting butter. With a loud bang, Yonghui, whose left leg was broken, knelt on one knee on the ground like a mountain collapsed. A painful groan followed. Brother! You really deserve to die. The flying child ghost in the sky was instantly furious, and the black feathers on his wings fell on Lin Heng like a rain of arrows. 4 forms, vortex of rising flame. The golden tornado of flames rose out of thin air, and the layers of golden slashes covered a wide area. The falling feathers were caught in the flames and instantly turned into black ash and dispersed. Damn it, brother, hurry up and grab him, don't let him move. The child ghost hovering above stopped shooting black feathers. It is very difficult for Yuhi to regenerate, and it is enough to suppress Lin Heng for a while. Continuing to use it will affect flight. Roar! Taking advantage of the gap to recover, the brave ghost stood up shakily, leaned forward, and smashed Lin Heng with his fists as big as a casserole like a mountain. At this time, the vortex just stopped rotating, and the figure in the flames remained in place, and it seemed that there was no time to avoid it. Good opportunity! The child ghost screamed and stretched out his ghost claws to dive towards Lin Heng. Second form, the flames rise. The rising golden flame arc lit up and tore the fists of the brave ghost in an instant. The rising flames scraped a black scorched line upward along the broad chest, and the momentum of the brave ghost's forward rush suddenly stagnated. "I'm waiting for you." Lin Heng raised his lips, turned around and jumped, and kicked his feet backwards in mid-air. Avoiding the spikes, using the strong chest of the brave ghost as a springboard, Lin Heng shot at the child ghost like an arrow from a bow. Land form, fierce falcon. The most penetrating form of the breath of fire. A simple and sharp stab, the flying flames stirred up the shape of a falcon, and Lin Heng stabbed from bottom to top at high speed. No! The child ghost, who was diving at high speed in the air and could no longer change direction, only had time to let out a short scream. The next moment, the two crossed, and the beak of the fierce falcon pierced the ghost's neck unstoppably. Lin Heng landed gracefully, and the body of the child ghost in mid-air quickly turned into black ash and scattered. "Brother!" The brave ghost roared in grief, stretched out his hand and grasped the remaining body of the child ghost. However, as the wind blew, the body turned into ashes, and it could no longer be held. "Ah! You deserve to die. Come and fight me head-on, I'll kill you! Kill you! Kill you!" Yang Hui was panting like a cow, staring at Lin Heng with red eyes. Ignoring Yang Hui's impotent rage, Lin Heng turned and faced the enemy. The sun wheel sword drew a bright arc in front of him, and the flames rose, turning into a golden crown wheel that wrapped around his body. Lin Heng gently turned the sun wheel sword, pointing the sword tip at Yang Hui, and whispered a verdict. 22nd. Chapter 7. The more he fought, the more he fought. Ah! The body of the brave ghost became more and more swollen as he entered the rampage state. The protruding spikes on the armor became thicker, and the brave ghost bent his knees and tightened his lower limb muscles. He kept panting, like a bull about to charge, staring at Lin Heng with red eyes. Who? Lin Heng was not affected by the opponent's momentum at all, and kept adjusting his breathing method. Even if he had an advantage on the scene, he could not underestimate the enemy. After all, the next move required full concentration. As the breath of fire was fully running, a large amount of oxygen in the air was continuously extracted and inhaled into Lin Heng's body. The heart pumped a large amount of blood powerfully, and the power far beyond the human limit was transported to all parts of Lin Heng's body. In the black cloak that was invisible to the naked eye, Lin Heng's upper body muscles bulged and veins burst out. Thump, thump, thump. With the continuous sound of heavy stomping on the ground, the brave ghost began his fearless charge. The huge spikes on the ghost armor were pointed in front, with great force and heavy weight, knocking away everything that dared to hinder him along the way. Not close enough. Looking at the charging brave ghost, Lin Heng held the sun wheel sword tightly with both hands and placed the blade behind his head. His body leaned forward slightly. Like a top-level cat before hunting, he bent his whole body and accumulated explosive power. Not enough. Suddenly, Lin Heng closed his eyes and his mental power dispersed. As the perception continued to extend to the surroundings, at this moment, Lin Heng seemed to have entered a wonderful realm. The wind blew through the swaying grass, and the trampled soil flew into the air and fell again. The earth was shaken by the vibration, and the sound of the wind breaking caused by the running of the brave ghost. The most important thing was the increasingly intense and clear rapid breathing of the other party. All the information was perfectly captured by Lin Heng. 7 steps, 6 steps, 5 steps. The sound of breaking wind became more and more rapid, and the green spikes of the brave ghost in front gradually enlarged in his perception. Lin Heng wrinkled his nose slightly, and he seemed to smell the blood on it. 4 steps. 3 steps. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and the reckless prey took the bait and plunged into the hunter's attack range. The tiger that had been lying in wait suddenly opened its eyes. 1 step away, the sharp spikes of the brave ghost were almost touching the tip of Lin Heng's nose, but everything was over. Flame breathing, 5 forms, flame tiger. In front of the giant ghost, the petite boy moved like thunder. The sun wheel blade, which had been accumulating power for a long time, swung out a huge slash in an instant, and the flames were blazing and the fire was soaring into the sky. No figure could be seen anymore, and Lin Heng completely transformed into a flaming tiger and rushed forward. The friction between the sun wheel blade and the air made a fierce roar like a tiger. Majestic and domineering, shaking the mountains and forests. It is different from the sudden attack skill of Shiranui, which concentrates the power on the lower limbs in exchange for rapid explosive power. The sword type that concentrates the power of the upper body, the 5-type Flame Tiger, is destined to have the disadvantage of not being able to cross too far to attack the enemy. However, there are gains and losses. At the cost of sacrificing the attack distance, the Flame Tiger gains overwhelming power. The thin boy collided head-on with the giant who was more than 5 meters tall, but the result was that the boy crushed him one-sidedly. The golden flaming tiger tore through all the defenses of the charging state of the brave ghost at the moment of head-on contact. Spikes, armor, muscles, organs, were all swept away by the golden flame slash. The tall giant was directly cut in half by Lin Heng. "It hurts, brother." The broken into 2 halves, the brave ghost, lay on the ground, raised his head with some effort and called out. 3 forms, Qian Wangxiang. From top to bottom, without a trace of mercy, the sun wheel sword cut off the head of the brave ghost. Soon, the huge body of the brave ghost on the ground gradually turned into 2 large balls of ashes. For some reason, the ghosts killed by Lin Heng died much faster than others, and this trend was getting faster and faster. Hoo! He exhaled a ball of turbid air and calmed the boiling blood in his body. Lin Heng retracted his sword with blood, took out the rice ball in his backpack to replenish his physical strength on the spot. He killed all the way from Xiu Mountain and experienced dozens of battles, big and small. Compared with when he first came, Lin Heng has been reborn at this moment. Just now I seem to have entered something extraordinary, that state of being almost in control of everything. It seemed that I had touched upon the prototype of a transparent world. Recalling the moment when Yan Hu was gathering his strength, Lin Heng thought of the supreme realm of martial arts. That transparent world that claims to be able to see through everything. But it's still a long way to go now. Lin Heng laughed at himself, put his hands together, and opened his talent panel. The information on the panel has changed a lot at this time. Real value 10%, unlocked ability entries, breath of fire, mastery, strong physique, extraordinary talent, fast digestion, super perception. It is worth mentioning that the entries given by the talent Real Fantasy all need to be fulfilled by Lin Heng himself. For example, the breath of fire, the talent allows Lin Heng to skillfully use various sword shapes and breathing during practice. However, whether he can withstand the pressure of the enemy in battle and make reasonable choices and use them requires Lin Heng to practice diligently. In a word, Real Fantasy only allows Lin Heng to remember the formula, but whether he can solve the problem depends on Lin Heng's own ability. Moreover, the abilities that Lin Heng has acquired through his own efforts will also be displayed in the panel in the form of entries. For example, the super perception state that was unexpectedly broken through in this battle. What surprised Lin Heng was that the legend value that had not changed from the beginning to the end moved, and the increase was not small. Legend value, 10%. Come down to earth with hair care, wield golden sword, control fire, expel evil spirits, protect believers. Features, heavenly man, punish evil and suppress evil. What's going on? Lin Heng thought for a moment, and the description given by the legend value seemed to be some kind of spread deeds. Lin Heng boldly speculated that this should be adapted from his experience of beheading ghosts in this world. But it's a bit weird, and it feels a little bit like a charlatan. A figure appeared vaguely in Lin Heng's mind. This abnormal increase, it couldn't be caused by that guy, but it's a good thing after all. After swallowing the last bit of rice balls in his mouth, Lin Heng reached out and touched the backpack again. Hey, why are there no rice balls? Long-term high-intensity training made Lin Heng's food consumption speed up. The last time he replenished food was 3 days ago. Forget it, let's go to the city to buy some food. I haven't been to the city much, so I'll have something good to eat this time and treat myself. Lin Heng patted his belly and jumped onto a tree to identify the direction. He accidentally startled an owl that had built a nest on it. This owl was very brave. The fierce battle between Lin Heng and the two ghosts under the tree just now did not scare it away. The owl looked at the boy who looked similar to it and flew to Lin Heng's shoulder with some curiosity. So this strange combination of a man and a bird stood together on the tree. I have been staying in the deep mountains and old forests, and the supplies along the way were also in small villages. I almost forgot. The demon world is in the modern period. Now there are coal lamps and electricity. The bird pecked at Lin Heng's shoulder boredly. Look over there, that's the city where humans live. Lin Heng was in a good mood, and he pointed his finger at the golden area below for the owl, and the bird on his shoulder turned its head obediently. In the dark night, the city below was dazzling, like a gold brick hidden under the curtain. The bright yellow lights flickered in the dark night, and there were many people over there, which looked lively and prosperous. At this time, the people coming and going on the street were still unclear about what kind of changes the world would have in 100 years, but Lin Heng, who was observing from the tree, was different. Do you know that there will be many tall buildings and many machines in the future, and the technology is very advanced? There is no difference between night and day, but it's a pity that there are not so many trees for you to live in. Lin Heng whispered to the owl, and the owl rolled his eyes in return, as if he thought Lin Heng was a crazy hysterical patient. Don't you believe it? I came from there. This time, the owl shook its head and ignored Lin Heng, flapped its wings, and flew off him. Oh, you have such a bad temper. Lin Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and turned his head to look at the cluster of lights again. The modern society with heavy traffic, the dense forests and mountains with many ghosts, and the foreign city-states with bright lights. In the deep mountains where everything is silent, the monk ate the woman in his arms with tears. In the noisy noodle shop, the boss chanted loudly, praying for Buddha's blessing. Under the twisted and overlapping shadows, the swordsman panted and held the knife to meet the evil ghost. All kinds of scenes passed by in front of his eyes, and Lin Heng stood on the top of the tree, and it seemed like a world away for a moment. Only at this time can I realize that I have died once. Lin Heng suddenly smiled with relief, and fell from the tree with a flip. Let's go to the city and take a good look at this world. The tree trembled for a while, and then returned to calm, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Cat on the tree. The owl stuck its head out. It silently watched the traveler who had just blown the wind with it put aside the past and walked towards a new world. What is fantasy and what is reality? Who can tell at this moment? The owl looked for a while, retracted its neck and prepared to sleep. Tap, tap. The footsteps that were gradually fading away suddenly became clear again, so the sensitive owl stuck its head out again. After a while, the traveler who was heading towards the new world ran back in disgrace and touched 2 large and small ashes neatly. He threw away the miscellaneous things casually, skillfully turned out a few copper jewelry and coins, and then saw the boy stamping his feet in hatred. Bah, 2 poor ghosts. Then Lin Heng raised his head and stared at the owl who stretched his neck to watch from the tree. Actually, you can understand what I say, right? The owl shook his head with a cold face. You can clearly hear this performance. My name is Lin Heng. Why don't you follow me? I'll treat you to some sausage. Coo, coo. The owl raised its head proudly and spread its wings, leaving Lin Heng with only a lonely and free back. Tisk. Chapter 8. The night market at the end of the Meiji era was not as prosperous as in later times, but it was still very lively. The streets of the city were bustling with people, and colorful flags were erected at the door of the shops to attract people. There were various slogans written on them, and some shops even hung signs saying they were powered on, which seemed very novel in this era. Lin Heng had never been to Japan in his previous life, and the Japanese style seemed very novel to him. He walked and stopped along the way, like an ignorant primitive man. Coffee, coffee. The high-quality stuff from the West. Is there coffee now? It's too bitter and I can't get used to it. Let's go. Lin Heng didn't even look back. Yakitori, delicious yakitori. Hey, what's so good about grilled chicken, and it's so expensive? Let's go. Lin Heng didn't even turn his head. Bubble bath, with beautiful girls accompanying you throughout the whole process. Hey, is there such a thing now? It seems that Japanese people are really open. Lin Heng was tired and just wanted to take a break here, so he leaned against the door and rested for a while. As a result, not only did he not see any beautiful girls, but he was driven away by the auntie who was dressed up at the door. So stingy, you won't even let me look. Lin Heng spread his hands and complained helplessly, this body was too small in appearance, it was difficult to get in. Of course, he was not very eager to take a look, but the righteousness of his previous life kept urging him to go in and criticize. A strange guy who hides his head and shows his tail, walking and stopping along the way, looking around. Are you an ancient person who has never seen the world? The true value rises slightly. Am I too conspicuous in this description? The cloaked weirdo Lin Sword Ronin Hung scratched his head. However, Lin Heng has never been a self-consuming person. He immediately pointed the problem to the bird on his shoulder. It's all its fault. So, although you flew away without looking back, you still wanted to eat ham sausage in the end, so you came to me again. Coo, coo. The owl turned its head directly. Okay, okay, since you love to coo so much, then I'll call you Coo. Lin Heng said with a smile this time, anyway, it couldn't refute it. Coo, coo. Coo rolled his eyes, simply ignored Lin Heng who was talking to himself, and looked around at the human city. Oh no, I remember that ham sausage only became popular in the 1940s, and it's only 1911 now. Lin Heng followed its gaze and turned around, but didn't find the familiar stall. He patted his head and suddenly remembered. Goo, goo goo. This time Goo Goo's reaction was obviously bigger, and he pecked Lin Heng lightly. Sure enough, you understand, don't worry, let's go eat something else delicious. Lin Heng touched Goo Goo's head and closed his eyes. Super perception. The next moment, Lin Heng opened his eyes, and the light in his pupils was dim. This time, super perception did not abandon vision to an extreme extent, but an all-round improvement of the five senses. Lin Heng sniffed the various smells in the air with his nose, and caught the most fragrant one. Patting the bird on his shoulder, Lin Heng followed the smell to a small stall. This is it, let me see, the signature fried pork chops. Lin Heng looked at the sign, and his saliva was about to flow out. Who doesn't love golden and crispy fried pork chops? Just as he was about to lift the curtain and walk in, a girl's shouting suddenly came from behind. Make way, if you're a little later, the pork chop uncle will run away. Hey! Lin Heng paused and looked back. Ah, it's too late, make way, I can't stop. The girl running behind obviously didn't expect Lin Heng to stop at this time, and just bumped into him. The huge impact force that was inconsistent with the petite figure of a woman came, and Lin Heng's upper body muscles bulged, standing still. The girl was about to apologize for knocking the other person away, but she didn't realize that she was the one who was bounced away. She was stunned and looked up at Lin Heng while sitting on the ground. Taking this opportunity, Lin Heng carefully looked at this uninvited guest. The girl in front of me has a pair of big light green eyes, rosy cheeks, a mole under each eye, and 3 long cherry pink braids, while the ends of her hair are fresh grass green. The most eye-catching thing is that the girl has a pair of heavy principles at such a young age, and she is still indomitable in overcoming gravity and standing up. Yes, it was Gan who appeared at the pork chop stall at this time. Mitsurai Kudera, one of the 9 future pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, the love pillar. Great, I made it. After confirming that the man in the cloak in front of her was fine, Mitsurai stood up and happily went into the house to order food. Uncle, give me 20 servings of fried pork cutlets first. The manager and the waiter were like they were facing a great enemy from the moment Mitsurai came in, holding the kitchen utensils tightly with a gloomy face. The girl's words seemed like a signal to start a war. The two looked at each other, and the manager spoke solemnly. Jiro-kun, the girl came in, and it's too late to close the door. I'll leave everything to you next. The waiter nodded with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, manager, we can do it. Yes, we must satisfy all customers. Isn't that what a chef does? The manager smiled freely and heroically. Remember, Jiro-kun, the kitchen is a battlefield, kitchen utensils are weapons, and chefs are soldiers. Cooking is war. After saying that, the store manager turned around and walked towards the kitchen, with a sense of tragedy that a warrior would never return. Lin Heng looked at the two people who were busy jumping up and down, and couldn't help but sigh. How much can this girl eat? She left such a big psychological shadow on the store, but compared to eating, he would not admit defeat. So Lin Heng sat on the chair and raised his hand calmly. Boss, pork chops, 20 servings. Is he also a big eater? He looks so small and thin. Kanroji Mitsurai looked at Lin Heng with some curiosity. But he didn't even shake when I bumped into him. He must be very strong. Lin Heng thought while waiting for the fried pork chops. Mitsurai should not have joined the Demon Slayer Corps yet. This is a good opportunity to give her a little shock of the Purgatory family first. Lin Heng took off his cloak, revealing his long hair as bright as flames, and his red gold pupils swept around with majesty. The diners who were discussing enthusiastically around him could not help but fall silent for a moment. Why does he look younger than me? His hair is golden red, and so are his eyes. They are very special. Because of her unique hair color, Mitsurai, who has been the focus of attention since she was a child, is very sensitive to these places. Obviously, Lin Heng's unusual appearance attracted her attention. Haha, the little Ganlu temple, easily controlled. Lin Heng was about to continue the operation, but the waiter's voice interrupted his combo. Guests, the pork chops are here, please enjoy. 2 large piles of plates were placed on the table. I'm starting. Stopping all thoughts, the two started eating at the same time. The pork chops disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the plates piled up quickly. Not good. The store manager who had just come out to appreciate the results of the battle changed his face, turned around and ran back to the kitchen. Jiro-kun, hurry up and bring the ingredients. More. More. The two shouts overlapped. Lin Heng and Mitsurai looked at each other and came to the conclusion at the same time. In terms of eating alone, the other party is a strong rival. The store manager and the waiter lay on the kitchen floor, snoring sweetly after being tired. The 56th plate, my stomach has grown bigger, and I can't eat anything. Mitsurai looked at Lin Heng with satisfaction while holding her bulging stomach. You are amazing, this is the first time I have seen someone eat more than me. Lin Heng took the time to change plates while eating and taught distractedly. Pay attention to using breathing to quickly decompose the food and extract the nutrients, so that you can eat more and faster. Mitsurai said a little frustrated. But what's the use of being able to eat? Everyone dislikes me, so no one likes a woman like me who can eat and has strange strength. It's useless. Lin Heng shook his head and comforted. No, this power is your unique talent, you should be proud of it. Mitsurai's face was slightly red, and she looked at Lin Heng with expectation. I want to find a place that can recognize me, and I want to find a husband who is stronger than me. Then join the Demon Slayer Corps. With your strength, you can definitely do it, provided that you can find it. Too much is as bad as too little, Lin Heng knows this well. After putting down the meal money, he stood up and lifted the curtain to leave. Demon Slayer Core? What is it? The girl was a little confused. She had never heard of it, but it seemed very powerful. Looking at Lin Heng who was about to leave, Kanroji Mitsurai, whose brain was empty, suddenly came back to her senses and shouted anxiously. I don't know your name yet. Hiro Shiro, my name is Rengoku Hiro Shiro. The boy's faint echo and the sound of footsteps gradually fading away came from outside the curtain. We will meet again, Miss Kanroji Mitsurai. Hey? I just told him my name. Words? Touching her round belly, Mitsurai collapsed on the chair with a big question mark on her head. Chapter 9. The fire was so strong that it could not resist. Breathing of flames, 7 forms, dancing with burning teeth. The dense golden flames crisscrossed, and the trajectory of the sun wheel sword was X-shaped. The fierce flames outlined the dense and interlaced wolf fangs, biting forward fiercely and tearing the body of the evil ghost in the distance. 104. Spitting out a breath of turbid air, Lin Heng sheathed the knife and looked at the dark sky. Gugu, are there any traces of ghosts around here? Gugu, gugu. A gugu sound came from the sky, and the owl signaled Lin Heng to follow it and continue to move forward. Half a year passed in a flash. After getting along for a long time, Lin Heng and Gugu also had a tacit understanding. Although it could only make Gugu, Lin Heng could even roughly understand what it meant. Moreover, Gugu was very bold and alert, especially sensitive to the breath of ghosts and enemies. Under its directional guidance, Lin Heng's speed in hunting ghosts increased a lot. Gugu's cry in the air suddenly became urgent. Passing through the jungle, Lin Heng just saw an evil ghost chasing the girl on the road. Breathing of flame, 1 type, Shiranui. Flames burst out under his feet, and Lin Heng swung his sword forward. The fierce flames flashed by, and before the opponent could react, Lin Heng had already sheathed the sword. The black ash behind him floated up slowly, and once again easily cut off the ghost's head. Lin Heng shook his head instead. Too weak, ordinary ghosts can't even hold on for one move, and there is no effect of training at all. There is no way, the combat power level of the Demon Slayer world is too jumpy, and the difference of one level is crushing. Even if ordinary ghosts join forces, they can't put pressure on Lin Heng. The brother ghosts had cooperated well before, but they couldn't force Lin Heng to his limit at that time, let alone now. Lin Heng needs a more powerful ghost to be a whetstone, but unfortunately, he hasn't encountered a 12-ghost month in half a year. Lin Heng put his hands together, and the panel unfolded. Real value 20%, unlocked ability entries, breath of flame, comprehensive, full concentration and constant hit, strong physique, extraordinary talent, fast digestion, super perception. The proficiency of breath of flame has been improved again. Now Lin Heng has walked out of his own path. In the high-intensity battles and training, he has naturally mastered the full concentration and constant hit. In the constant state, Lin Heng's every breath strengthens his own body, and at the same time, the body is also subtly adjusting the breathing method to make it more suitable for himself. This is also the only way to become a pillar. If you don't specialize your own breathing, you can't reach the realm of the pillar even if you follow the basic 5 major breathing to the end. Of course, the Purgatory clan is an exception. Do you know the value of the hereditary flame pillar? The purity is too high. It is the power of the ancestors. The body has turned into the shape of the breath of flame. As for the legendary value, it has also increased by 10%, but the characteristics are still heavenly, and Lin Heng can't feel what specific changes have taken place in his body. Lin Heng put down his hands. The increase in the real value is related to hunting evil ghosts. In addition, Mitsurai has probably joined the Demon Slayer Corps at this time. Lin Heng is quite satisfied with the 10% increase. At this point, the scores of ordinary people are almost full. If you want to improve next, you can only start with the two major forces, but there will be a big wave of follow-up worth looking forward to. Mr. Swordsman, thank you for saving me. Thanks to you, otherwise, woo-woo. The rescued girl cried and thanked Lin Heng. It doesn't matter, but it's too dangerous for girls to come out so late. Go home early. Lin Heng put down his hood and turned to smile gently at the girl. With the bright moonlight, the girl saw Lin Heng's appearance and was immediately shocked. Ami stopped crying and immediately knelt on the ground and sat down in front of Lin Heng. You are the god, right? Please help me, save my sister, I can't lose Akiko, I am willing to do anything for her. God, are you talking about me? Lin Heng was also a little confused, but he immediately thought of the rising legendary value and the characteristics of the gods, and reacted immediately. This girl did this because she saw her own appearance, and thought she was a god. Confirmed, it was the old man who did it. He wouldn't use my appearance to preach everywhere. Lin Heng was full of black lines. Wake up and tell me what happened. Where's your sister? My name is Amiko, and my sister is Akiko. She was taken away by a ghost when she went out to play in the evening, and she never came home. Wow, then I went out to look for her but couldn't find her, and on the way back I was also discovered by a ghost. Lin Heng frowned slightly and looked at the sky. It had been quite a while since Akiko was captured. The ghosts had a strong appetite, and the girl was most likely eaten at this moment. When they came to capture me, I overheard the ghosts' conversation. They said they would send all the captured people to the cave and hold a celebration banquet for the boss. Ami crawled to Lin Heng crying and grabbed his trouser legs. Akiko must still be alive. The ghosts said today is the most important occasion and the banquet can only be held when the full moon comes. Lord God, you will definitely be able to rescue Akiko, right? Lin Heng picked up the crying girl, wiped her tears gently, and patted the girl's back gently. I already understand. You are very brave and have done a good job. Please leave it to me next. Coo. Lin Heng waved to the sky. Coo, coo. The alert owl in the distance heard the call and flew over immediately and landed on Lin Heng's shoulder. Lin Heng touched its head and said, take her to a safe place and wait for me. Gugu nodded, pecked Lin Heng's shoulder gently to signal him to be careful, then flapped his wings and took off, hovering in the air waiting for the girl. Lin Heng put the girl in his arms down and said gently, follow it, your sister will come back. Watching the man and the bird leave, Lin Heng turned and galloped. Lord God, I wish you good luck in martial arts. The girl's crisp voice suddenly floated in the wind. Good luck in martial arts? Lin Heng raised his mouth without looking back, but rather hoped that the enemy would not disappoint him too much. In fact, since entering this area, Lin Heng found something wrong. In the state of super perception, there was malice everywhere. All the way from Xiu Mountain, most ghosts were alone. This situation of multiple ghosts appearing in succession not far away was the first time I saw it. And the host of the banquet was probably one of the 12 ghost months, who could command the ghosts to restrain their instincts and kidnap humans to prepare dishes. Not bringing Gugu along was to prevent the girl from encountering ghosts alone, and Lin Heng was unable to confirm his own abilities. Lin Heng was not arrogant enough to challenge the upper strings now. Fortunately, the upper strings in the original work would not be kings in the caves. He would most likely face one of the lower strings in a while. Facing the lower strings, once the opponent had anti-air capabilities, Lin Heng could not guarantee that he could protect Gugu. After crossing the woods, the view suddenly opened up. In front of him were rows of overlapping tall rock walls that did not look like they were naturally generated. This was it. Lin Heng's galloping footsteps stopped in front of rows of rock walls. Super perception was deployed for the second time, and a strong malice instantly rose behind the rock wall. No, the number of ghosts inside exceeded at least 2 digits. The rock wall in front of him was completely blocked, and he could not see the entrance or exit at all. Lin Heng looked up at the moon in the sky. At this time, the moonlight was bright and almost full. There was no time to find the cave entrance. Lin Heng drew out the sun wheel sword, held it with both hands, took a deep breath and gathered strength. Breathing of flame, Form 5, Flame Tiger. The giant slash fiercely broke the rock wall, and a big hole was instantly blasted out of the extremely hard stone shell. The roar of the tiger stirred in the empty cave, making the boiling cave silent. The bright moonlight flowed in along the cracks in the rock wall, illuminating the Sen Luo ghost prison in the cold. Inside the cave, a huge steaming oil pan was placed in the center. The hot oil inside had boiled, and many limbs were churning. Bubbles were generated and burst, and there were clumps of white hair floating on the surface. There were many humans hanging on the oil pan, regardless of gender or age, all naked and bruised, and looked quiet as if they were dead. There was no old man in it. Dozens of evil ghosts were sitting around the oil pan, eating flesh and blood. Some ghosts casually threw half-eaten heads into the oil pan. The hot oil splashed on the white body above, and the hanging human finally reacted, twisting and struggling like a maggot. It's quite particular, even removing the hair when eating. It seems that I came a step too late, and the elderly who are not precious enough should have been eaten. Lin Heng clenched the sun wheel sword in his hand, and several blue veins popped out on his forehead. You know, there is a famous saying in my world. Looking at the evil ghosts who were still immersed in the carnival and didn't know why they quieted down, they didn't seem to realize the current situation. Lin Heng lowered his head and pressed the handle of the knife, whispering softly. This brutal joy will end in brutality. Clang! The sun wheel sword drew an arc, and the flames of judgment rose in the void. The burning golden crown rose around the body, illuminating the figure of the uninvited guest. Under the light of the fire, from the revelry, the awakened evil spirits looked at Lin Heng in astonishment, and the young man who broke into the room moved his lips slightly. Then the cold judgment echoed in the rock room. Kill all the evil spirits, all of them. Chapter 10. The naked lambs hung on the oil pan raised their heads and looked at the figures in the moonlight. After a while, a slight cry sounded in the crowd. However, the next moment, this low cry was drowned by the noisy noise in the cave, and the evil ghosts laughed one after another. Ha ha ha, what is this little ghost talking about? I don't understand. The ghost who was chewing the thigh bone raised his head. How did he get in? He didn't come to deliver food, ha ha ha. It just so happened that the boss went to catch a human with thin blood. This child looks very tender and delicious. It is most suitable for pre-meal dessert. The ghost with a round belly drooled and commented professionally. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The ghost closest to the oil pan spoke in a low voice, and the surrounding noises quieted down. As he slowly stood up, the figure standing on the high platform looked as thin as a bulging skeleton. Go and catch the little devil, don't delay the banquet prepared by the boss. It's such an important occasion. If something goes wrong, we will all be in the oil pan. Got it? Okay, it won't take too long. Malice surged towards Lin Heng like a tide, but no threatening individuals were found in the super perception. It seems that the real owner is not here. Lin Heng lowered his eyes, which was just right, he didn't intend to waste time with them. Blood ghost technique. The skeleton ghost smiled cruelly, opened his palm in the direction of Lin Heng, and the black bone spurs broke through the skin and began to stretch rapidly. Breathing of flame, Form 1, Shiranui. The flames were surging, and Lin Heng fell from the sky like a meteor, passing over the high platform. He had no power to fight back, and the head of the skeleton ghost flew up with a look of astonishment. The hard black bone spurs turned into ashes before they were fully extended, and his life came to an abrupt end just like the words he had not finished speaking. Without paying attention to the dead skeleton ghost, the moment he landed, Lin Heng swept the sun wheel sword horizontally, drawing an arc close to a true circle. The red gold flames gushed out, expanding outward in the shape of a crown wheel. Form 8, Modified, Horizontal Howen Wheel Crown. The several evil ghosts gathered next to the oil pan were instantly engulfed by the flames, and they were burned to ashes without even a scream. At this time, the other ghosts in the cave just reacted to what happened. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! No, everyone, attack! Damn it, Lord Sengu was killed by him in one move. Where is the boss? Who knows where the boss is? Go tell him. Get rid of him quickly. If we don't kill him, the boss won't let us go. A mob. Lin Heng looked at the ghosts in a mess and smiled disdainfully. Ghosts are not social species. If they are forced to gather together without a superior ghost to suppress them, they will become like this. They have their own ideas and are simply a group of loose sand. Glancing at the naked crowd hanging in the air, there are about 30 or 40 people left. Among them, there is a girl who looks very similar to Amiko with her eyes closed. She should be her sister. Fortunately, she has not been eaten, but the girl is weak and fainted from excessive shock. Relaxed, Lin Heng used super perception to scan the number of ghosts again. There are more than 30 ghosts in the cave. Saving people takes priority over killing demons, so Lin Heng immediately decided to fight quickly. He must not be held back by this group of ordinary demons, and must save all trapped humans before the lower stream returns. Who? Putting the sun wheel blade into the ground, Lin Heng stretched out his hands to hold the edge of the oil pan, his upper body muscles bulging high, and veins gradually spreading on his arms. Get up! With a low shout, in the horrified eyes of the demons, he pried the huge oil pan on the high platform with both hands, swung it hard in the air for half a circle, and then smashed it heavily at the attacking demons. Demon Feather! The oil pan was overwhelming, and some demons flew up and shot out feathers from their wings to break the iron pan. In an instant, the oil pan broke open, and the boiling hot oil inside was scattered everywhere. Ah! What are you doing? It's so hot! Damn it, are you going to hurt us to death? Oh no, the pot is broken. What should we do now? The boss won't let us go. Let's run away. The evil ghost who enjoyed cooking people finally tasted the hot oil. The splashing boiling oil covered his body. Seventh form, dancing with burning teeth. The slashes crisscrossed and formed a dense sword net. The fang-shaped golden sword energy instantly ignited the full. The evil ghosts covered in grease rolled and howled in pain in the golden sea of fire. Horizontal Howen Wheel Crown. Lin Heng swept the field again. There was no other way. The strength of Breath of Flame was frontal combat and close combat. Because it did not have a large-scale killing skill like Breath of Wind, it was not good at group combat. The modified 8th form by Lin Heng was already its largest range of sword skills. The hot blade passed, and the ghosts who were poured with oil were immediately ignited. The evil ghosts struggled in the flames with their fangs and claws, and the painful wails resounded through the cave. This can be regarded as the cycle of cause and effect, and they ate the consequences of their own actions. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the ghosts lost their fighting power due to pain, Lin Heng kept moving at high speed, and the sun wheel sword was raised and fell, and every slash could accurately cut off the neck of the ghost. There was no way to stop it, and no one could escape. Lin Heng strolled among the ghosts, bringing the inevitable end to the evil ghosts like the god of death. Go grab those hostages. Come on, he doesn't dare to touch those humans. Faced with death, some ghosts woke up and immediately wanted to rush to the platform to seize the hostages. Fourth form, Vortex of Shenzhen. Lin Heng returned to the platform in a flash, and the flying Yuhi was firmly blocked by the vortex of flames. The evil ghosts who jumped onto the platform were forced to the edge, and Lin Heng continued to harvest. Who can stop him? Boss, woo-woo, where is the boss? Monster, monster, run! Ghosts are selfish and inferior by nature, and it is impossible to expect them to sacrifice and unite. After all, there are only a few ghosts who dare to jump onto the platform to seize hostages. As these ghosts died, the remaining ghosts finally collapsed. The instinct of survival and fear made them dare not continue to attack, and they fled in all directions. Seventh form, dancing with burning teeth. The scorching wolf fangs protruding forward mercilessly crushed several panicked figures fleeing in the distance. Lin Heng did not pursue them further, as saving people was the highest priority. Let me go, I just became a demon, and Lord Kamaway forced me to come. There were also demons who had lost their fighting spirit and sat down on the ground in front of Lin Heng with tears. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Kamaway, is it the lower six who was killed by Muzan in the original work? This big nemesis seemed to have no information. Thinking about it, he walked to the side of the demon, and swung the sun blade without mercy to cut off the head. Kneeling and begging for mercy was useless, with the broken limbs in the pot, the floating hair, and those naked humans who were hung up like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Only by being in the world of Demon Slayer can you truly feel how deep and justified the hatred of the Demon Slayer core for the evil demons that has been passed down for hundreds of years is. The miserable appearance of humans constantly reminded that in today's evil feast, the corners of the mouths of every living ghost in the cave were stained with human blood, and no ghost present was innocent. Since you choose to be a ghost, you must be prepared to be killed after eating people. Just revenge is nothing more than tooth for tooth and blood for blood. However, Lin Heng was too lazy to reason with these ghosts. After all, they didn't deserve to listen. The last knife simply cut off the ghost's head, and Lin Heng gently exhaled a foul breath. Watching all the evil ghosts left in the cave turned into ashes, the crowd above who had been suppressed for a long time finally made a deafening sound, some crying and some laughing. Lin Heng waved the sun wheel sword to cut the rope, put people down one by one, and sent the unconscious Akiko to the middle-aged woman next to him for care. Be quiet, it's not over yet. As soon as the words fell, the noise of the crowd stopped immediately. All the awake people who were rescued knelt naked on the spot, staring at Lin Heng fanatically, waiting for his next order. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was the effect of the heavenly characteristics, but he always felt that the way these people looked at him was not right. Thinking of Ami's performance before, Lin Heng became more and more strange. It was also possible that he didn't know these things. Okay, it's cold outside, don't mind the dirt, go pick up the clothes on the ground, take the torch and leave, and those who are still strong should take care of those who can't walk. Lin Heng gave an order without any doubt, and people immediately took action. Fortunately, they were abducted for a short time. Except for a few women and children who were weak, most people were still able to move. There will be another battle here. You will die if you stay. A sturdy man said, I am the hunter next door. I heard from the old man about the terrain in this area. Let me take everyone to a safe place. Well, leave here quickly and don't waste time on empty formalities. Lin Heng nodded and waved his hand to stop the crowd from getting up. People lined up in an orderly manner, protecting women and children in the middle. The hunters walked in front with torches. Lin Heng watched them gradually go away. The few evil spirits who fled were already scared, and they also messed up the business of Kamanu. At this moment, they wished they could grow wings and run away. It was impossible for them to attack this group of people. As long as the fleeing people were careful, nothing would happen. Lin Heng threw the torches everywhere, and soon the whole cave was burning. The human remains gradually turned into ashes in the flames, and the sound of liberation was faintly heard. The powerful and kind swordsman easily defeated the evil spirits. The wronged souls trapped here, thank you for letting them be liberated. The real value increased slightly. The souls in the Demon Slayer world? The first real value should also come from the soul, the woman named Genzi who was eaten by the person she loved. It's really hard to be a human. You can't get relief even after death. Lin Heng looked up at the sky. Through the gap blasted by the flame tiger, the orange-yellow flames flickered in the dark night, which was particularly conspicuous. He was not worried that the commune, who was rushing back from outside, would chase and kill the escaping human. This kind of blatant provocation to the lair was intolerable for the ghost. Die worthily, lower string, don't let me down. In the flames, Lin Heng stood quietly, waiting for the guests who were about to come. The ending of this sinful banquet should be accompanied by the most grand fireworks. Chapter 11. The hysterical screams of the evil ghost suspended in the air were inconsistent with the arrogant words. The whole body was trembling with fear, and the feathers on his body were scattered to every corner of the cave. Ding, ding, ding. The flying feathers were blocked by the sun wheel sword, and a few sparks flew. Lin Heng's figure emerged from the hidden corner, with flames bursting under his feet. He jumped up and swung his sword to cut down the evil ghost in the air. He fell to the ground and sighed melancholy. Shouldn't the lower rank rush in, kneel down and cry helplessly when seeing the messy old nest, and then be killed by my righteous backstab? Why are there still pawns sent to explore the way? Too cautious, brother. Lin Heng scratched his head and jumped out of the cave. The ambush failed. The position had been discovered by the opponent, but he was still stubborn. If he stayed any longer, he would be caught in the jar. Go to hell, ah 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 ah. Woo, go to hell quickly. There were actually two ghosts lying in ambush outside. They were obviously very scared, but they rushed up to die crying and howling. One type, Shiranui. The golden flame rose and flashed by. The two ghosts were easily solved. Lin Heng looked forward seriously. A strong whistle sounded, and the concentration of malice in the super-perception was unprecedented. A strong figure gradually appeared under the full moon. Before the person arrived, the extremely arrogant voice had already come. Are you the one who messed up the banquet that I worked so hard to prepare, swordsman? Bang! A big pit was smashed on the ground, and the figure of the evil ghost in the center emerged. Lin Heng looked at the evil ghost. The person who came was a young man with 4 short braids on his back. The color of the hair was orange, there were blue lines on his head, his eyes were light blue, and black words were engraved on the iris of his left eye. Lower Moon. Lin Heng whispered the other party's name. Kamanu. It was me, you bastard. Unlike other demons, as a member of the 12 demon moons, Kamanu obviously had a lot of information about the demon slayer core. Golden red hair, and the mastery of the breath of fire, is he a swordsman of the purgatory family? Not bad strength, actually able to kill so many trash, if used as a treat, your meat should also be suitable. Lin Heng did not comment, and his perception was extended to search around the Kamanu, but no other humans were found. It seemed that the Kamanu did not catch any rare blood. Listen, unlike those trash, I will soon be promoted to the 12 demon moons, become the direct subordinate of that adult, and reign over the pinnacle of demons. He is very ignorant, he can even say such a thing as reigning over the pinnacle of demons. The person opposite seems to be a little too confident, and Lin Heng is too lazy to complain. The blue spiral-shaped hard scales protruded from the waist of the Kamanu, arming his hands, and the tip of the spiral was cold. Lin Heng looked serious, holding the knife with both hands, bending his body, leaning down and slowly accumulating strength. There is no word engraved on your sun blade, which means you are not the flame pillar. Kamanu crossed his hands up and down, and the scaled drill began to spin rapidly. The high-speed rotating drills collided with each other, rubbing out clusters of sparks. The corners of his mouth cruelly cracked, and he asked coldly. So, who gave you the courage to act wild in front of me? Answer me, human. Type 5, Flame Tiger. Born as a common person, he talked a lot of nonsense. Lin Heng responded with a fierce tiger roar. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. His feet stepped heavily on the ground, and Kamanu rushed over with a grim smile, waving 2 drills. Scaled drill. Go to hell. Bang. The sun blade wrapped in golden flames collided violently with the blue drill, and the huge roar shook the surroundings. Ha! Lin Heng shouted in a low voice, and continued to increase his strength. The flames on the sun blade became hotter and hotter. The high-speed rotating drill could no longer hold on and moved back little by little, making a creepy cracking sound. 1 step, 2 steps, the big Fu Nu who was close to his face was defeated step by step, and the arrogant smile froze on his face. No, how is this possible? The proud Lin He let out a series of wails, and the evil ghost's body was forced to retreat again and again by the flaming tiger. No, I can't hold on. Finally, Lin He was completely broken, and the flaming tiger swallowed Fu Nu's figure, and the golden flames that soared into the sky illuminated the entire night. In a blink of an eye, the fire dissipated, and there was only half of the upper body was left. Lin Heng used all his strength to use the flame tiger to cut Kami in half. How can you be so strong? You are a pillar, right? You cunning human dared to deceive me. With only half of his body left, Kami licked his blood. The powerful recovery ability of the lower string allowed him to stand up again soon, but the Hebao could not regenerate in a short time. Ha ha ha, I have to admit that I underestimated you a little before, but I didn't use my full strength just now. Kami crawled back while saying this, keeping a distance from Lin Heng. Why is this ghost talking to himself? Lin Heng frowned. He was still holding on even though he had beaten him to pieces. He was reckless, arrogant, and stubborn. He didn't look very smart. This is my home court, evil pillar, don't underestimate my power. Blood Demon Art Rock Trap Prison. Kami, who had grown his lower limbs again, stomped his feet heavily. Buzz, strange waves swept through the ground. The next moment, Lin Heng, who was rushing forward, felt empty under his feet. The land he was standing on had disappeared, replaced by a huge pit. The extremely powerful attraction acted on Lin Heng from bottom to top, and his body, which had lost its foothold in mid-air, kept falling down. The terrain in a small area was changed in an instant, and gravity was applied. The effect of the blood ghost technique, want to force me to stay underground? Lin Heng thought calmly and controlled his body posture to slow down the impact of the fall. There is no point in struggling, double-level ground stab. Above, the cold and arrogant voice of Fu Nu sounded again. The wave came again, and rows of huge sharp stabs rumbled up in the pit. The black rock stabs were jagged and dense and dangerous. It would be troublesome if they were pierced. Lin Heng controlled the landing point of his body and wanted to use the stone stabs as a springboard to return to the ground. However, the next moment he realized that something was wrong and retracted his half-kicked foot in mid-air. For a powerful swordsman, the rising stone spikes are not an attack, but a help to escape from the rock prison. As a ghost moon, the loopholes in the blood ghost art should not be so obvious. These clumsy rock spikes are just like a group of traps that people deliberately step on. 8th form, Hoan Wheel Crown. Following the direction of falling, Lin Heng rotated a circle with his sword and slashed with Hoan, and the huge power directly shattered the rock spikes below. The black flame spikes exploded directly, and the dazzling flames rose. The roaring noise shook Lin Heng's ears. The little thing is really trademark sinister, Lin Heng, who fell to the ground, said a word. If he had not been careful and stepped on the rock spikes just now, he would probably be injured. You're lucky, but Zhu, you've fallen into hell, there's nowhere to escape. Standing above and overlooking the situation, Kaminoyo sneered proudly, then how are you going to dodge this next move, triple steaming rock? Buzz buzz buzz, the waves kept coming. Lin Heng clearly witnessed the black rock spikes trembling and shining in a short period of time, and the temperature inside the cave rose sharply. Here it comes, boom boom boom. Continuous explosions came, flames and rock fragments attacked from all directions. 4th form, Vortex of Rising Flame. The golden tornado rose, firmly blocking the flying fragments, and the black smoke was blown away by the wind pressure brought by the high-speed rotating sun wheel sword. Lin Heng was unharmed in the center, but his breathing had gradually become rapid. His body temperature was rising, and his breathing method was also affected. Lin Heng calmly examined the situation. The poisonous black smoke after the explosion had been blown away by him with the fourth form. However, after being heated once, the underground air was sucked into the body, and the trachea seemed to pass through a ball of fire, and gravity was also affecting him all the time. His body was excited, Lin Heng's mouth curled up, his body temperature was rising rapidly, and his heartbeat gradually accelerated. Now he felt that his body was better than ever before. So, what are you going to do the second time, Zhu? Without giving Lin Heng a break, Fu Nu stood on a high place and looked down at Lin Heng, feeling like a suffocating feeling like a python entangled. Rumble, black rock spikes appeared again around the pit, and the temperature slowly climbed again. Lin Heng put away the sun wheel sword, concentrated his mind, and the power continued to flow to his lower limbs. You actually took back the sword and gave up. Although it was my one-sided crush, you are also proud enough. I will always remember you. You are the first Zhu who died in my hands. Fu Nu couldn't help but sigh. Lin Heng ignored Fu Nu who was always crazy. To be honest, this is indeed a good blood vampire technique. It is easy to be hit when you first meet it, and it is complete and coherent. However, it is likely to require the help of terrain, so I am afraid it can only be performed near here. However, there are still flaws. The explosion of the rock spikes is not instantaneous, but needs to be heated continuously. Even if the impact is ahead of time. Explosion, there will also be a short interval. In other words, the fierce flames wrapped around his lower limbs, Lin Heng stepped hard on the rock spikes, and the whole person burst out. After a delay of a moment, the rock spikes exploded, and the rolling air waves pushed Lin Heng from behind, but his speed increased again. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! It was so fast that no one could see the figure, only a golden flame swept through the rock spikes at a high speed, and there were explosions on the trajectory of movement. Accelerate! 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 Accelerate continuously! Lin Heng's speed continued to rise, and the flames and fragments after the rock spikes exploded could not keep up with him at all. The air waves instead intensified his arrogance, making Lin Heng explode more and more. Just like a rocket with infinite boosters, Lin Heng, who had reached the maximum speed, stepped heavily on the ground with one step, and gravity could no longer control him. Lin Heng returned to the ground with a body bathed in fire. How is this possible? You were lucky enough to escape my blood demon art. Kaminonu's eyes widened, but he still didn't give in. My blood demon art can't be escaped so easily. You can't stand up anymore, right? You're just holding on. After leaving the pit, Lin Heng automatically ignored the crazy Kamnonu and took a deep breath. The slightly cool night air entered his trachea, with a faint sweet fragrance. His overheated body gradually cooled down, and his heart rate gradually stabilized. You dare to ignore me? I'll tear your disguise apart. Seeing that Lin Heng didn't answer, Kamnonu angrily rushed up with the scaled he drill. One form, Shiranui. Stepping out of the flames, Lin Heng drew his sword and chopped, and the sun wheel sword collided with the scaled he, but this time there was no fierce collision. The gentle force of the sun wheel sword swept the drill away in one fell swoop, and Lin Heng quickly swung his sword to take Kamnonu's head. Ah! His body quickly leaned back, and the neck of Fu Nu had been cut in half. He barely escaped the disaster, but he did not retreat but advanced, and wanted to exchange injuries for injuries. The rough fighting skills of the evil ghost were not technical at all. He just relied on his great strength, thick skin, and blood, and self-healing to deal with the enemy. With a disdainful smile, Lin Heng turned his knife to block. With a brave spirit, Fu Nu briefly took the initiative, and the two drills attacked frantically. However, the angle of the sun wheel sword was tricky, and each time it accurately bounced Fu Nu away, it was airtight. Fu Nu became more and more manic, and his movements became more and more chaotic. Lin Heng's face was slightly gloomy. After each blow, the reckless man on the opposite side was clearly slashing randomly, but the force transmitted from the Sun Wheel sword was getting stronger and stronger. He could not continue to be passive. Once again, the drill was bounced away. Lin Heng rotated the Sun Wheel sword, and a tornado of fire rose up, and Fu Nu was forced back by the Sizhixing. Strange, although Kamanu's blood demon art is good, his ability in close combat is too weak. Even with the blessing of the Kagun, he was almost killed by Lin Heng's flame tiger at the beginning. Compared with the performance of the pillars in the main story of Demon Slayer, except for the ninja, they can kill the opponent within 3 moves in a head-on attack. Lin Heng, who has mastered the constant, is confident that he is very close to the pillar. Is his strength stronger? Maybe, but there is no doubt that my strength and reaction speed have weakened. The battle was too intense, or I just got out of the blood demon art and consumed too much physical strength. Lin Heng panted slightly, and the surrounding air was extracted into his lungs in large quantities, and a faint numbness came from his body. No, that's not right, something was overlooked. Suddenly, Lin Heng had a flash of inspiration, and he exited the state of super-perception and looked around. I don't know since when, the bare rock wall was covered with green stems and vines, and rows of attractive red beans with water droplets on them were formed in the axils of the leaves. Small lantern-shaped flowers bloom on the vines, and the colorless pollen blends into the air, exuding a faint sweet fragrance. The pheromone of this thing actually deceived the super-perception. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter sounded, and the panting Kamanu on the opposite side raised his head and laughed wildly. You only found it now? It's really too late, Zhu, I will take your head. Where is it? Although it has avoided my super-perception range, there must be a second ghost hiding somewhere. Find him first. Lin Heng calmly waved the Sun Wheel sword, and the vines that had been quiet seemed to sense the danger, twisting wildly and shrinking back. But the golden flames followed like a shadow, and the vines that had no way to avoid it were burned to ashes. An obvious problem was ignored. From beginning to end, Lin Heng thought that this banquet was just the daily life of Kamanu. However, Kami's banquet was definitely not simple, as he dispatched so many evil spirits, even personally went to catch rare blood and prepare dishes, and risked being identified by the Demon Slayer Corps to prepare such a high-profile and grand banquet. Because Muzan was afraid that the demons would gather together to oppose him, and the demons themselves would also. Because of the nature of the fratricidal species, most ghosts act alone, but for the highly intelligent 12 ghost moons, it is still possible to restrain their instincts and get along with each other for a short period of time. Lin Heng naturally ignored the possibility that the upper-level ghosts might have personal relationships with each other, and the probability is indeed small, but it is by no means zero. If it is not a celebration for himself, but a banquet for an equally distinguished guest, then everything that Kamanu did today is reasonable. In this case, the host of the banquet is the Lower Moon Land, so who will be the distinguished guest? Lin Heng's wandering eyes drifted away. What a sharp human being, it has been so long, and Kamanu is so stupid. At this time, in the dense jungle hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, a petite figure was clinging to the ground and watching silently. Chapter 12. There must be a second ghost somewhere. The other ghost is hidden outside the super-perception range, and the normal perception capture distance is not enough. Lin Heng closed his eyes and controlled his mental power more finely. The super-perception field gradually changed from a circle to a fan. Lin Heng's perception spread along the dark jungle in the distance, extending inward and exploring continuously. Finally, a faint malice appeared in the field of vision. Lin Heng opened his eyes lit up, and his bright eyes pierced through the darkness and looked at the girl hiding in the jungle. Come out, don't try to hide anymore, I've found you. After hesitating for a while, there was a rustling sound in the jungle. The girl came out of the woods timidly, and walked barefoot on the vines slowly to the front battlefield. The girl leaned behind the cauldron for the first time, and timidly raised her head to look at Lin Heng. Lin Heng stared at the other party. The evil ghost who really brought a little trouble and threat to Lin Heng in this battle was unexpectedly cute. The girl looked young, probably only 12 or 13 years old, and a little shy. There were 4 red stripes on her beautiful and lovely face, and 2 small horns on her forehead. Her short silver-white hair only reached her neck. She was nervously pursing her red lips at this moment, and her dark red pupils dodged back and forth, not daring to look directly at Lin Heng. Such a nervous and uneasy girl next door stood here, and Lin Heng, who was holding a knife and staring at her, looked like a bad guy who threatened people. But the girl next door in front of him was not ordinary. The 2 big words "Si" were engraved in her left eye. 12 demon moons, the 4th of the lower moon, the 0 sun. When was it? No, it should be from the beginning that the blood demon art was released at a very long distance, so that my super perception could not capture it. Lin Heng thought for a while, and it seemed that everything had an answer. Then it was you who arranged the 2 rounds of demons to test at the beginning. It seems that the reckless behavior of Kamanu has an explanation, it is to lure the enemy. Looking at the opposite side, Kamanu kept muttering that he would kill the pillar and then be promoted soon, and he was already at the peak of his demon life, and was laughing foolishly. Lin Heng couldn't help shaking his head. No, this kid should be really stupid. It's really rare, I thought I was looking for a little demon, but it turned out to poke the nest of the lower moon. Sighing, Lin Heng's eyes gradually sharpened. Then I think this thing is really too cool. Were you the one who was sent to test us before? You are such a cautious ghost. No, that's right. Who would have thought that you were so insidious and actually used an ordinary saber? You can get rid of the hallucination effect in such a short time. The pillars of the Demon Slayer core are really powerful. The petite girl hugged her head and trembled. Ordinary? Lin Heng glanced at the Nichiren sword in his hand. Old man, you are looked down upon. Hey, Ling Yuzai, why were you called out so easily? Kamanu, who was automatically ignored by the 2, asked unhappily. He has discovered me. You can't stop him. What if he comes directly at me? We have to deal with him together. Ling Yuzai held her head with both hands and shook her head cutely. Hearing this, Kamanu was furious and retorted proudly. Ah! What are you talking about, Ling Yuzai? I forced the pillar into a desperate situation by myself. If that master hadn't forbidden to let the pillar go, do you think I would help you, a fool? The girl spoke in a bad tone, and then she cried. I just came to eat, but I met such a strong human. Woo, Ling Yuzai is too miserable, it's all your fault, stupid, stupid. Don't say that, I'm the first lower string who will kill the pillar, and I will ask for credit for you in front of the master. Kamagi responded proudly, then scratched his head and asked. By the way, why did you come out alone? What about the thin blood? Won't he run away? Ah? Are you worried about him? Ling Yuzai whimpered, and his eyes rolled around guiltily. In the end, he could only pat his belly shyly, and his 2 white and tender hands pulled the cherry mouth to tear it open to the left and right. Ling Yuzai retched a few times and spat out half a finger covered with gastric juice from his torn mouth. I'm sorry, he smells so good. Woo, Ling Yuzai couldn't hold it back, and now there's only this little bit left to be digested, woo. Ling Yuzai cried with blood still dripping down his face. We had broken his legs and were going to leave him there, but at the last moment he still wanted to crawl away. There was blood all over the floor, it smelled so good, I just wanted to lick him at first, woo. The scarlet blood and tears intertwined, and the turbid liquid was smeared on the beautiful and lovely face. The white-haired Ling Yuzai raised her head and pleaded timidly. Please forgive Ling Yuzai, Kamaway, I know I was wrong. Kamaway hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand with a look of disgust. Okay, you are so much older than me, but you can't even control your appetite. You have been a ghost for so long and you still cry like a child, I can't stand it. One type, Shiranui. A flash of fire, the sun blade furiously chopped towards Kamaway's head. The evil ghost opened his mouth before he finished speaking, and the golden flames had already burned his eyes. Too fast, too late. At the critical moment, a green vine wrapped around Kamaway's waist and threw him backwards. Kamaway fell to the ground in a daze, shaking his head in shock. The vine shook and the red Ling Yuzai fruit fell into his hand. Blood Demon Art Love Vine. Like its owner, the ghost vine is used to hiding quietly and retreating when it encounters danger. For safety, it will spread psychedelic pollen, so that people will subconsciously ignore it. However, if you believe its delicate appearance and inhale too much pollen, your body will be paralyzed and unable to move. After moving his body, the influence of the opponent's blood demon art still remained, and Lin Heng watched Kamaway eat the fruit. The effect of Ling Yuzai was immediate. Kamaway's muscles bulged high, the whole ghost became bigger, and the destroyed Kokubu was regenerated. The two scaled horn drills flashed a faint red light on the rubbing hands, and sparks popped out little by little, and Kami's smile became increasingly rampant. Stupid, don't fight him in close combat again, where is your blood demon art? Ling Yuzai immediately stopped Kami, who was eager to try, and began to command. After all, he has been a lower rank for too short a time, and he has become accustomed to the fighting style of exchanging injuries for lives. Kami has no idea of the horror of the pillars, and fighting with them in close combat is to die. Although Ling Yuzai has been hiding and has never encountered the pillars, it does not prevent her from acting steadily. With a thought, Ling Yuzai controlled the wildly growing vines to attack Lin Heng. Her Kogun is also scaled horn, but it grows on the ghost vine instead of the main body. The originally fragile plant becomes fierce under the blessing of scaled horn. First level, Rock Trap Prison. The invisible wave attacked Lin Heng from the ground again. Can't be entangled, once you stop, you will be captured by Kamanu's blood demon art. Lin Heng cut the ghost vine into pieces with a few knives, jumped away, and the next moment a deep pit appeared on the ground where he was standing. One form, Shiranui. Lin Heng was bathed in fire, and he kept advancing and circled around the two ghosts. The ghost vine was burned by the golden flames and dared not approach, and the rock prison could not catch up with Lin Heng's pace, but made Kamanu tired and panting. Damn, I can't catch up with him. Don't worry, as long as he needs to breathe, we will win in the end. Ling Yuzai said while throwing the red fruit of the ghost vine to Kamanu to let him recover his strength. At this time, the ghost vine, which did not need to hide, showed its fangs, fired at full power, and grew wildly, and a large amount of pollen was scattered in the air like money. Who? Seizing the opportunity when Kamanu was taking drugs, Lin Heng rushed towards the two ghosts. The dazzling sword lights crisscrossed, blocking all directions like dense wolf teeth. Breath of flame, seventh form, dancing scorching fangs. Blood demon art flying vine. At the critical moment, the vines wrapped around the waists of the two ghosts exerted force violently, threw the two ghosts away again, and then desperately strangled Lin Heng to intercept them. The dancing flames tore the ghost vines, and the flying sword energy burned the two ghosts in the air. But for the lower strings, this injury recovered in a blink of an eye, which was better than nothing. The moment Lin Heng landed, the rock trap prison opened again, and he jumped away helplessly to get rid of the restraint of the blood demon art. Lin Heng shook his head, too slow. After many fights, Lin Heng had already tested that the limit capture distance of the rock trap prison was about 100 meters. The fierce battle seemed to have exhausted Lin Heng's physical strength. As the distance was far away, Lin Heng stopped the high-speed movement state, stood still and took a deep breath to recover his physical strength. At this moment, the effect of the ghost vine pollen on the human body was directly exposed. Lin Heng had to hold the sun wheel sword with both hands and lean on the ground for support, breathing heavily, and his stubborn face showed fatigue. Lin Heng smiled bitterly at the two ghosts, his eyes There was a hint of despair and regret. I shouldn't have been so careless. Alas, this time, I might be in trouble. Just one more blow, a little more pressure, and this pillar will not be able to hold on. Fu Nu's blood was boiling, and just when he wanted to pursue the victory, Ling Yuzai's ghost vine pressed him down. Don't get excited, continue to consume him. While saying this, Ling Yuzai dragged Fu Nu back, and the outer ghost vines began to shrink, entrenched around the two ghosts in a defensive posture. Trouble, even deliberately selling flaws did not take the bait. Lin Heng couldn't help but be amazed, the opponent was really not greedy. At this point, he has also seen clearly that the purpose of the girl ghost Ling Yuzai on the opposite side was obviously not to chase Lin Heng from the beginning, but to try to save her life. As for whether Lin Heng still had the strength to fight, she actually didn't know, but as long as Lin Heng dared to run, she dared to stand still and watch. The battle was just a show to deal with Muzan, and the workers were very stable throughout the whole process. Kamanu's blood demon art is heavy but lethal, but it is not a big deal just because of its poor brain. In contrast, auxiliary ghosts like Reiuzi are difficult to deal with. They can weaken opponents and strengthen teammates, and they are usually timid and have accumulated a lot of life-saving methods, so it is difficult to cut them off. The most important thing is that they are very smart, as steady as Lao Go, and know how to use the microphone to command reckless teammates throughout the team battle. It is hard to imagine that such a talent was finally dealt with by the scum boss himself. Lin Heng could easily kill any of these two lower strings, but he failed to kill one in advance, so the effect of them joining hands was far greater than 1+1. Lin Heng would rather have 3 Kamanu standing opposite. They are still too weak, Lin Heng sighed. Although he has worked hard since entering the world, the training time is too short after all. If he could have the strength of the main story pillar, and replaced by the peak Kyojuro, the first collision of the flame tiger would be enough to solve Kamaway. However, Lin Heng curled his lips slightly. That's what's interesting. You don't really think it's over, do you? Looking up at Kamaway who was still clamoring to break free from the ghost vine and rush over to give himself a head, Lin Heng smiled slightly. Putting away the tiredness of the performance, Lin Heng put the sun blade back into the sheath, stretched his body, and his face was more serious than ever. In that case, let's use that move to decide the winner. Chapter 13. The old man was so angry that he was beaten. See, I told you it's not that simple, idiot. Fan Nu, who was scolded again, remained silent and just stared at the lively Lin Heng numbly. 1 step, 2 steps, Lin Heng calmly walked into the attack range of Fan Nu again. Blood Demon Art Rock Trap. Fan Nu mechanically activated the Blood Demon Art, because his Blood Demon Art was restricted to the terrain and could not be activated anytime and anywhere, and Fan Nu's personality was rather irritable. Since becoming a demon, Kamaway's fighting style has always been to rush forward and exchange injuries for lives. Often, the enemy can't even survive this level, let alone see his Blood Demon Art. So since Kamaway realized the rock trap prison, the number of times he used it in today's battle has almost caught up with the number of times he used it in his past life. Even if he has the fruit of the Zero Yuko fruit to help restore physical strength, the double burden of excessive use of Blood Demon Art on the mind and body is a bit too much for this new lower rank. In addition, he has been dodged by Lin Heng all the time, and the psychological blow that his proud methods have not worked at all, even confident Kamaway is a little numb. Buzz, it's the familiar fluctuation again, the ground under Lin Heng's feet disappeared, but this time the situation has changed. Lin Heng smiled at the two demons, gave up resistance and did not move, allowing his body to be engulfed by the enhanced gravity and naturally fall into the deep pit. Where did he go this time? Kamini, who was used to being avoided, was stunned. He was still subconsciously looking for where Lin Heng's figure moved to. He didn't react until Lin Heng landed. Lin Heng landed at the bottom of the pit safely and looked at the other party in confusion. Isn't it your backhand, buddy? Idiot, what are you doing? Ling Yuzai was disappointed with his teammates who were not as good as him. He couldn't lead them. Aha, ahahahaha. Realizing what happened, Kamina's smile gradually became abnormal. You walked into the trap yourself. I won't let you escape this time. I'll kill you like this. The enemy is not dead yet. Be careful of fraud. Ling Yuzai reminded beside him. Don't be long-winded. He's dead. Look at me. Double layer ground thrust. Kamina, who regained his confidence, responded proudly. Witnessing Lin Heng's act of falling into the trap just now, coupled with Fu Nu's confident expression now, Ling Yuzai, who has always been cautious, instinctively felt uneasy. But when he thought of the horror of that adult and the fate of being a deserter, Ling Yuzai couldn't help but shudder and stretched out his little hand to cheer himself up. Can't escape, Ling Yuzai, believe in yourself. A large number of ghost vines grew at a high speed, quickly weaving layers of large nets above the pit. Ling Yuzai sealed the exit, intending to trap Lin Heng to death, and couldn't let this monster come up again. 3rd level, Steaming Rock. 4th type, Vortex of Rising Flames. Lin Heng's proficiency in the only defense skill of flame breathing is quite high. The high-speed rotating flame tornado takes all physical attacks, and the breathing method is running, and the hot gas enters the body. It's not over yet, the second round is coming, the 2nd level Earth Thrust. Fu Nu's voice came again. The flame tornado rose up, and the previous process was repeated. 2 rounds, 3 rounds, the temperature underground continued to rise, and Lin Heng's body temperature also rose sharply at this time. What kind of monster is down there? Can humans hold out for so long under my blood demon technique? The panting Kamino was no longer arrogant. After experiencing setbacks, he said numbly, I need to rest for a while. The blood demon technique cannot be activated for the time being. 6 rounds, even the pillars are too exaggerated. Nodding in understanding, Ling Yuzai swallowed his saliva and continued to manipulate the ghost vine to block the cave entrance frantically. Not going to continue attacking? Lin Heng at the bottom of the cave stopped his sword skills. He stretched his muscles and bones. His heart was beating vigorously under the high temperature, and the blood pumped out was flowing faster and faster. The residual toxins in Lin Heng's body were quickly metabolized, the paralysis effect was lifted, and explosive power flowed in his body. The test failed. The body temperature and heart rate have reached the standard, but the stripes still haven't appeared. Lin Heng's eyes flickered. The high temperature made his physical condition approach the threshold. He deliberately entered the opponent's blood ghost technique just to try to open the stripes in advance. But the tricky method seems to be unsuccessful. The verification is complete. It's time to end this battle. At the entrance of the cave above, Ling Yuzai, who looked like a girl, asked anxiously. There was no movement below. What happened? The breath of the pillar disappeared. I can't sense the existence of humans, but that man should. I'm not going to die like this. Kumino Yu continued with a cold sweat, there is only a sea of fire in the pit. This feeling is terrible, just like. Kumino Yu swallowed the second half of his sentence, but the 2 ghosts present already understood it. It's like the calm before the storm. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the 2 ghosts looked at each other and hid this terrible guess in their hearts. Who? The hot air was sucked into the body, and the power of the breath of fire was fully turned on. Lin Heng's 5 senses were completely closed, and the super perception that was enhanced to the extreme firmly locked the 2 malicious intentions above. The aura around Lin Heng under the pit suddenly changed, and the vigorous and burning fighting spirit in the combat state was instantly retracted into the body. Lin Heng opened his legs and lowered his center of gravity. The whole body tilted slightly, and the sun wheel sword slowly rose behind him. As he continued to get stronger, Lin Heng's understanding of strength became more thorough. Breathing method is a method, and improvement will improve the spirit and physique of the swordsman, while sword skills are means, which will make the swordsman under the same conditions have stronger combat effectiveness. In the breath of fire, the center of gravity of Shiranui is concentrated on the lower limbs to bring explosive speed, and the center of gravity of Yanhu is concentrated on the upper body in exchange for absolute power. And if you want to take into account both speed and strength at the same time, how can you do it? The answer given by Lin Heng is ignite the heart. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat sounded like a war drum, and the golden flame gradually rose in the chest, and then burned fiercely, moving along the meridians to ignite the acupuncture points. Lin Heng seemed to be in a sea of fire, the air around him became distorted, and every cell was screaming madly to release all the energy. The heart, will, and even the whole life, soul, everything of Lin Heng was constantly burning. Everything will be melted in the next blow. Breath of fire, mystery. Lin Heng crushed the ground with his left foot, and fierce flames burst out, clustering around Lin Heng, like the magnificent wings of a divine bird. 9 type, Purgatory. A phoenix cried out, like an immortal bird returning from hell. Lin Heng's body was bathed in fire, and he rushed upward like an inverted meteor in the night sky. The ghost vines surrounding the cave entrance seemed to have seen their natural enemy, and they were burned to ashes by the blazing flames around Lin Heng before they could touch him. The divine bird transformed by the mystery flapped its wings, dragging a long tail flame, and flew out of the ground at an absolute speed, passing through the 2 ghosts who were waiting in full battle array. Before he could react, the cold light of the red gold sun wheel knife flashed. Flash! 2 astonished heads were thrown high. Hey, what happened? The person standing below looks familiar, is it my body? Hey? What is going on? Where is Ling Yuzai? Come out and save him! Kamawei's head rotated in mid-air, sweeping across the motionless body, and met Ling Yuzai's eyes, and Kamawei's pupils widened. How could it be, even you? So, I am dead. Such a dazzling light, is it the sun? I should have run away earlier. At the last moment of his life, Ling Yuzai murmured with tears, and turned into a few wisps of black smoke and disappeared. I am unwilling to accept this. The shrill wailing stopped abruptly, and the Kaminonu who had reacted turned into ashes. The phoenix bathed in fire fell to the ground, and the golden flame feathers dissipated. Lin Heng's figure shook, and he withdrew from the combat state, took back the sun wheel sword and adjusted his breath on the spot. The last secret 9-shaped purgatory was so powerful that it killed 2 lower strings in one move. But the price was the overload of the body. Even Lin Heng, who was so compatible with the breath of fire, could only use it 3 times in a battle. This time the noise was a bit big. It seems that it is not possible to kill 2 lower strings quietly. Lin Heng scratched his head as he looked at the bumpy land around him, but the benefits this time were also great. He put his hands together and the panel appeared. Real value 25%, unlocked ability entries, breath of fire, mastery, full concentration, strong physique, extraordinary talent, fast digestion, super perception. Legend value, 25%. God descends to earth, wields a golden sword, controls flames, drives away evil spirits, and protects believers. Features: Heavenly Man, punishes evil and suppresses evil. Honor the King, martial fortune is prosperous, divine power is like hell. Killing 2 lower rank demons in one go, the ghost hunters have already made the most of their profits. If you want to grow by killing demons alone, I'm afraid you can only see a significant improvement by killing the upper rank demons. In the future, the improvement of the real value will have to be done from other aspects of character setting. As for the legendary value, although killing 2 demons is Lin Heng's most glorious deed so far, this increase is obviously abnormal. However, Lin Heng is not surprised. It is obvious that the old man Hai has made efforts. The king in the introduction, plus the heavenly man, has already pointed to it. It's obvious. But this is exactly what Lin Heng wants. There is a big hole to fill in his character setting. Playing tricks will definitely not fool everyone, but as long as most ordinary people believe it, it is enough. As for the remaining few smart people, Lin Heng has been prepared since the beginning of entering the demon world. Goo, goo goo. Goo goo flew from a distance and landed on Lin Heng's shoulder to ask for credit. Really? Those people have been settled. Great job. What? We also met crows on the way. You can understand what they say. Good cuckoo, what are they saying? Cuckoo, cuckoo cuckoo. Lin Heng touched Cuckoo's head and said, I think I understand, but it's almost time. We should leave some traces of us for the Demon Slayer Corps. Lin Heng glanced at the ashes left by Ling Yuzai and Kami, and smiled slightly. I almost forgot that there is also Mr. Muzan who is hiding secretly. In the Infinite City, a beautiful woman in a kimono is kneeling on the tatami and enjoying the music. Suddenly, the lady's hand holding the coffee trembled violently, and the coffee in the cup splashed out, and several brown stains quickly spread on the white mat. The sound of the pipa fell on the jade plate was astringent. Sensing the displeasure of the master, Ming Nu bowed her head and knelt obediently, and Miss Muzan who was hiding beside her had a terrifying look in her eyes. Two lower ranks died at the same time. As expected, even if they are strengthened, they are still useless and can't complete any tasks. What's the use of you? The strong man kneeling on one knee next to him remained silent. With a crisp sound, the cup full of coffee fell on the man's face and broke into pieces. The brown liquid flowed down his hair, and the man still lowered his head in silence. A suppressed and furious voice came from above, Go check, Akaza, pull out those annoying little mice and step on them to death. Zhang. The sudden sound of strumming sounded, and the next moment the man's figure disappeared. At the same time, in a courtyard hidden in the mountains and wrapped in wisteria flowers, a young man with a disfigured upper face turned his head and spoke softly to the swordsman standing below. The news from the crows is that many evil spirits have appeared in the dance hang area and attacked and kidnapped humans. It is suspected that there is a high-ranking demon behind the scenes. Please go to support and defeat the evil spirits as soon as possible, please. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man with long yellow-red hair at the bottom of the stairs lowered his head and replied dully. What's wrong, Shinjiro? Yubayashiki Yoya turned around and asked his subordinate who was behaving abnormally with concern, Where is the flame pillar Hayori on you, what happened? In the shadow behind him, a samurai covered in heavy armor slowly raised his head. A hoarse voice sounded, This is not like your style. No, nothing. The man shook his head, avoided Yoya's sight and walked away quickly. In fact, I plan to take a break after this time. Well, please have a good rest, thank you for your hard work. Yoya looked at the man's back with some worry. Chapter 14. The sky was full of smoke, and the sky was full of dust. Stop, stop, this is it. The crows in the sky kept repeating. The 6-man team stopped and scattered around to search. I didn't find any traces of ghosts here. I didn't find any here either. It's almost dawn, and the evil ghosts may have escaped. I don't have any here either. Go back and report to the Flame Pillar Master. Several swordsmen who returned without success joined one after another. Hey, Lord Shinjiro, everyone, come here quickly. There is a big cave here. It has been burned. There seem to be many traces. The shouts of swordsmen came from not far away, and a swordsman who was exploring the rock wall rushed to Shinjiro and his group. Otakun and I found a gap in the rock wall. There are many traces of ghosts in it, at least more than 2 digits. Some human remains were also cremated. Besides us, who came here in advance? Did other pillars do it? The swordsman in charge of exploring the direction of the rock wall walked up to Shinjiro while talking about the situation. He was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him and stood there speechless. The hard ground was devastated, and deep pits were scattered on the ground without any pattern. The faint moonlight shone into it, and it was full of black gravel, like an eye socket with its eyeballs dug out, staring at the people above with a dark hole. Lord Flame Pillar, what is going on here? Looking at the scene in front of him with a shocked face, the swordsman who came later asked. Next to the largest stone pit, Rengoku Shinjiro looked at the scene in front of him silently. He simulated the battle process in his mind, with a thoughtful look on his face. This level of destructive power undoubtedly belongs to the blood demon art of the 12 demon moons. Judging from the battle traces left behind, there should be 2 lower ranks participating in the battle, one controlling plants to assist in the battle, and the other mainly attacking to cause the earth to collapse. And the person who killed the evil ghost can also be called excellent among the pillars. Manpower is tight, and the headquarters only sent me here. The other swordsmen were notified to join the meeting halfway, and there were no idle pillars or predecessors nearby. In particular, when he walked to a long scorch mark, Shinjiro lowered his head and stretched out his hand to touch the mark. As a flame pillar, he is most familiar with this kind of black track formed by the burning of flames. The secret of the breath of flames, the road of flames left after the release of the purgatory. This is the absolute mastery that only the purgatory clan can master. Learning, the key to the inheritance of the flame pillar. Unable to help but draw out the sun wheel sword to compare, Shinjiro was slightly startled. This level of power, his own purgatory is afraid that it can't reach. Could it be that there are people in this world whose breath of fire is stronger than him as the current flame pillar? Thinking of the figure of Kyojuro practicing swordsmanship alone, Shinjiro shook his head. He is still too young, even if the dead father is resurrected, he can't beat him. Obviously, he has reached the end of the breath of fire. Point, now there is no way forward and no way forward. Who is it? Can the breathing of flame become stronger? The other hand rubbed his unshaven chin twice, and Rengoku Shinjiro raised his head in annoyance. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's just a degraded breathing method with a locked upper limit. Raising his hand to call the crow, Shinjiro began to report. Report to the Lord, someone has been here in advance. The culprit is the 12 demon moons, and it should be 2 of the lower strings. They have been killed. After a pause, Shinjiro continued to speak to the crow. The one who killed the lower string came from outside the demon slayer core. He is proficient in the breathing of flame, and his attainments are likely to be higher than mine. The crow remembered the information, repeated it, and flapped its wings to fly away. Patting the dirt on his trouser legs, standing up, Shinjiro began to summon the swordsmen. Assemble, gather the team. Hey, where is Oda-kun? He and I just finished exploring the rock wall together and came here one after another. The swordsman who rushed over from the rock wall looked around. Could he have accidentally fallen into the pit? Hey, Oda-kun, can you hear me now? Answer me, the flame pillar has assembled and retreated. Shinjiro, who had just stood up, suddenly froze. Mechanically turning around to face the rock wall, Shinjiro's right hand slowly pressed towards the sun blade at his waist. Unfortunately, he can't answer you. A magnetic voice suddenly came, and on the other side of the pit, a warrior wearing a purple-red short shirt and a rosary on his ankle landed as lightly as a feather. He turned his back to the crowd. One hand was holding the demon slayer whose neck was twisted. Snap! The intruder loosened his grip, and Oda-kun's body fell powerlessly into the pit. Oda-kun! The swordsmen roared in grief and anger, and drew their swords to rush forward. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm not interested in weaklings like you. The evil ghost turned around and said disdainfully, stretching out a finger and shaking it. Clang! The Nichiren sword was unsheathed. Shinjiro held the sword with both hands, slowly exhaled, and stopped the excited subordinates. His expression was solemn, and his clothes were wet with sweat. Retreat, run as far as you can from now on, and pass the news back to the Demon Slayer Corps before I die in battle. The warrior with pink hair opened his eyes. His skin was pale, and his body was covered with countless dark blue tattoos representing sinners. His blood-red nails scratched his eyes. A pair of sharp golden pupils were exposed to everyone. 2 words were engraved on his left eye, upper string. The word 3 is engraved on the right eye. Upper string 3, Fighting Demon, ANCESTOR. You look very strong, you should be a pillar. Although I didn't catch the man who killed the 2 lower strings, I'm lucky to meet you. ANCESTOR spoke slowly and then invited sincerely. Let's become ghosts together. I can feel that although your fighting spirit is tempered, it is not firm. If I'm not mistaken, are you doubting yourself now? That's just right. Believe me, you won't be confused when you become a ghost. Shinjiro swallowed a mouthful of saliva and remained silent. The demon that was not recorded in the flame pillars notes is upper string 3. The flame breath can't beat such a high-ranking demon moon, and it's probably difficult to save his life, but my life is not that important. Let the flame pillar be cut off in this generation, so there will be no regrets. Ruka, please bless Kyojuro and Chihiro with your spirit in heaven. I will be here to accompany you soon. With the full power of the flame breathing, Shinjiro inhaled a lot of air, and the red flames on the sun wheel sword gradually rose. He looked up at the sky. The moonlight had dimmed and the sun was rising slowly. There was less than a quarter of an hour left before dawn. The swordsmen behind him were fleeing, and the upper rank on the opposite side seemed to have no interest in chasing. Choosing to persuade surrender, is the attention all on himself? Continue to maintain this cat and mouse state, that would be great. In summary, at this moment, in this situation and here, what I should do, what I want to do. The originally decadent eyes gradually brightened, and Shinjiro stepped on the ground and exploded, with flames wrapped around his body and the sword pointing at ANCESTOR. Hold you here for a quarter of an hour. You don't want to fight but you are determined to die. Your fighting spirit is full of entanglement and determination. It's really interesting. Although it's almost dawn, come and play with me. ANCESTOR took a horse stance, and his right hand slapped out. A 12-cornered rotating snowflake magic circle appeared under his feet. Blood Demon Art Destruction Kill Luo Needle. A roar sounded, and Shinjiro, who was bathed in fire, collided with ANCESTOR. The fierce flames and energy intertwined, tearing the earth apart in an instant. The fateful battle between the flame pillar and the upper rank 3 was engraved on the unknown wilderness of Nishibari. As the only spectator of this fateful battle, someone in hiding sighed helplessly. What a bloody junior! As we all know, the characteristic of the breath of fire is to attack head-on. Facing a difficult evil ghost, you can't defend or escape. If you can beat it, you fight, and if you can't beat it, you die. Obviously, Shinjiro is unlikely to be able to defeat ANCESTOR head-on, and the outcome is obvious. If this continues, the unlucky kid will be beaten to death soon. Lin Hung is only slightly stronger than him now, and even if the two of them fight together, they will be sweating profusely if they can beat ANCESTOR to a 50-50 tie. Lin Heng's head was covered with black lines, and he looked up at the sky. Let's make Shinjiro suffer a little more, it will be troublesome if the old man's underwear is seen through. At this time, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, where wisteria flowers are in full bloom. Yubayashiki Yoya, who has been a little uneasy since the fight between Shinjiro and ANCESTOR, is pacing back and forth. The white-haired woman standing beside him gently held his hand and said considerately, "Are you worried about Shinjiro?" Yubayashiki Yoya nodded and said, "I had a bad feeling from the beginning. Shinjiro's trip might not go smoothly. Are we a little careless?" Yoga Tojinsai, who was wearing heavy armor in the corner, comforted him. The flame pillar is the most powerful swordsman who has served the longest among the pillars and the foundation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even if he is besieged by a group of demons, he can easily win, and at worst he can escape. After thinking for a while, he added, "Unless he encounters an upper string." Yoya nodded, but his anxiety did not diminish. "Young master, Shinjiro is a reliable flame pillar, and the Demon Slayer Corps' basic position is correct. Yoya also believes that with his strength, Even if he encounters multiple lower ranks, nothing will happen, but what if he really collides with an upper rank? Tianyan put clothes on Yoya considerately, and comforted him, considering the casualties in the battle. Aoi from the butterfly house has arrived nearby. With her enlightenment, as long as Shinjiro is still alive, he can be rescued. Nodding slightly, Yoya felt a little more stable. The sky was getting brighter, and it was too late to send reinforcements now. Yoya clenched the handrail and looked into the distance silently. Shinjiro, you must hold on, don't get into trouble. Pa! The sun wheel sword slipped from his hand, and Shinjiro fell to the ground weakly. Blood flowed out of the holes in his body that were punched by fists, and merged into a sticky dark red river under his body. Shinjiro hung his head tiredly, but with a relieved smile on his face. Ruka, we finally meet again. It was a satisfying fight. You tried your best to delay me for 10 minutes. Pay attention, the next attack is an empty one. In the distance, Akaza, who was intact, clenched his fists and took an attacking stance. The 12-pointed snowflake under his feet rotated at high speed, and the magnetic sound resounded through the wilderness. If he doesn't come out, he will be smashed to pieces. Chapter 15. Although the needle under Akaza's feet did not react, his instinct as a top warrior was warning him frantically. If he insisted on killing the flame pillar lying on the ground, something dangerous might happen. He retracted his hand that was preparing to send out an empty move, and the snowflake array representing the needle under his feet was spinning wildly. Akaza watched the surroundings vigilantly. Then, a long sigh came from the corner. Under Akaza's vigilant eyes, a figure wrapped in a black cloak slowly walked out of the shadows. You are really sharp. Even in the battle, you have been distracted to guard against me. Musen's follower, your name is Akaza, right? It's so easy to severely injure the flame pillar. If I don't show up, he will definitely die. As a demon, the two before are completely different from you. Akaza sneered, you know my name. It seems that you are the one who killed the two lower strings. Not only did you not leave, but you dared to stay. You are such a bold rat. Akaza mocked Lin Heng with a relaxed look on his face, but secretly tightened all his muscles. Luo Zhen has not caught any fighting spirit from the other party until now. If the other party had not appeared in front of him, he would not have realized that there was another person here. Squinting his eyes slightly, Akaza carefully examined Lin Heng from top to bottom. Terrible, the aura around him is like a black hole that swallows everything and cannot be figured out. Unlike the flame pillar who just fell to the ground, this one is simply unfathomable. Akaza made his own judgment. As both of you are demons, your strength is simply different. Even if you are distracted to guard against me, I can easily get rid of the pillar. But don't worry, little brat, I am not interested in you now. In fact, I will not intervene in this battle until the flame pillar falls down himself. Lin Heng did not comment and responded to Akaza lightly. The veins on his right hand under the cloak burst, and he tightly grasped the sun wheel sword. Facing Akaza directly, the strong fighting spirit of the fighting demon rushed to his face and was aggressive. His posture was impeccable, giving Lin Heng a huge sense of oppression. We must not fight him here. With Akaza's sequence, Musen will immediately pay attention to it. I don't have enough hard power now, and it is difficult to force him back without affecting the plan. Avoid the battle and delay, Lin Heng made his own judgment. The signature ability was broken by the opponent. Lin Heng's performance reminded Akaza of his experience with that person. He asked with some surprise. Although I expected it, the induction of the Luo needle really didn't work on you. How did you do it? There was not a trace of fighting spirit in your body. Lin Heng walked to Shinjiro slowly and stood still, laughing. Haha, it's just a little trick that you will naturally understand after living for a long time. It's not worth mentioning. He didn't have the habit of explaining his abilities to his opponents, and it was actually an accident that he was not captured by the Luo needle. Lin Heng's super perception is the prototype of the transparent world, but the specific development direction is different from it. When the super perception is turned on, Lin Heng's 5 senses will be greatly enhanced, and he can improve other sensory abilities by blocking certain perceptions. When the 5 senses are completely blocked, Lin Heng steps into a colorful space. Joy, anger, unwillingness, malice, all kinds of emotions in the world are filled in it. Through the material world, Lin Heng directly reached the mysterious spiritual realm and controlled himself in it. Lin Heng instinctively controlled his emotions and gathered all the spiritual fluctuations in his body, refusing others' perception to enter like an isolated island. This is the reverse application of super perception ability. Lin Heng named it super perception concentration, but this state is difficult to maintain in a fierce battle. Looking at Shinjiro, who was covered with wounds and bleeding too much, Lin Heng said to Akaza helplessly, "You look so embarrassed. Even if this generation of flame pillar is embarrassing, you can't kill him so easily." Although Lin Heng wanted to continue to delay for a while by chatting, Akaza had lost his patience. "Humph! You are a rat who hides your head and shows your tail. Show me your true face." Akaza, who couldn't get an explanation, hit Lin Heng with 6 combos at a speed that was difficult to see clearly. "Since you can't get information by mouth, then the road that is blocked will be opened by fists." Empty. 6 dark blue energy penetrated the void and rushed towards Lin Heng with great momentum. Attack! Destruction kill air style. A tornado of flames rose from the ground, and the golden vortex-shaped slash perfectly covered a wide area. A steady stream of flame sword energy rose up, obliterating the 6 dark blue chi trapped in it. Breath of flame, 7 forms, dancing with scorching fangs. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Heng instantly sent out more than a dozen crisscrossing slashes in response, and the fiery wolf opened its fangs and bit at Akaza. Destruction kill chaos style. Focus on one point, strike hard, and the huge dark blue fist light instantly shattered the hot wolf teeth one by one. "It doesn't hurt, are you tickling me, looking down on me?" Licking the corner of his mouth, Akaza said excitedly. "So sharp?" Akaza. Lin Heng, who had already used all his strength, raised his finger and pointed at the slightly bright sky above, and spoke slowly. "Although I have no objection to playing with you for a while, are you sure you want to fight me in the current situation?" Tisk. Akaza put his hand down in anger. "The sun is about to rise and will soon shine here. Although it is not fun, I can't stay here any longer. Once I get entangled by him, I will be dead. Swordsman who uses the breath of fire, I will keep an eye on you from now on." Pointing at Lin Heng's nose and leaving this sentence, Akaza fled to the dark several times in a row. "Then I will wait for you. See you next time, the demon who defeated the flame pillar." Lin Heng waved at him and did not pursue him. This rescue was too hasty and unexpected. He did not expect that the Demon Slayer Core and Akaza would collide with each other, and it was Shinjiro who came. However, he handled it well. He pretended a little and did not let Akaza find out the truth. Now the 2 major forces of Demon Slayer Core and Musen still cannot figure him out, so that his official appearance will have weight. Good Gugu, come here quickly, you will have to work hard next." The owl in the air flew down, tilted its head and listened to Lin Heng's instructions, then patted its chest with its wings, and flew away with a confident look. After taking a last look at the sky, Lin Heng wrapped his cloak tightly, and his figure disappeared. After just a few seconds, the golden light shone on the unconscious Shinjiro, and the middle-aged man trembled unconsciously. The blood flowing from his body had dried up, and the surrounding ground was cracked, reflecting what a tragic battle this field had just experienced. But this tragic night finally passed, and the sun finally came out. Chapter 16. After a while, the members of the Kakuzu who arrived quickly formed a circle to give Shinjiro first aid, and then lifted the stretcher to carry him away. The crows above had already sent the news of the appearance of the upper rank back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Following behind Kakuzu, the young man wearing a black and white striped feather cloth and a white snake wrapped around his neck landed smoothly. After slowing down his rapid breathing, Iguro watched them go away with some worry. The incident happened too suddenly, and he was too far away. When Iguro Obanai, who learned that his benefactor might be in trouble, arrived, it was already dawn. He only saw Shinjiro fall to the ground with serious injuries and being carried away by Kakuzu, while the culprit escaped and disappeared. Hiss! The white snake Kabutomaru in his arms felt the strong breath of the upper-rank evil spirit and was restless. Xiao Banii touched the snake's head to calm it down. Seeing this, the members of the hidden team beside him comforted him. Don't worry, Master Shinki Aoi is coming with enlightenment, and Master Flame Pillar will be fine. Another team member who had just bandaged Shinjiro also sighed. Master Shinjiro is worthy of being the Flame Pillar. According to the retreating swordsman, after the investigation was completed, the upper rank 3 suddenly appeared and killed a team member in public. It was Master Shinjiro who stood up and held the upper rank 3 alone, regardless of his life, so they survived. The upper rank demon, elusive and terrifying, even senior Shinjiro couldn't deal with it. Xiao Banii nodded slightly, and Kabutomaru in his arms was still twisting. Do you feel any other aura? Obanai patted Kabutomaru. Although the flame pillar was not weak, no pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps had survived fighting the upper ranks in the past 100 years, and no one knew the specific information about the upper ranks. According to the information delivered by the crow, it is very likely that the strong man who had previously eliminated the lower ranks was present and rescued Shinjiro after his defeat. The cause of this incident was the death of 2 lower ranks, but this was just an appetizer for the subsequent development. The 3rd upper rank appeared unexpectedly, the flame pillar was seriously injured but obtained information and survived. The appearance of the mysterious strong man and the unclear attitude, this time the pillar meeting was probably very lively. Looking at the direction of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Obanai was determined to quickly kill the lower ranks and become the Snake Pillar as soon as possible to fill the vacancy at the top combat power level of the Demon Slayer Corps and avenge his benefactor. In the evening, in the mansion of the Rengoku family, a medium-sized Shinjiro and a beautiful girl with cherry hair were feasting in the spacious courtyard. Kyojuro, who was eating hard, praised loudly. Congratulations, Mitsurai, you passed the Demon Slayer Corps test easily. I knew you could do it. Mitsurai's face quickly turned red, and she answered a little embarrassedly. Oh, no, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Kyojuro. It's just that the official uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps is so tight. Are all the uniforms of girls like this? It's so uncomfortable. The 2 white rabbits of Kenroji were jumping up and down and swaying left and right with her movements, looking full of energy. Facts have proved that the truth can never be covered up. Even if it breaks through the obstacles of heavy fabrics, it must be frankly exposed to the sun. Kyojuro scratched his head about this question. Although the uniform of the team doctor of Kakura is not like this, the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps and Kakura are different. He has not seen female swordsmen very often, so he doesn't know how to answer. Fortunately, there was no awkward silence. Hearing Mitsurai praising her brother, Chihiro, who was busy serving rice, responded proudly. My brother is really amazing. He is a genius of the Purgatory clan like my father. Mitsurai nodded in agreement and said, the Purgatory clan is really amazing. There are people who can become the Flame Pillar in every generation. By the way, do you know a man named Rengoku Tsunjiro? Thinking of the original intention of joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Mitsurai began to describe Lin Heng's appearance seriously. He looks very similar to you. Let me think. He is a little younger than Kyojuro, The hair and eye color are the same, and by the way, his name is also similar to yours. After searching in his mind, Kyojuro said with some doubts, from what Mitsurai said, he does look like a member of the Purgatory clan, but I have never heard of the name Tsunjiro. And since my mother died, my father has not remarried, and there are only 2 of us brothers and my father left in the Purgatory clan. Mi Li was a little surprised. No matter how she looked at it, Lin Hung belonged to the Purgatory clan. How could there be no such person? Really? Then it seems that we can only ask. The Flame Pillar. Shinjiro-sama is really fierce, drunk all day, very sloppy, and not gentle to girls at all. Mitsurai stuck out her tongue and complained about Shinjiro, then asked timidly, by the way, where did the Flame Pillar go? Did he get drunk outside again? Kyojuro, who was busy eating, raised his head again and answered loudly. Father went to hunt ghosts today. He was actually a very gentle and enthusiastic person before, but his temperament changed drastically after my mother passed away. Without my mother's care, my father drank all day and even tore up the book of the Flame Pillars of all generations. He will probably step down after this time. Ah, how could this happen? Mitsurai covered her mouth in surprise, and Senjiro also lowered his head in depression. Touching his brother's head, Kyojuro put down his bowl and said loudly with confidence. It's okay, don't worry, there will be no vacancy in the Flame Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, I will become the Flame Pillar. As long as I can become a qualified Flame Pillar, my father will definitely cheer up. Patting his brother's back vigorously, Kyojuro smiled confidently. Believe in my brother, Senjiro. Yet. Nodding excitedly, Kyojuro has always admired his elder brother, and he laughed happily after being encouraged. Goo, goo goo. Ga, gaga. The pitch-black crow suddenly flapped its wings and landed on the tree in the courtyard, staring at the 3 people eating and announced loudly. Rengoku family, Rengoku family, Flame Pillar Rengoku Shinjiro-sama was seriously injured by the upper string. He is currently being treated by the Butterfly House and is out of danger. He will stay in the Butterfly House for recuperation and will return to the Flame Pillar's residence soon. The 3 looked at each other in bewilderment. The appearance of the crow was without any sign and brought extremely bad news. Mitsurai Kanroji had tears in her eyes and covered her mouth in shock. Ah! How could this happen? Encountered the upper strings, my father. Kyojuro was stunned and looked ugly, and Chihiro started crying in a low voice. Seeing this, the crow continued to pass on the message. Don't worry, don't worry. The Flame Pillar has been treated by the God's hand and will get better soon. Please take care of yourself, Flame Pillar, and recuperate well. Go to the headquarters to attend the meeting of the pillars in half a month. The crow flew away after delivering the message. The 3 worried people didn't notice that there was an unexpected visitor in the sky who was sneakily looking around the mansion of the Rengoku family. Holding the still crying Chihiro, Kyojuro looked at his father's decadent flame feather placed in the center of the room, which only the Flame Pillars of all generations were qualified to wear, and his fists were lowered and gradually clenched. The sun dispersed the last ray of light at this moment, and night fell. The black skirt blocked the sight of all creatures on the earth. But in the distant imperial capital Tokyo, the city seemed to have just awakened, with golden lights on, people coming and going on the streets, and the lights were bright and bustling. Just behind the magnificent city, a muddy shadow that sank into the ground was making people uncomfortably twisting and moving. Bursts of gunfire came from inside. Clank, clank. Several steaming brass shells fell to the ground, and disappeared into the shadows along with a bunch of things wrapped in tape. The sharp-toothed demon in military uniform dropped his empty pistol and fell backwards. Looking inside through the bullet holes that pierced his head, the white brain matter was surging like the tide. Ha! Just a fatal wound. The bullet holes healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man opened his eyes and regained his sanity from his madness. The dark wolf pupils were engraved with the dark blue word SLAYER. So the restless voice kept echoing underground. This is the nth time I think of that disgusting man. Calm down, Pilang, calm down. Chapter 17. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very good. In the hidden place of the mountains, the courtyard was covered with blooming wisteria flowers, and the young man with a disfigured face was kneeling calmly in the middle of the house. The moonlight was like water, and like the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps of all generations, the terrifying face of Yubayashiki Yoshiya exuded a gentle aura all over his body, which made people feel at ease unconsciously. The black crow flapped its wings and flew in, circling back and forth in the air. "Good evening, my lord. I will report the latest situation to you." The A-class team encountered the lower moon and was completely wiped out. The 12 demon moons are suspected to have appeared in the Tokyo area. The upper moon seems to have appeared in Kiraram Mountain, and swordsmen have been dispatched to track. Hearing the increasingly serious situation, Yubayashiki Yoya couldn't help but sigh. Since 100 years ago, the combat power of demons has suddenly increased a lot. Ordinary demons and lower moons have shown power beyond blood demon arts, and our swordsmen face more difficulties than their predecessors. In a corner where the moonlight cannot reach, a sturdy figure covered in heavy armor. Yoga Tojinsai, who was squatting on the side like a bear and closing his eyes to pretend to sleep, slowly spoke. "I'm afraid these are the inspirations that Muzan and the others have received. The lower moons have become stronger, and it has become more difficult for the pillars to be promoted in the past 100 years. Yubayashiki Yoya nodded and said with a little sadness. "Not only the pillars, there are only a few hundred children in the Demon Slayer Corps, and each one is extremely precious. For hundreds of years, there has been no precedent of the upper strings breaking. Even the pillars would die in battle against them. Fortunately, this time Shinjiro did what his predecessors failed to do, and came back alive to face the upper strings and brought back valuable information." At this time, a soft voice sounded, and a beautiful woman in priest costume slowly walked in. "Yoya, recently the Wind Pillar Fushigawara Sanya reported that the strength of the swordsman who passed the final selection is not as good as before." Yoya looked at his wife Tianyan and shook his head gently. "The situation has been getting worse recently. Rock, wind, water, flame, sound. Each of the pillars of this generation was promoted by killing the lower strings, and they are already the strongest in 100 years. But we still need more pillars, and the swordsmen must grow up quickly. We must get rid of the evil spirits in this era and can't let them continue to do evil." Yoya's firm words revealed a resolute belief. After a pause, he looked at the crow that delivered the letter. "Let the children who are tracking the upper strings withdraw. Our combat power is in short supply and must be used in more valuable places. By the way, Amina, is there anything else?" The white-haired Amina took out 3 letters from his arms and handed them to Yoya. "The former sound pillar Jigoro Kawashima, the former water pillar Seikanji Urokadaki, and the current flame pillar Shinjiro Rengoku request to hold the Naraku ceremony at the same time." Yoga Tojinsai, who had his eyes closed in the shadows, suddenly clenched his long sword, and his eyes as dark as the abyss quietly opened. "Calm down, Jinsai." Yoya stretched out his hand and pressed lightly to calm Jinsai's emotions. "Whether as a pillar or a trainer, the predecessors have already paid too much. The Demon Slayer Corps cannot let them sacrifice everything again." Amini also nodded. "I thought so too, so I did not approve their request and dissuaded them on your behalf." Yoya nodded approvingly and turned to ponder. "Jigoro and Seikanji are old, but why did Shinjiro do this? What should I do if the position of the flame pillar is vacant? He was a little strange when we met last time. What happened?" Thinking of the strangeness of the flame pillar when they met last time, Yoya frowned. The son of the flame pillar, Rengoku Kyojuro, has also joined the Demon Slayer Corps recently. Amini added in time that it was not convenient for the Demon Slayer Corps' intelligence network to investigate the family affairs of the flame pillar Rengoku family. The Demon Slayer Corps has always had a cooperative relationship with the Rengoku clan, and in history, they have relied on each other's power several times to rebuild the Demon Slayer Corps. Compared to the Water Pillar, which is a stable successor of the master-disciple relationship, the Purgatory clan, who are blood-related, are undoubtedly a more stable supporter of the Yubayashiki clan. Yoya said softly, Kyojuro, Shinjiro is at his peak, so he won't let his son succeed so early. There is also information about the upper strings, the mysterious strong man who uses the breath of fire. Let's ask about it at the next meeting of the pillars. Cough cough cough. Yoya suddenly coughed violently, and Tianyan hurriedly put on his coat for him with concern. Reaching out to help Yoya get up, Tianyan said gently, the weather is cold, please take care of yourself. It's okay, Tianyan. Looking at the tight. The girl was so angry that she was about to fall. Yaya smiled and shook his head. He was the only one who knew his body best, because that man would not live for many more years. Standing up and patting his sleeves, Yaya turned his back to the two worried people, and was rarely confused. Speaking of the Purgatory family, my eyes have been able to see a burning flame recently, ahem. But it's different from the past. Will humans fall into hell or will ghosts melt in the sun? Where will fate lead next? My eyes can no longer see more. The sickly young man slowly stood up and stretched out his hands to the sky. Through the hole, the man stared at the eternal moon, and his originally gentle and confused tone suddenly became firm and determined. However, outside the future that the Yubayashiki clan can see, the 12 demon moons, no, even the existence of a higher level, will eventually turn into ashes under the sun. And the fate of humans and ghosts will eventually change. Even if there is no sign, I have always believed this. After saying that, Yaya turned back and gently patted the armor of the man in the shadow. Before that, Jinsei, you have done well, and there is no need to let you bear more. After the voice fell, Yaya walked into the room slowly step by step with the support of Tianyan. Squeak! The wooden door closed and returned to tranquility. Yang Kondu Jinsei trembled, and his dark eyes slowly closed. Although I am weak, I can also understand the feelings of the powerful pillars. I will swear to protect the Lord at all costs, even against the upper strings. The moonlight shone on the cold face of Tai, and the 8 room in his arms was unsheathed, reflecting a cold light. For this, the sin is serious, so what? Chapter 18. The first time, the first time. Half a month later, in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the center of the courtyard with wisteria flowers in full bloom, a group of swordsmen wearing feathers were kneeling on one knee on the ground waiting. Soon, the Demon Slayer Corps' head of the business, Yoya, whose face was half disfigured, came to the room and knelt down, followed by the iron-armored man Yamaizu Jinsei, who was half lying in the shadow. Yoya's eyes swept around. All the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were gathered here. As far as the sight could see, the big monk Yume, the unruly Fushigawara Sanya, the gorgeous Uzui Tenjin, the beautiful and moving Koko Shinobu, and the cold Tomioka Jiyu all bowed their heads and greeted respectfully. His eyes stayed on the enthusiastic Rengoku Kyojuro for a while, and after a pause, Yaya bowed gently and spoke. Half a year, my beloved swordsman, it seems that everyone is doing well, I am sincerely happy for you. After the enlightenment, the demons are getting stronger and stronger, and the burden on you will be heavier in the future. I hope that everyone can support each other and unite as one. I hope you can take good care of your health. The health of the Lord is the most important. The pillars responded in unison, but everyone's eyes were inevitably attracted by the figure wearing a haori. In addition, Lord, the unruly wind pillar, Fushigawara Shima, took the lead in attacking. Shouldn't the flame pillar be Mr. Rengoku? Why does he appear in such an occasion if he is not a pillar? Is he worthy of knowing the information of the pillar? Don't embarrass Kyojuro, Shima. Shinjiro was seriously injured and brought back the information of the upper string. Now he needs to recuperate at home. Yaya stopped Shima and turned to Kyojuro with concern. How is Shinjiro's recovery? He was a little abnormal before that. You must be worried about Shinjiro. Can you tell me what's going on at home? Yes, My lord! Please don't worry. After the battle with the upper strings, my father's health has recovered very well. But since my mother passed away, my father has become increasingly depressed. Now he drinks all day and doesn't even want to step out of the door. Yaya sighed and said, Shinjiro said he wanted to rest last time, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. So that's it. By Minjiu Xingmei, who had been reciting Buddhist scriptures with tears in his eyes, said firmly at this time. Although Mr. Rengoku has been the pillar for the longest time, the position of the Demon Slayer Corps is unshakable, which is really a pity. The gorgeous Uzui Tenjin also added, let Mr. Rengoku retire. Such a pillar is not gorgeous and will bring a bad atmosphere to ordinary team members. Although the pillars are currently short of manpower, drunkards are useless, but if the flame pillar is left vacant, what should we do now? Shimei asked unwillingly, pounding the ground, and everyone fell into deep thought. It doesn't matter, I will be the flame pillar. And after I become the flame pillar, I believe that my father will definitely regain his motivation. Kyojuro, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately raised his hand and spoke confidently. You little devil, how dare you speak so arrogantly here, what qualifications do you have to be a pillar? Shimei spoke viciously, he was extremely disgusted with people like Kyojuro who didn't know the height of the world, and unqualified swordsmen were most likely to be eaten by demons. My lord, please forgive me. I can't bear it anymore. I have to teach this arrogant guy a lesson now. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiyu rolled up his sleeves and came to Kyojuro in an instant, punching him with all his strength without mercy. So fast, is this the speed of the wind pillar Fuzugawa Shiya? Kyojuro lowered his head to avoid the attack. Shiya took advantage of the situation and raised his long legs high to pull down. Kyojuro stretched out his hand to block it helplessly, and in a short time, the two fought several times. Shiya's attack became more and more fierce, but Kyojuro just dodged blindly, defending but not attacking, and only blocked when he encountered an attack that could not be avoided. Everyone present was a little surprised at Kyojuro's strength. He only defended but not attacked, and he could not lose the wind under Shiya's violent attack. Only Yubayashiki Yoya frowned, he didn't want to see the swordsmen fighting each other. Zhang! In the shadows, Jinsai drew his sword and warned in a hoarse voice. Everyone, this is in front of the Lord, please be careful about your behavior. Wind Pillar Fuzugawa Shimizu, how long do you want to mess around? The two men who were fighting separated instantly. Shimizu fell back to his original position, knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Lord, please forgive me, I was too radical just now. Too reckless, Shimizu, I know you are worried about Yan, the successor of the pillar. But Kyojuro is a good kid. You have just seen his strength. Please apologize to him. Shiya snorted and bowed his head unwillingly to apologize. Kyojuro did not care about Shiya's offense just now and answered loudly. It doesn't matter. I will prove myself to everyone. Yaya turned his head and looked at Kyojuro softly. Rengoku Kyojuro, I think you should know the conditions for promotion to the pillar. Even if you are the eldest son of the Rengoku family, you cannot directly succeed the flame pillar. You just showed the courage to become a pillar. Next, please prove to everyone that you have the ability to serve as a pillar. There are signs of the 12 demon moons in Tokyo. It was originally Shinjiro's jurisdiction. Please set out now to fight. Yes, I will take on the responsibility of my father. I will kill the evil ghosts with my own hands and become the flame pillar. Kyojuro replied confidently, turned and left, the flaming Haori behind him swaying and disappearing from everyone's sight. Looking at the boy's back, Xingming asked. Have you foreseen the future of this young man killing the 12 demon moons? Or is it just intuition? It's not just intuition, I have a hunch about Rengoku Kyojuro. Yoya responded as he looked at Kyojuro's back. He will be the one who turns the fate of the Demon Slayer Corps in the near future, I have such a feeling. Clapping his hands, Pulling everyone who was still thinking back to the topic, Yoya cleared his throat. Okay, although I believe Kyojuro can become a pillar, some information cannot be revealed to him before he does it. Now I declare the official start of the pillar meeting. Regarding the appearance of the upper strings and the mysterious strong man, I want to hear your opinions. Looking around at everyone, Yubayashiki Yoya continued to talk about the known information. Although Shinjiro was seriously injured in this battle, he brought us information about the upper ranks. The demon that appeared this time is the upper rank 3. The sound pillar Uzui Tenjin, who is in charge of intelligence work, immediately stood up and explained to everyone on the spot the appearance characteristics and fighting methods of Akeza. Watching the information about the upper ranks, Shinobu Koko of the Butterfly House spoke first. Regarding this matter, Aoi's report said that although Mr. Rengoku was seriously injured, it was not fatal. The opponent seemed to have deliberately let Mr. Rengoku go. Water Pillar Tomioka-jiu thought. There is no reason for the upper ranks to hold back. It was not far from dawn at that time. Could it be that the time limit made the upper ranks afraid and ran away? Shinobu Koko shook her head and added, in fact, Mr. Rengoku's physical function has declined a lot due to long-term alcoholism. The probability of him being able to hold out for so long in front of the upper ranks is very low if he is not at his peak. Rock Pillar Biming Yuxing said calmly, so the upper strings should have some concerns and didn't kill them in the end. I tend to think that someone intervened for some purpose. Fuzugawa Shiya slightly side-eyed, are you saying that besides the Demon Slayer Corps, there are others who can threaten the upper strings? Not only that, according to the Flame Pillar, the mysterious strong man who gorgeously killed 2 lower strings used the breath of flame, and his attainments were even higher than his. I don't think this is accidental. Tenjin, who had finished his explanation, revealed the shocking news. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How could someone's breath of flame be stronger than the current flame pillar, and even the Demon Slayer Corps didn't even have any news before? Waiting patiently for everyone to think, Yaya spoke gently. As one of the 5 fundamental breathing methods, the breath of flame is widely used. It would not be surprising if it spread out. Although I don't know who this mysterious person is, his position is temporarily inclined to us. Please approach him with a friendly attitude when investigating. Yes. All the pillars responded in unison. Yoya finally stood up to summarize the meeting. The last thing is the crusade against the upper strings. Once you find any traces, you must ensure your own safety first. At least 3 pillars must be gathered. And the attack can only be launched after reporting to the headquarters and obtaining approval. In the final stage, Yubayashiki Yoya bowed solemnly to everyone and sincerely thanked the pillars for their efforts. Please pay attention to safety, everyone present. You are the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is an order. Above, disband. As you command. Please take care of yourself, my lord. The pillars stood up and left one after another, and finally only the tall rock pillar remained in place to continue chanting. Chiomei, is there anything else to say? The rock pillar clasped his hands together, tears streaming from his eyes as he said, My lord, I think the position of the person who killed the lower moon is still unclear, so we can't jump to conclusions. In addition, there is another unusual thing. Recently, a miracle has been circulating in my jurisdiction. Chapter 19. The owls flew everywhere, looking east and west, enjoying themselves. Walking on the wide streets, passers-by in the imperial capital stared at the combination of one man and one bird curiously. Hey, you're flying too conspicuously, everyone is looking at us. We finally came to Tokyo, please be normal and calm down, cuckoo. Lin Hung angrily scolded the owl that was flying in the sky and couldn't come down. It has been half a month since the last meeting with Akeza. Lin Hung and Cuckoo have been practicing in the mountains. They can be said to be savages isolated from the world. During this period, the aura of Akeza appeared several times, and it seemed that it was looking for Lin Hung everywhere. But before he had the ability to fully adapt, Lin Heng had always been low-key and avoided it whenever possible. Now that his practice was finally completed, he naturally wanted to come to the city to indulge himself. Goo, goo goo. Goo goo reluctantly fell on Lin Heng's shoulder, but Lin Heng would not care about these trivial matters. After all, this was also caused by him. Goo goo was going crazy recently, and the ham sausage promised to Goo goo at the beginning had not been fulfilled yet. Super perception concentration of nature was activated, covering Lin Heng and Goo goo. So the strange combination of one person and one bird came to the center of the street to walk around. Pedestrians on the road came and went, but naturally avoided them, as if they had not seen them. If I had learned this trick earlier, I would not be driven away when I went to the hot spring bath again, Lin Heng thought a little divergently. The power of time is great. Unconsciously, he has begun to adapt to the life in the demon world. There is no ham sausage, let's go eat dorayaki. Lin Heng pointed to the display cabinet at the door of the street shop, which was filled with rows of food. Hey, boss, 2 dorayaki. Okay, brother, your dorayaki, do you want to try the newly arrived bubble soda? It's a gift. The saleswoman came out of the house and responded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Heng followed suit. The lady borrowed money from Lin Heng and handed him the food. 10 cents for the sincere discount, be careful when opening the soda. Lin Heng suddenly shook, as if he accidentally fell next to the display car, and the saleswoman hurried over to help him. You are not hurt, how do you feel? The warm-hearted saleswoman suddenly exclaimed. Hey! Little brother, have you been here just now? You bought a lot of things and brought a super cute girl with you. I'm so sorry, I also want to have a girl to accompany me, but unfortunately there is only a greedy little bird around me. Touching Goo goo's head, Lin Heng smiled. Just a joke, I wish you a prosperous business. After thanking him, Lin Heng stood up, took the dorayaki, waved his hand and left. At this time, it seems that Kyojuro and Mitsurai have arrived in Tokyo. Although there is this variable, the plot still converges back to the original work, which is a favorable condition. Shaking the time bomb in his hand, Lin Heng smiled playfully. The ghost who uses guns is really born at the wrong time. Let's see what fun will happen next. Lin Heng stretched his body and shook the bubble soda in his hand. The sky blue color seemed very advanced in this era. Hey! This soda is quite difficult to open. The white little hand exerted a little force. Puff! The bottle cap of the soda was unscrewed. It's gushing out again. Soda is hard to open and not tasty. The girl took a bite of the dorayaki. The sugary red bean paste made her squint her eyes in satisfaction and she couldn't help but sigh with happiness. Sure enough, dorayaki is still the best. With a big bag of dorayaki in front of her chest, Mitsurai jumped up and followed the young man in front of her wearing a haori. Well, it's delicious, but I still prefer beef pot bento. Kyojuro answered loudly. I like it too, but it's worthy of being the imperial capital. There are delicious foods everywhere. It's so big and prosperous. Mitsurai, who opened her heart, had stars in her eyes, and then said embarrassedly with a blush on her face. Everyone seems to be staring at me. It's all because of the pervert Masayo's uniform design. It's too revealing and can't cover anything. Ha 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 ha, the clothes fit very well and Mitsurai looks good in them. Kyojuro answered loudly, looking around with sharp eagle eyes. There was no trace of evil spirits anywhere. Although he didn't find any, Kyojuro encouraged without any discouragement, the capital is the father's. My dear master's jurisdiction, I must find the 12 demon moons and become the flame pillar. I will protect everyone with my own hands and cheer my father up again. Good ambition. Kyojuro and Kanroji Mitsurai have obvious characteristics, handsome men and beautiful women, and they did not deliberately hide themselves, which attracted a lot of attention. Lin Heng, who found them soon, followed them from a distance. According to common sense, they can deal with it, but recently there is a difficult guy who is chasing him madly, and he can't let him interfere. At night in this era, the central streets of Tokyo are already brightly lit. However, if the perspective is shifted to the top, the several high-rise buildings on the edge of the city are still dark. Only the moonlight sometimes breaks through the clouds and hits it alone, making the wall look pale. On one of the inconspicuous rooftops, Akaza, who was leaning against the wall, was playing with the detonator wrapped with tape in his palm with great interest. Beside him, Pilang knelt on one knee and waited anxiously for Akaza's instructions. On the night of revenge that he had carefully prepared, this adult ranked third in the sequence suddenly visited him, which made him a little confused. The detonator was thrown back and forth in his hand casually, and Pilang's face changed. He wanted to remind him, but he didn't dare to say a word. Finally, Akaza stopped, threw the detonator to Pilang casually, and asked with some concern. "Are you sure that you can attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps with those little things?" The shadow opened, and the detonator was swallowed by the shadow cavity. Pilang breathed a sigh of relief and answered respectfully. "Yes, sir, guns, gunpowder, bombs, although they look inconspicuous, they are terrifyingly lethal. The era of the samurai sword is over. In the future, wars will be dominated by firearms. They have a long attack range, strong power, and low training costs." "Humph! How shameless!" Akatsuka interrupted Pilang with some displeasure, and retorted strongly, "The era of martial arts will never end. Gunpowder, firearms, everything is just the outside ways of the weak." Pilang, who was kneeling and explaining enthusiastically, fell silent. Seeing this, Akatsuka waved his hand and ordered with some boredom. "What a stubborn guy, forget it, I only have one request, make a big fuss, I will watch you. Pilang, go and kill the flame pillar." Pilang, who was dressed in military uniform, was stunned, and then trembled with excitement. Thank you very much, Lord Akatsuka, that's what I want." Swoosh! Akuza's figure disappeared. With an excited heart and shaking hands, Pilang couldn't believe it. He actually got the recognition and support of the organization. "The dream-making master Akaza is online to support you, and he is making a masterpiece with one click to help you realize your dream." Pilang was so excited that his back became stiff. He couldn't wait to take out the telescope from his shadow and observe the street from a distance. The sight shifted back and forth, and finally locked the target. The young man and woman searching on the street were framed. The camera lens was still unaware that the crisis had quietly arrived. Pilang's eyes widened, and the young man in the flame feather in the lens gradually overlapped with the nightmare shadow in his memory, and then merged into one. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Unstoppable laughter came out of Pilang's mouth. Excitement, trembling, fear, joy. At the moment when Pilang pulled the trigger, the thousands of emotions rolling in his mind suddenly calmed down strangely for a moment. Purgatory, revenge time has begun. Boom! 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 Ginza, Honjo, Yoshiwara, Fukagawa, Asakusa. Following the footsteps of Pilang's shadow, time bombs that were hidden and scattered in various areas of Tokyo were activated at the same time. The blazing flames lit up in an instant, and then expanded rapidly. The flames engulfed everything, mercilessly blooming light and heat, as if a grand fireworks show was held on the curtain called Tokyo. A series of earth-shaking explosions, tall buildings began to be destroyed from the base, and then collapsed, smashing into the dense crowd like a tidal wave. If someone happened to look down from the sky, the originally magnificent Tokyo streets would light up in an instant, and then fall into darkness piece by piece. But soon, the orange-red flames covered the surface again, and became more and more intense. Tokyo suddenly seemed low and empty, leaving only the wailing crowd, the sound of pain, and the blazing fire that gradually rose to the sky. Chapter 20. The explosion woke up the whole of Tokyo, and the flames that shot up into the sky illuminated the city that was in the transition period between ancient and modern times. In those areas where no bombs were placed, people who had escaped by chance walked out of their homes in panic and came to the streets. They were horrified to find that the familiar blocks in the past were gone. Looking up, they saw only ruins, wailing and chaos. What happened? The dorayaki held in front of her chest fell unconsciously. Mitsurai Kanroji trembled slightly, widened her eyes, and looked at the purgatory scene in front of her in disbelief. In this noisy environment, a sinister bullet cut through the air and shot directly at Kyojuro and the other man. The inexperienced girl knew nothing and was still immersed in the shock brought by the explosion. Mitsurai, be careful! Bang! Kyojuro, who was always on guard, suddenly exerted force and pushed Mitsurai away. The next moment, a deep bullet mark appeared on the wall behind them, and a pungent smell of gunpowder came. Mr. Purgatory, is this a ghost attack? There are explosions everywhere on the street. What should we do now? Mitsurai, who was performing a mission for the first time, covered her mouth in shock and was still a little at a loss. Kyojuro clenched his fists, but did not lose his mind and ordered calmly. Mitsurai, go and help everyone solve the bombs now. Leave the ghosts hiding in the dark to me, please. Well, I'll go over to help right away. Kyojuro, you have to be careful. Nodding, Mitsurai, who had a mission, immediately ran towards the burning street. What a pity! Pei Lang on the roof spat regretfully. Since he was dodged, he would fire another shot. Reaching out to take out the bullet from the shadow, Pei Lang reloaded and aimed again, but only Mitsurai, who was running, was left in the mirror. Gone. Where is she? Breathing of flame, one form, Shiranui. The next moment, a raging fire burst out, and Kyojuro stepped on the flames from the ground. The sun-wheel sword wrapped in red flames slashed forward, and the momentum went straight for Pei Lang's head. Subconsciously smashing the rifle in his hand at Kyojuro, Pei Lang did a backflip to avoid the slash of the flames. Then Pei Lang landed steadily on the ground, and then rolled quickly, pulling back the distance. Swish! The sun-wheel sword fiercely cut the gun into two sections, and Kyojuro's furious figure fell to the ground, and his sharp eagle eyes pierced Pei Lang. There are numbers in your left eye. As expected, you are the 12 demon moons directly under Muzan Kibutsuji. Kyojuro continued angrily, it's unforgivable, despicable, and you actually attacked ordinary citizens indiscriminately. Pei Lang, who rolled away in embarrassment, stood still and then roared hysterically. All this is because of you. They all died to force you out. The humiliation you once left me is so unforgettable, but today is your death. Wake up, Purgatory! Kyojuro said loudly and seriously, because of me? I can't understand it at all. Who are you? What, you dare to forget it? Ah! Pei Lang gritted his teeth in hatred, and was so crazy that he couldn't help himself. Bang! 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 Several consecutive gunshots, bullets shot into the demon's head one after another, and the empty pistol was thrown on the ground casually. Pei Lang, who was in a frenzy, used the pain to force himself to calm down, and then looked at Kyojuro with a sinister look. Okay, very good, it doesn't matter. Even if you forget, I will make you remember it when I die. Boom! 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 Behind Kyojuro, the sky-high flames rose again. The second round of timed explosions, a series of explosions came from the streets, people's collapse and cries, and the wailing sound resounded throughout Tokyo. Kill him as soon as possible, and then help everyone earlier. Having made up his mind, Kyojuro clenched the Nichiren sword and prepared to attack. However, the next moment, a bullet shot at his forehead at high speed. Kyojuro reacted quickly and raised the Nichiren sword to block and protect the vitals. In a hurry, the violent impact of the bullet made him step back several steps. Where did the bullet come from? The pistol on the opposite side had been emptied just now, and it was thrown on the ground. Kyojuro looked up and saw a dozen muskets sticking out from the front of Pilang's torso. The next moment, the muskets fired at once, and a dense rain of bullets swept towards Kyojuro. There were too many of them, and the speed was too fast, so there was no time to dodge. Running footsteps. Stopping, Kyojuro changed to holding the knife with both hands and facing the rain of bullets. Then don't avoid it, attack head-on. Fourth form, Vortex of Flames. The red flame vortex sucked in all the incoming bullets. The impact force was quickly dissipated by the layers of intertwined flames, and broken bullets fell to the ground one by one. Tisk, it's really hard, the weapon is overheated. The dense flames suddenly stagnated, and white smoke came out of the muzzle of Pilang's gun. Without the suppression of firepower, the flame vortex dispersed, but Kyojuro in the center was gone. Damn it, damn purgatory! Pilang threw away the overheated gun, and a dark shadow began to fluctuate on his chest. Kyojuro, who was hiding behind the wooden board, had his eyes lit up. Found it, it's a shadow. That should be the effect of his blood demon art, which can take out guns with the shadow as the medium in his body. Without finding Kyojuro, Pilang pulled out 2 pistols from his chest and loudly provoked Kyojuro. No matter where you hide, remember, countless people in Tokyo will die because of you today. Listen to their wailing, Rengoku, can you still call yourself a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Are you worthy of the feathers on your body? What flame pillar, are you worthy? You can't even protect ordinary people, it's you who killed them. It's because of you that they died. It is precisely because of the existence of evil ghosts like you that humans will never have peace. Kyojuro will not doubt himself because of the opponent's offensive words, he gritted his teeth, his will never waver. He clenched the Nichiren sword, and with one hand, he pushed the wooden board he was hiding on to Pilang. So it's hidden here. Pilang let out a strange howl, and pulled the trigger quickly with both hands. Several consecutive bullets penetrated the wooden board, but there was no figure behind him. It should be up there. With a roar, Kyojuro, who had jumped with the help of a wooden board, fell from the air, and the flames rose. 3 forms, arrogance. The red Nichiren sword slashed into Pilang's neck fiercely, but the lower string too in front of him smiled. What a pity! Has anger narrowed your vision, purgatory? The sticky texture came from the Nichiren sword, and Kyojuro's face changed slightly. It didn't hit the entity, and the blade seemed to be stuck in a muddy swamp, unable to be pulled out or inserted. Unbelievable, the opponent wrapped his neck tightly with a shadow, and the Nichiren sword couldn't cut the vitals. Blood demon art can do this, is this the 12 demon moons? It's hard to imagine that the pillars are facing such a terrifying opponent. Realizing that Pilang is difficult to deal with, Kyojuro's veins popped up on his hands, and he swung the Nichiren sword even harder. Oh, continue to struggle weakly. Pilang raised his mouth, and a mass of objects wrapped in black tape fell out of the screen in front of his chest. It's a bomb. Kyojuro's fiery red pupils shrank. Bingo! The answer is correct, but there is no reward. Pilang laughed wildly, controlling the shadow to light the fuse. I'll give you a big explosion, and you'll fall into purgatory like this. Ha ha ha. The next moment, the flames suddenly erupted with the bomb as the center point, instantly engulfing the two who were still in a stalemate. Chapter 21. The explosion was so intense that the explosion was so intense. Boom. The expanding flames bloomed like a red lotus, gorgeous and deadly. The surging air waves from the explosion threw the man and the ghost in the center far away, turning them into 2 small dots in the air. Ahem, I went too far. I didn't control the distance well, and the damage was too great. Pei Lang's somewhat embarrassed voice sounded in the air. At this moment, his body had disappeared, leaving only a head that was sent into the sky by the bomb. The air waves pushed him to roll forward in the air. Flying over the burning blocks, the wailing of the crowd came from below, and Pei Lang admired his masterpiece complacently. Although he was now in a state of disgrace, his revenge was avenged and his long-cherished wish was fulfilled. Pei Lang was in a very happy mood at the moment. With such a powerful force, you have been blown into pieces with your human body. Just turn into dust in sorrow, die powerlessly and painfully, this is your fate. Purgatory, purgatory. He 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 he. As the power of the explosion gradually passed, Pei Lang's head drew a not-so-beautiful parabola, flew over several blocks and fell heavily to the ground. He was a little dizzy and wanted to rub his head, but his hands had not regenerated yet. So Pei Lang's head could only continue to roll on the ground, muttering in a confused manner. Is it an illusion? Lord Akaza, why are you here too? There is also a woman. Pei Lang's vision was constantly turning upside down, and he rolled forward on the ground. Just now when he was falling in the air, he vaguely saw the familiar blue ghost pattern. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Akaza seems to be confronting a shameless busted woman with an open heart. Snap! Pei Lang's head, which was constantly rolling, was stepped on and stopped, and the whole ghost was dizzy now. Who is it? Who is stepping on my head? Let me go immediately. Having just avenged the flame purgatory, and being humiliated like this without stopping, Pei Lang was furious at the moment. He tried desperately to raise his head, but in vain. He couldn't do it at all. After trying for a while, he could only stop decadently. It's not an illusion. Where is Lord Akaza? Come out and save him quickly. As if dissatisfied with Pei Lang's struggle, the foot that was stepping on his head gradually increased its strength. Now Pei Lang couldn't move at all, and his vision was completely covered by a small foot. Oh, it's so lively today, so many familiar faces. Release the left foot that was stepping on the evil ghost's head. Lin Heng, wrapped in a black cloak, took 2 steps back, then raised his right leg high. The next moment, a powerful and heavy instep shot the out-of-condition Pei Lang on the ground spiraled towards Akaza. Bang! The strong arm wrapped with demon patterns stretched out and steadily caught the flying Pei Lang. Shaking his feet, Lin Heng greeted Akaza politely. Long time no see, upper rank 3, Akaza. Akaza threw the Pei Lang that was all over his hand behind him and laughed softly. Your way of greeting is very special. This time too, did you come here specifically to save this girl? It's time to let me see your true face. Lin Heng stood in front of the sweaty Kanroji Mitsurai without hurrying. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing his true face, and turned back to smile at Mitsurai. It seems that I have a great affinity with people who have a high affinity with the breath of fire, and this time I arrived just in time. I was right, right? We meet again, Miss Kanroji Mitsurai. Huff, huff. Mitsurai, who was panting heavily, heard the words and barely raised her head to look at Lin Heng who was speaking. Lin Heng reached out and supported Mitsurai. I was a little nervous before, but now it seems that recommending the Demon Slayer Corps to you is the right choice. Just as I thought, your strength is very suitable here. After thinking for a while, Lin Heng fumbled in his cloak for a while, took out a pink knife he had just bought on the street and threw it to Mitsurai. It's a small gift. It looks inconspicuous, but it's actually very sharp. It's not easy to be discovered if you hide it in your hand. Congratulations on successfully joining the Demon Slayer Corps and mastering your own breathing. Hey hey. Hurriedly catching the knife, and seeing Lin Heng's face under his cloak up close, the breathless Kanroji Mitsurai's eyes widened instantly. She was busy saving people just now and bumped into Akaza who was passing by. He was sweating profusely after just one encounter. Fortunately, the other party did not kill women, and he broke through at the critical moment of life and death and realized the breath of love. Mitsurai barely survived a few moves under Akaza, and survived until Lin Heng came and escaped. Mitsurai, who was protected by Lin Heng and escaped from the crisis, shouted in surprise. It's you! Heng Xiaolang, the original Mr. Purgatory. Akaza narrowed his eyes and licked his lips thoughtfully. This unique appearance, it turns out that you have a close relationship with the Flame Pillar. By the way, I don't think I have killed anyone from the Purgatory clan, I'm really looking forward to it. On the other side, Pilang, who had just recovered and had taken on a human form, lay on the ground, his brain still in a mess. He rubbed his eyes and looked ahead in disbelief. Seeing Lin Heng's face, Pilang, who was in chaos, went completely crazy. You guy, you dare to be intact, kill you, I'm going to kill you now, Purgatory. Without time to think, Pilang on the ground jumped up, took out a musket from his shadow and attacked at high speed. Hey, what are you doing? Come back quickly, idiot! Pilang's fearless action was too sudden, even Akaza was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly stopped him. But the crazy Pilang was already crazy, and the raging anger in his chest would never end until Purgatory was completely dead. Alas, what a troublesome kid! Sighing, Lin Heng said slowly. I will make it clear in advance that I will not take the initiative to intervene in the battle of the Flame Pillar. The super perception and convergence that enveloped the whole body was lifted at this moment. No longer concealing, the blazing fighting spirit instantly broke out of the body, burning everything in the world like the fire of Purgatory. The premise is, don't continue to disrespect me. A white hand stretched out from the black cloth, and then gently placed on the handle of the sun wheel sword. Little devil playing with a gun, from now on. The cloak behind him moved without wind, and Lin Heng's indifferent voice sounded at this moment, like the final judgment of the god of death in the prison. If you move recklessly, you will die. Respected king, the power of the gods is like a prison. Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, the eyes of the sudden attacking Pilang suddenly became clear. The body seemed to be in a scorching purgatory, and the water in every cell was almost evaporated. Behind Pilang, cold sweat flowed out like a waterfall. His posture at the moment was very strange. His thighs had been raised, but they could only hang high in the air. His body was trembling constantly, and it was difficult to land. Will die! Will die! Will die! What's going on? This guy is not at the same level at all. I was deceived. He is definitely not Purgatory. If I don't obey, I will die. Pilang's brain was twitching violently. Snap! 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 Wonderful, extremely outstanding fighting spirit, tempered by thousands of times, impeccable, and almost reaching the highest realm. Applause sounded, and Akaza walked over enthusiastically with an excited look on his face. Reaching out and patting Pilang's shoulder, Akaza's terrifying fighting spirit burst out in an instant, covering the entire street. At this moment, all the living creatures present felt a deep chill in their hearts as they were watched by their natural enemies. Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, his steps softened. Ganlu Temple Mitsurai lay on Lin Heng weakly, forcing herself to support herself from falling head first. The scorching breath of Purgatory was temporarily blocked by the warrior's sincere fighting spirit. Akaza was not afraid at all, and stared at Lin Heng tit for tat. After walking through the gate of hell, Pilang's body relaxed, and then he collapsed to the ground. Glancing at Pilang with disdain, Akaza coldly taught him a lesson. See, Pilang, this is the result of blindly relying on external forces. Even if your weapons are powerful enough, you don't have the mind to control them. Back off, this is no longer a guy you can deal with, watch me carefully from behind. Pilang responded twice incoherently, and still lay on the ground like a ball of mud. Akaza's eyebrows wrinkled visibly, and he glared at Pilang fiercely. Under super perception, Akaza's emotions were extremely excited, angry, disappointed, and disdainful. Also, it was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible, that hidden in the depths of his soul. Reluctance. In the past, he never looked down on the weak. But this time, ANCESTOR shouted at Pilang in a rare high voice. Stand up, Pilang! Your enemy is still dead, stand up quickly and kill the flame pillar now. Don't be a coward, remember, there is only one thing you should do, revenge. Things are getting interesting, Lin Hung slightly raised his lips. In the past, ANCESTOR would encourage his subordinates so considerately and help him rekindle his fighting spirit. It seems that something is changing silently. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the red gold sun blade on the waist was unsheathed. After helping the girl on his back to stand firmly, Lin Hung turned a few sword flowers, and the sun blade pointed at ANCESTOR. How about we go to another place to play, upper rank 3? Interesting suggestion, but why should I listen to you? The evil ghost showed a vicious smile on his face, and the 12-pointed snowflake formation slowly emerged under his feet. Chapter 22. The battle was in full swing. Just when Tokyo was caught in a fierce battle. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the Yubayashiki residence where wisteria flowers are in full bloom. The moonlight is like water, and the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya, is sitting quietly thinking. The voice of Yamaizu Jinsai, who is wearing heavy armor, sounded behind him. You have been thinking for a long time. Are you thinking about Kyojuro and the upper strings? Are you worried that he can't complete the mission this time? Hearing this, Yoya chuckled and shook his head. No, on the contrary, I believe that with the child's strength, he will be able to complete the task successfully. Although the upper strings are powerful, we have accomplished a feat that has not been seen for 100 years. Shinjiro has proved that the power of the upper strings is not without limits, and we can deal with it. Compared to before, Yaya seemed much more confident at this moment. As you can see, the pillars of this generation are closest to the Warring States period. I believe that they can also kill the upper strings together. Yogeto Jinsai thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively. Then you must be thinking about the mysterious strong man. Yoya nodded gently. Seeing that the guess was right, Jinsai comforted him with some doubts. My lord, don't worry too much about this. The other party has killed 2 lower strings and saved the flame pillar from the hands of the demons. No matter how you look at it, they are on our side. Based on the current intelligence, the other party's position does overlap with ours. As soon as the voice changed, Yaya was a little confused. We know nothing about him, but he seems to be very familiar with our intelligence. We have already deployed all our forces, but we still can't find his trace. This lord who has always been wise rarely asked questions. It's like he is deliberately avoiding the Demon Slayer Corps. If he is really a friendly party, do you think this situation is normal? This. Renze was speechless for a moment. As for Lin Hung, it really seemed like he appeared out of thin air, and there was no intelligence at all. Maybe there is another hidden story. Yaya shook his head slightly and continued with a little distress. For hundreds of years, only our Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting alone at night. Who is the third party that suddenly appeared to be the enemy of the demons, and what is its purpose? Turning around, Yaya sighed. This unknown may be the most terrifying. Fortunately, Xingming seems to have found some traces of the other party recently. Yogadu Renzai bowed his head and said respectfully, My lord is wise, I didn't think it through. As he was speaking, the deep voice of Xingming from Beiming Island sounded outside the door, My lord, the leader of the spread has been brought to the front hall. Yaya slowly stood up and said gently, Please let the old man wait for a moment, I will come soon. Renzai stood up silently and looked far away at the imperial capital. The top combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps is already stretched to its limit, and it is best not to use the evil sword on his waist forever. Rengoku Kyojuro, please come back alive. The Demon Slayer Corps has never been vacant of the flame pillar. The Lord has high hopes for you, you can do it. Closing his eyes, Renzai prayed silently for Kyojuro. Come on, Rengoku Kyojuro, please hold on. Come on, Kyojuro, hold on, you can do it, get up quickly and kill the evil spirits. In the collapsed building, Kyojuro's voices of encouragement came out one after another, and he supported his body and barely crawled out of the ruins. Not long ago, in the Tokyo battlefield, Kyojuro, who had fallen into a brief coma, woke up from a ruin, covered in blood. He swept away the debris on his body and simply treated the wound with a bandage to stop the blood from flowing out. Kyojuro barely stood up and staggered towards the sun blade not far away. The distance of the explosion was too close. The moment he saw the bomb, Kyojuro knew it was too late to evade. The moment before the flames engulfed him, Kyojuro decisively let go of the sun blade, and then turned around and kicked Pilang. With the recoil of this kick, Kyojuro successfully opened a distance, reduced the damage caused by the explosion, and finally survived. Buzz! With tinnitus in his ears and an unsettling chill in his heart, Kyojuro turned his head sharply. That ghostly aura, something is over there. At the moment when Akaza was furious, Kyojuro, whose forehead was bleeding, suddenly changed his expression and stared at the street next to him. This sense of oppression was far greater than that of Pilang. Could it be upper rank being exploded by Akaza not far away? Attracted by the fighting spirit, Kyojuro ignored his injuries and ran to help. As the distance approached, deafening sounds came. Kyojuro gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Who is this fierce battle? Bang! 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 Huge collisions sounded continuously, and two figures, one blue and one black, kept crossing. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for Mitsurai Kanroji to catch it with her dynamic vision, and after images appeared on the trajectory of the two's movements. The steel fist wrapped in the dark blue energy and the blade wrapped in golden flames collided hundreds of times in a short period of time, and the impact swept the street, raising huge wind and sand. Wherever the two passed, the street became flat like a field that had been ruthlessly plowed. The remaining high-rise buildings were torn apart inch by inch, and the already broken earth was rumbling. The area where Akaza and Lin Hung fought had become a vacuum zone, and no one could approach it. Both Pilang and Kanroji Mitsurai could only stand there in shock, praying and quietly waiting for the result. Hey! Mitsurai, are you okay? What's going on? Who are the two fighting over there? At this time, a loud voice came, and Mitsurai turned back and looked carefully. Kyojuro, who was desperately rushing over, was waving at her from the opposite side. Obviously, Kyojuro was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and even in his prime, he did not dare to break into it. Although the distance was not far, the two fighting were like in another dimension, not at the same level at all. Kyojuro, are you okay? How did you get so badly injured? How do you feel now? Seeing Kyojuro covered in injuries, Mitsurai said with worried eyes. That was Mr. Purgatory who I met at the beginning. He just arrived in time to save me. After a pause, Mitsurai looked at Kyojuro with some concern and continued. Please don't get excited. The demon he fought was upper string 3. Kyojuro was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted his chest to comfort Mitsurai. Don't worry, the injury is not serious. I'm still very energetic. Kyojuro clenched his fists and whispered. I know, Mitsurai. As for upper string 3, that's not the field I can reach at the moment, so don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Mitsurai looked at Kyojuro distressedly, and just as she was about to continue comforting him, a hearty whistle interrupted her. Akuza's excited voice echoed in the ruins. Very good, I'm excited all over after a long time. You're really a good opponent. The fists and swords met, but this time they didn't continue to fight. The two figures bounced off and fell to the ground separately. After a short and fierce fight, Lin Hung and Akaza stood apart. A few sword flowers spun in the air, and the sun blade returned to the sheath. Thank you for the compliment. Then, Lin Heng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Let's stop the boring test here. The continuous roar suddenly stopped, and the battlefield fell into a strange silence. The eyes of the two spectators turned uncontrollably to the two parties standing in the center of the battlefield. Compared to Akaza, who was panting slightly, the boy who was fighting with him was neat and tidy, and he didn't look like he had just fought with the upper demon. Kyojuro and Mitsurai looked at each other, and their pupils shrank at the same time. He was fighting against the upper demon, and he was not even inferior to him. Who on earth is this? Who is this? Chapter 23. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Kyojuro's eyes moved back and forth between Lin Heng and Akaza. The strong warrior with blue demon patterns all over his body, the demon named Akaza, had upper string and 3 engraved in his pupils. There was no mistake, it was him, the guy who had seriously injured his father and nearly killed him. How could he suddenly appear here? Kyojuro couldn't help but tighten the Nichiren blade in his hand. The boy in a black cloak who was confronting him next to him was holding a golden Nichiren blade. If I'm not mistaken, he just used the breath of flame. And he looks like Chihiro, but he looks a little younger than me, and his hair and eye colors are exactly the same. Identifying at a glance that it was pure blood of the Purgatory family, Kyojuro's pupils trembled. What on earth is going on? His father and mother have a good relationship, and he can guarantee that there are only him and his younger brother Chihiro in this generation. Then who is this person in front of him? Could it be that his father would not? Put away those bad thoughts in your mind, little friend. Lin Heng landed gracefully and took off the flame feather webbing he was wearing with one hand at a speed that Kyojuro could not understand. The feather webbing that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Purgatory family, you are not qualified to wear it now. Lin Heng folded the feather webbing carefully, then put it away with care, and whispered a little lonely. I am not qualified now either. Kyojuro has poor hearing and is a little lip reader. At this moment, he read part of Lin Heng's lip shape, and his doubts in his heart became even greater. On the opposite side, Akaza, who was already excited, was staring at Lin Heng with boiling fighting spirit. So far, among all the people I have fought, you are the strongest. All the people I have fought. People? Lin Heng looked at the other person and did not reply. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes. In fact, he was already laughing in his heart. The blood of Purgatory cannot be hidden. Everyone has indeed seen how handsome the swordsman who saved the world is, and how supermodel the bloodline of Purgatory is. Kyojuro recognized your bloodline, and the real value increased slightly. How lonely it is to be invincible. The first swordsman who can rival the upper strings in 100 years, the upper string 3 Akaza recognized your existence, and the real value increased. Melancholy and powerful boy, no words are needed, your eyes are full of stories, and the imperfect image makes people believe it, and the real value increased slightly. A series of prompt sounds directly made Lin Heng feel numb. The blue tattooed prisoner opposite, you were able to fight me evenly just now, but if you stand there for a while and see if I can do it, you will be finished. Lin Heng was still maintaining a calm expression, while Akaza on the opposite side had already begun to educate the autistic Pilang. Useless guy, you only know how to rely on external forces. As a ghost, have you even given up your courageous heart? Look carefully, this time your enemy is right in front of you. Hurry up and get revenge. Akaza slapped Pilang, whose faith collapsed. Akaza, who was ambushed during his human period, always looked down on those who relied on external things and did not fight uprightly in his subconscious. But what he looked down on more was the fragile guy who collapsed easily. He didn't even dare to take revenge, and could only shrink like a turtle. Although he couldn't explain the reason, Akaza knew it clearly from the beginning. Doing so would only add to the regret. Pilang fell to the ground weakly after being slapped away, and slowly climbed up with a trembling body. For the first time, Pilang lost confidence in the advanced firearms in his hand. He couldn't even solve the first purgatory, let alone the pervert who came later. Clang! Clang! A series of guns kept coming out of the shadow cavity. Released, fell to the ground, and gradually piled up into a small mountain. Pilang knelt in the middle of the pile of muskets, never looking up. Finally, all the muskets in the shadow chamber were scattered on the ground, and some miscellaneous things that Pilang had put away began to be released. Snap! Snap! This time the crisp sound of falling to the ground was slightly different from before. Pilang was stunned, looked up, and it turned out to be a group of swords left behind by the swordsman who had been killed before. Subconsciously reaching out his hand, Pilang swept away the pile of swords. An old samurai sword was inserted vertically in it, and the worn handle was exposed. This knife, so familiar, where have I seen it? My head hurts, as if something is chasing me. Pilang covered his head in pain, and his brain was rolling wildly inside. Scenes of memory. It was like a faded old film playing in my brain. Stop, it hurts, stop. Pilang crawled into the pile of guns like crazy, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at his head. However, the moment before pulling the trigger, Pilang's hand fell down again, and he finally understood. The past was chasing him like a wolf in his mind. Yes, I seemed to be a swordsman. It seemed so long ago that I can't remember it. After that, all my confidence was destroyed by that nightmare man. Purgatory? Purgatory. Purgatory. Alas, purgatory. Shadows gathered from the ground and slowly wrapped around Pilang's body. The thick darkness merged into his flesh and bones, and then deeply engraved into the rusty samurai sword along the palm of his hand holding the knife. Then the long-lost cold light shone on the worn blade. I don't know when Pilang stood up, his appearance has changed drastically, and he no longer looks like a human. The shadows wrapped around his body turned into black hair, his legs were bent like a beast, his sharp teeth grew, his head was beast-like, and his scarlet eyes were wolf-like. Pilang stood up again and showed a new werewolf form. The vocal cords eroded by the shadow vibrated, and Pilang let out a hoarse voice and howled at the moon. Blood Demon Art Luhwakyang War Disaster Array Wolf. When did I give up? Who am I, what am I? Not only the sword, but also many other things that have been lost. But everything else is irreversible. Now I can pick it up again. Only the sword. No longer entangled in consideration, Pilang's eyes are clear, and for the first time he looks at Kyojuro as a samurai. Human swordsman, as expected, you are not the purgatory after all. But at this moment, I will give you the right to choose. Pilang looked indifferent, as if everything he said had nothing to do with him. Whether the result was life or death, he didn't care at all. Purgatory, right here, kill me, or be killed by me. Akosa looked at the ferocious wolf shadow he transformed into, thinking. Something extraordinary happened to Pilang, and this change attracted his attention. That's about your trial. Lin Hung turned his head and said to Kyojuro, who was on high alert, and pointed at Akosa. Don't think about anything else, I won't let anyone interfere, not even the upper strings. Hearing this, Akosa laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, that's how it should be, Pilang, well done, this is right. Patting Pilang's shoulder vigorously, Akosa responded confidently. The same applies to me, just go and get rid of the flame pillar. After laughing, Akosa stretched out his body, got into position again, and then solemnly spoke to Lin Hung and gave his name. I am upper rank 3, Akosa, you are a worthy opponent, I have never met a strong man like you, so please tell me your name quickly, who are you? I don't want to kill an unknown person. All the people present looked at Lin Hung. Who is this boy with a mysterious origin and suspected blood relationship with the Purgatory family? Will the mystery finally be revealed here? At this moment, Everyone is looking forward to the answer from a third party. Ding! Ding! Does the Buddha really exist? The shock from the sad island Xing Ming. Is it salvation or disaster? A scene similar to 100 years ago, and the future that the Yubayashiki family can hardly peek into. The sound of the continuous increase in the real value came to his ears, and the corners of Lin Heng's mouth curled up. Just caught up, it seems to be just in time. About who I am. Are you so eager to know this? Under the gaze of everyone, the boy in the center looked up at the moon. He lives in this moment, and his thoughts seem to fall into some kind of ancient phantom. Hundreds of years ago, I was called Hung Xiaolang. 100 years? Akuza's face became heavy. At that time, people liked to call me a genius, and called me by the alias of the genius Rengoku Keijiro. Genius? Purgatory? Kyojuro's eyes narrowed slightly. And now, I have transcended everything, and you can respect me as. After a pause, Lin Heng whispered the 4 words. Bishamontan. Chapter 24. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. As Lin Heng's words fell, it was like a silent thunder striking the venue, and everyone in the audience fell silent. Everyone was shocked by the 4 short words just now and were speechless. Hundreds of years ago? Purgatory Hejuro? God of War? Bishamontan? The Bishamontan mentioned by Lin Heng is a god known to every Japanese. He is the great protector of Buddhism, the heavenly king of knowledge among the 4 heavenly kings, and is in charge of infinite wisdom. After Buddhism was introduced to Japan, it was enshrined as a god of war among the 7 gods of good luck in Japan, with the additional functions of protecting the country and resisting enemies. There is an anime called Noragami, which is very good and highly recommended. There is a Bishamontan in it, with a female posture, blonde hair, and purple eyes, beautiful and sassy. Everyone present had their mouths opened wide in shock. What did he just say? Are you kidding? Are there any features that can be matched? No, you can't be deceived by the other person's words. You have to be calm and think rationally. They knew that it might be the other party's lie, but everyone could not calm down to refute and expose him. The entries brought by the legendary value, Heavenly Man and Honored King work at the same time. The young man's expression was calm, which was inexplicably convincing. Just like the young man opposite was really like a god incarnate. Ding! 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 Another series of prompts bombarded my ears, and the real value and legendary value skyrocketed at the same time. Lin Heng's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was the first big harvest he expected. The income comes not only from everyone present and Mr. Wuhan who peeks at the screen, but also from curious human beings. After all, people are more willing to believe what they have investigated with their own hands than to tell other people a fabricated lie. Follow Lin Heng's line of sight. On the far side, under another sky, wisteria flowers bloom. The tall and steady monk and the quiet and gentle nobleman were moved at the same time. What? Yubayashiki Yaya and Baiminjaihu Xingmei expressed surprise in unison. Xing Ming's thick arms couldn't help but swing back and forth on the little old man's body. Old Man Hai, who was being shaken around, remained unmoved and continued to shout unswervingly. No matter how many times you ask, it will never change. The one who saved mortals like this old man from the hands of ruthless evil spirits. Roaring in a loud voice, Old Man Hai yelled out words that shattered people's worldview. This is the Dharma protector whom the Buddha sent down to destroy the demons, King Bishamon of the North, the 4 heavenly kings. That's right, Lin Heng raised his lips after receiving the reminder from the leader and Xing Ming. Saving Old Man Hai was a smooth process at first, but he brought a big surprise. Old Man Hai, who is a devoted believer in the Buddha, believes that he moved the Buddha, the protector god Bishamontan appeared to save the world, and Lin Heng is the incarnation of the god. And, follow the trajectory of Lin Heng's appearance. From north to south, Old Man Hai also gathered a large number of rescued believers. At that time, Lin Heng, who revealed his true appearance, was recognized as a god, and the girl Amiko who prayed for help to rescue her sister was one of them. And after this incident, the two sisters became Lin Heng's fanatical followers. It is precisely because of this group of people's constant testimony that even rational people can't help but murmur and have doubts. As the spread became wider and wider, Old Man Ebi's sect continued to expand at an alarming rate. In the end, even some places that Lin Heng had never been to started a trend, and even the contribution of the Demon Slayer squad was attributed to Lin Heng, the god of blessing. After all, the lifespan of mortals is limited, and the loopholes in human design are too obvious. How can someone be active in this world for hundreds of years? But what if in the eyes of ordinary people, I am not a mortal, but an incarnation of a god? From that moment on, Lin Heng had woven a big lie in his heart. No one cares about what these low-level people believe in, and no one cares about the abnormal fanaticism of the rescued people. When faith begins to spread in large areas like a plague, it is like a raging fire burning through the forest and cannot be suppressed. Even if there are people who can think rationally, how many are confident that they can stay awake in this monstrous craze and not be infected? The world is difficult, so it is better to give yourself a glimmer of hope and rely on your faith to have hope. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Minjiahu Xingming was also born as a Buddhist monk, he would not be able to deal with this abnormal and fanatical behavior. Because it is very sensitive, I am afraid that Lin Heng's plan will be delayed for a while. But there is no if, now everything has finally exploded. At this moment, the two most powerful parties in the world are present at the same time and witness it. Lin Heng feels happy from the bottom of his heart. Kanroji Mitsurai, Akaza, Rengoku Kyojuro, the Demon Slayer Core, and Muzan who is peeping at the screen. Go to doubt, think, explore, and then please remember this moment firmly. This is an unprecedented lunatic deceiving the whole world. What are you talking about? God! Akaza's originally excited expression was also stunned. In his mind, the boss who was originally calm and silently watching the game opened the microphone frantically, issued orders, and urged Akaza to quickly test the depth of this god. Lin Heng was calm and indifferent to Akaza. But if you look closely, there is always a trace of compassion in his eyes. It was as if the Buddha sitting on the lotus pedestal was watching a lamb that accidentally went astray. Vaishanshan possessed infinite wisdom, and the god of war was also a guardian, so he should be merciful and save the world. In short, the main point is that the emotions are in place. After pretending to be big, I will speak with my fists next. Lin Heng is very confident about fighting now. Even if there is no need to run in, the current panel strength has also skyrocketed, and the body is sending a reassuring power. Day, day, day. Lin Heng tapped his chest with one hand. Boom. 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 His heart was beating violently, Lin Heng's body temperature soared, and his skin began to turn red. From the upper left of his forehead, a semicircular golden pattern was outlined, and it was spreading down along the cheek, and it continued until it stopped at the chest. Under the black clothes, a flame-like pattern appeared on Lin Heng's heart. Pattern unlocked. Super perception, start. Because of the slightly different development direction, Lin Heng's super perception is still a little short of the realm of the transparent world. However, he did not intend to turn super perception into a completely transparent world. This is something he has realized by himself, and transparency will only be integrated into it to make it more perfect. As for the last of the three major items, the red sword. The conventional way to open it is to use the continuous collision in the battle to overheat the blade. When it reaches a certain temperature, the sun wheel sword will turn red. In this way, the sun wheel sword will be upgraded to the red sword, adding critical strikes to the true damage of the ghost sword. However, Lin Heng does not need such a troublesome preparation now. Hold the handle of the sword with your right hand and concentrate all your strength here. The strong grip makes the handle of the sword heat up rapidly, and the high temperature spreads from the bottom to the entire blade. On the sun wheel sword, wisps of white smoke continue to rise, and the red gold blade gradually turns red. The red sword, unlocked. The second of the three-piece set of Demon Slayer has been opened. If the ability to perfectly adapt to the previous ability gave Lin Heng the confidence to compete with Akaza, then, even if he could not perfectly control this wave of wealth, it undoubtedly gave Lin Heng more confidence. Even if he was the upper rank 3, if he showed a flaw, he would be prepared to die if he dared to fight Lin Heng to the death. Looking at the changes in Lin Heng, Akaza, who received the order from Muzan, did not retreat but advanced, eager to try. Let me try to see if the so-called god is a fake. Akaza excitedly bumped his fists. Bishamontan, Lord Wushan, please don't let me down. Without responding to Akaza's doubts, Lin Heng's faint voice sounded. Breathing of flame, one form, fire of nowhere. Swoosh! The blazing flames exploded, and after the markings were activated, Lin Heng was upgraded in all directions, turning into a raging fire and rushing over. Before the faint voice had completely fallen, a figure wrapped in golden flames had already descended in front of the evil ghost. What is this? What a terrifying speed! With Akaza's powerful dynamic vision, he could only barely catch a golden line of fire that just passed through the street and flashed over. Destruction killing destruction style. In a hurry, Akaza instinctively moved forward with all his strength and threw a destructive punch with his right hand. The blue fist light touched the golden flame and broke instantly, and a huge explosion rose from the center. The exploded destruction style accurately hit Lin Heng, and Akaza smiled on his face. However, Lin Heng's figure only paused slightly, and the flames rose in an instant. Three forms, Qian Wangxiang. The slash of the sun wheel sword destroyed the sky and the earth, breaking through the destruction style to suppress Akaza from top to bottom. The smile froze on his face, and Akaza's heart was alarmed. Absolute suppression, both strength and speed are above me. And the red knife, the body is frantically warning, instinct tells Akaza not to be cut by it. So tense, so irritating. Excited, life and death are just a hair's breadth. However, hundreds of years of tempering are enough to turn a python into a dragon. The more excited Akaza is, the more accurate his moves are. Use skills to win. Following the trajectory of the slash, he fell to the side, and the powerful blow was easily resolved by Akaza. Next, it's my turn to fight back, God. From bottom to top, the fallen Akaza controlled his body to lift a foot backwards, aiming at Lin Heng's head for a powerful kick. Destruction kill foot style crown first cut. Whoosh! Flames burst out at the bottom of his feet, and Lin Heng instantly turned into a shadow to escape this extremely sharp blow. A faint voice came again. We agreed not to disturb others, let's go over there and continue. Whoosh! Lin Heng, who dodged the crown first cut, flashed back in front of Akaza again, raised his right leg high, and responded with the same powerful kick. Wait, so fast! Akaza's pupils dilated in fear, and his body was still at the bottom, and Lin Heng's kick from bottom to top had already pierced his heart. A huge and overwhelming impact force exploded from his body, carrying Akaza's entire body to the horizon like a meteor. After taking a look at the direction where Akaza flew out, Lin Heng turned back and told Kyojuro. Continue your fight. Before you grow up to be able to stand on your own, the flame pilla's feather webbing will be temporarily handed over to me for safekeeping. Don't let me down. Although the situation in front of him was incomprehensible, Kyojuro responded confidently. Well, Master Rengoku Bishamontan, I will keep working hard to get my own feather webbing back from you. Even after witnessing a battle far beyond his own cognition, he still did not lose his faith and confidence. He was still the heroic and determined Rengoku Kyojuro, worthy of the name of the Flame Pillar. Mitsurai Kenroji on the side said, touching her overloaded brain. Hey, What's going on? Let's not talk about the gods first. The name of Purgatory Bishamontan is totally wrong. He took a deep look at Kyojuro and ignored the chattering girl. With flames bursting from his feet, Lin Heng dodged and chased in the direction where Akaza flew away. At this moment, Akaza, who was kicked in the air, was stretching his body freely. Once, I thought I would never use this power again. Akaza's cheerful roar shook the whole field. Although different from Doma and Kokushibo, your strength is also real. Akaza's body suddenly changed in the air. Whether the god's words are true or false, power will not lie. In this case, I should also go all out. It can be seen with the naked eye that metallic jet tubes are protruding from the shoulders, elbows, and legs of the evil ghost at the same time. Dots of fluorescence gather in the deep barrel, and the dark blue flame bursts out. Boom! 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 Through the precise control of the flames, Akaza kept his flying body balanced and began to glide in the air. Like a falcon, Akaza kept crossing the jungle, looking for open areas to hunt. If you wish, leave a little further, and the second half of the game will begin for only you and me. The corner of the devil's mouth curled up. Then, you must catch up with me quickly, God. Chapter 25. The sky was full of smoke, but the sky was full of smoke. Lin Heng, who was running on the ground, immediately noticed the changes that happened to Akaza in mid-air. This upper rank 3 showed an ability that was not in the original work at this time. I think it was probably the transformation of the Kagun. Landing on the flat ground first, the center of Akaza's back bulged again, and a larger propulsion cylinder was generated compared to other parts. Stop spewing flames, and a faint blue light flashed in the 7 launch ports at the same time. Blood Demon Art Destruction killing 7 sins gathering body. Lin Heng, who was surrounded by golden flames, followed closely behind and carefully observed the strange and dangerous Akaza in front of him. This is definitely not an ordinary application of Kagun. There is no doubt that this is a means of Kagun transformation. In the world of Tokyo ghouls, ghouls can cause the number of Kagun in their bodies to increase and change by eating their own kind, but with Akaza's personality, it is hard to imagine that he would eat the Kagun of a demon. Lin Heng boldly guessed that Muzan probably used some means to enforce it. Although it was expected, even Akaza, who had always been reluctant to borrow external forces, achieved Kagun transformation. Based on this, it can be inferred that the upper ranks have probably mastered this powerful power, and the difficulty of the task is still increasing. Let's try it first. Although Akaza's image is intimidating, Lin Heng is fearless at the moment. He stepped heavily on the ground, and flames rose under his feet. Shiranui, start! The compass turned, and a large amount of dark blue flames spewed out from the thrusters on his elbows. Akaza launched a fierce attack to the left front at a very high burst speed. The next moment, golden flames rushed over, and Lin Heng's figure appeared, just trapped in the fist light. After entering the combat state, super perception concentration could not be used, so Lin Heng could not restrain his emotions, and his fighting spirit was naturally exposed. Luojin can capture the enemy's fighting spirit, and can keep up with him, Akaza thought with some relief. Without fighting him head-on, Lin Heng flashed into the air again. What if he can capture my fighting spirit? It's enough to make you unable to react. 8th form, Great Flame Wheel Crown. Lin Heng in midair swung the Sun Wheel Sword and rotated a circle to make a circular slash, and the overflowing Great Flame Wheel was blazing towards Akaza. Destruction Kill Foot Style Flowing Flash Group Light. Akaza raised his foot upward and kicked the Sun Wheel Sword several times quickly. Like a flash of light, the fire and the energy connected, making a continuous huge explosion. Ang ang ang! The sound of the propeller roared, the blue flames spurted out, and Akaza suddenly burst out and pulled out of the battlefield. He looked down at his body and saw a deep scratch on his left foot. The wound was burning with pain, but it had not recovered yet. The recovery ability that the upper rank was proud of did not work now. Licking the corner of his mouth, Acaza smiled. Compared with the intelligence, the price paid for this test was acceptable. The red knife was not a show-off. The instinct was right. The damage it left could restrain the regeneration ability of the ghost. After realizing this, Acaza laughed happily. For a warrior, this kind of completely equal battle has been expected for too long. Lin Heng looked sideways slightly. At the speed of the just exploded speed, Acaza could obviously avoid this attack, but he chose to fight hard first and then quickly leave the battlefield. The most important thing is that the damage caused by the full strength 8 type is not quite right. Lin Heng keenly noticed that the opponent was deliberately testing with a less affected part of the body, and something had weakened the slash just now. Perhaps Acaza's purpose was to test this. After realizing this, Lin Heng immediately found something wrong with his super perception. At this time, Acaza's body was shrouded in a strange wave. A ball of fluid that could not be seen by the naked eye was wrapping Acaza, and it was constantly flowing and changing its form like water. Bang! Acaza punched in the air, and there was a gap between the two fists, but there was a sound of metal clashing, and the air in the center was squeezed and slightly fluctuated. Acaza explained with a smile. Have you discovered it? It's not that I deliberately hit it. Its nature is colorless and invisible, and it can change constantly according to my will. In the original work of Ghoul, some of the top few strong people can control the shape of the Kagun with their own will. The energy level of the Demon Slayer world is higher, and the mental strength of the top strong ones is also superior to that of the ghouls. The Acaza in front of him has obviously reached such a level. Bishamontan, I don't have the ultimate talent like Black Death Mao, and I don't want to go with Tong Mo to eat the weak to increase my strength. But, Yuozuo changed his tone. In my long life, I have continuously honed my skills through battles with strong people. No matter how small the progress is, I will gain something in the end. Although it is not perfect now, this is the time to verify it. Taking a deep breath, Yuozuo had a solemn expression and slowly spoke out his secret skill. The art of blood ghosts, destruction and killing, seas, mountains and mountains, thousands of fights will never break. Perfectly covering the whole body with no blind spots, ordinary pillars cannot even break through the defense without using all their strength. Coupled with a body that has been tempered over time and Shangxian's near-immortal recovery ability, Yuoza in this state is the strongest martial artist in the world of demon slayers. There is no doubt that Yuozao is the strongest ghost in close combat, no, the strongest ghost in close combat with bare hands besides Wu Mei. In the shape of Qi, it dances wildly and burns its teeth. The flaming wolf head opened its huge mouth and engulfed Yuozuo. Lin Heng instantly launched dozens of vertical and horizontal flame slashes from a distance. I have just tried it out, and I should be able to fight an attack of this level head-on. Yuozuo's eyes lit up, and he raised his fist and smashed the Yanlang's fangs continuously. Under super perception, even if the Yunya cuts through the outer hezi, they will reunite like running water, which is really difficult to deal with. To defeat him in an instant and cause huge irreparable damage to the opponent, Lin Heng made a decision. If you don't want to continue the attack, then let me do it. Destroy kill, kick style, and flying star thousand wheels. Blue flames burst out, and Yuozuo knew his advantage and accelerated himself to start the battle. Like a wandering meteor, the movement trajectory of the Yuo constellation is blurred and impossible to figure out. Continuous kicks entangled in turbulence hit Lin Heng from all angles. Like a buzzing fly. Magnificent flame tornadoes rose from the ground and continued to spread to the surroundings. The faint blue energy poured into it and was instantly wiped out, and the figure of Lin Heng in the center disappeared. Yuozuo's eyes moved, and Luo Zhen immediately caught Lin Heng's movements. It's down there! All the propeller cylinders roared at the same time, and the faint blue fire burst out with all their strength. Yuozuo clasped his fists and blasted downward with all his strength. Full power destruction kill 10,000 leaves shining willow. Lin Heng's body was close to the ground, appearing like a ghost, and the red gold sun blade slashed upwards against the steel fist. Type 2, rising in summer. The fire was blazing, and the energy was flying. The ground beneath their feet cracked as fragile as leaf patterns, and thick smoke rose. Call. The sun blade waved, bringing up a strong wind pressure, and the smoke in the field was blown away, revealing the figures of the two people. Yuozuo was breathing heavily, his arm was dripping with blood, his extremely hard fist was cut open, and the injuries were so deep that his bones were visible. On the other hand, Lin Heng on the opposite side was unscathed, only slightly breathing. After the stripes were turned on, he was already superior to Yuozuo in all aspects, only his explosive power was slightly inferior. Whether you are a god or not, it's enough for me. Staring at the hideo in Lin Heng's hand, Yuozuo sighed quietly. It's such a good knife. It's hard to recover from the long-lost pain. If I keep hitting like this, I might be buried here today. He licked the blood on his cut palm somewhat sickly, and there was indeed a burning feeling in Yuozuo's eyes. Lin Heng responded without sadness or joy, then, do you want to try to escape with your tail between your legs? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Heng's arrogant words, Yuozuo laughed heartily. How is it possible to escape? The ultimate martial arts I pursue has finally been demonstrated in you. If I can die in the hands of gods in the end, that would be a dream. Snap! The right hand that had been broken into two sections and had not yet recovered was forcibly closed by the flowing hezi, and Yuozuo assumed the starting posture of Luozhen. Ever since I learned the Do style of not breaking, I have become accustomed to fighting wearing armor. Very few people can break through my Do style. He took a deep breath and carefully controlled his mental power. However, now that I am using it to deal with the gods, I have to divert my energy to defense. It would be too arrogant of me to make such a move. In Lin Heng's supersensory vision, as Yuozuo's self-narration, the invisible heza that originally flowed around Yuozuo began to quickly gather towards his hands and feet. Compression, compression, compression. The dolu eventually turns into a thin film that fits perfectly on the surface of the skin. Facing the real damage from the hideo, Yuozuo completely gave up the defense of his body at this moment, in exchange for the ultimate iron fist and steel feet. According to Yuozuo himself, he originally kept the armor protecting the body was removed, and at the same time, the sword used to attack the opponent was clenched. The invisible fighting flow changed, and the 12-pointed snowflake needle formation under his feet began to rotate. Akeza made a palm with his right hand and clenched his left hand. His expression was neither sad nor happy, plain and solemn. But his eyes were like a lone wolf, staring at Lin Heng, revealing a resolute ruthlessness. Why do I need armor? I am both a weapon and a shield. Chapter 26. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. 7 blue flames burst out at the same time, leaving a trail of afterimages, and Akeza launched 8 consecutive attacks on Lin Heng from all directions. Full power destruction killing Ghost Core 8 cores. Although it was very fast, it was visible. Lin Heng's sight quickly turned, and the red sword wrapped in golden flames swung, accurately meeting the trajectory of each fist. Ding! 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 Every blow of the sun wheel sword was accurately blocked by Akeza with the hardest fist frame, and then the Doliu exploded and bounced it away. Akeza's face was delighted. It was indeed the right choice to compress the Kagun into a point. He had already seen the possibility of a head-on confrontation. Excellent fighting skills, perfect control. Lin Heng couldn't help but praise his opponent. Being able to parry with skills when the panel was suppressed in all directions, Akeza's karate martial arts can be said to be unique in the demon world. The opponent is a good whetstone, and he can learn a lot from Akeza through this battle. No longer obsessed with cutting off the demon's neck, and treating the opponent as a sparring partner to sharpen his skills, Lin Heng wielded the sun wheel sword wantonly, letting his mind guide him. Unknown fire, rising flames, dancing burning teeth, a dazzling array of sword shapes were displayed. The way of exerting force, the angle of slashing, every move and style that Lin Heng casually slashed out was subtly out of the sword shape. Although it was not performed completely in the fixed way of the creator, each move and style had great power, as transcendent and magical as an antelope hanging horns. Remove the fancy names, in fact, the sword type itself is nothing more than slashing, vertical chopping, horizontal slashing, stabbing, vertical and horizontal slashing, etc. Yes, how can the breath of fire be limited to the 9 sword types? That was just a casual acquisition of the first generation of the flame pillar, but later generations regarded it as the supreme rule and never thought of changing it. And now, I am stronger than him, Lin Heng's eyes lit up. The increasingly strong sense of oppression came, even if Lin Heng did not intend to attack the vital points, even so, the blood on Akaza's body accumulated more and more. The wounds left by the red sword were truly engraved on the tempered body. When the recovery ability of the demon was restricted, the outcome of this battle was determined from the beginning. In the hundreds of years since Akaza became a demon, time and injuries have not left any marks on this body, but today the situation has changed, and death has come to him for the second time. Stop, Mr. Komeiji! As if an invisible hand was on Akaza's shoulder, a woman's sigh echoed, and Akaza, who was fighting passionately, punched his shoulder with a backhand punch. This sudden self-harming attack made both parties stunned at the same time. Breaking away from the atmosphere of selflessness, Akaza tapped the ground several times with his toes and stepped back. No one? Akaza frowned and came back to his senses. Since meeting Lin Heng, he has always had hallucinations recently. It seems that someone is calling him to persuade him to stop, but he is a fighting ghost. How could he stop here? Lin Heng stared at Akaza thoughtfully and reminded him, let's continue, Komeiji. The red gold Nichiren sword was wrapped in flames, surging and rushing, and huge pressure came again. Komeiji? Such a familiar name, who is it? The voice in the hallucination seemed to have appeared. Who is he? Although Akaza was a little confused, he still fought with all his strength. Damn it! Muzan cursed secretly as he followed Akaza's eyes to peek at the screen. Komeiji, is that Akaza's name when he was a human? How did that guy know it? The guy who claimed to be a god was full of mysteries, but Akaza took the initiative to start a battle and was about to lose before he could test him. The opponent's identity information was not obtained, but he was about to lose a general. The boss sitting in the infinite city could no longer sit still. He wanted to stop this meaningless death battle immediately. Full power destruction kill flying star thousand wheels. Akaza stepped forward with strange and chaotic steps. The blue flames behind his elbows, shoulders, and knees sprayed irregularly. Akaza's movements were dangerous and strange, and he was determined to fight with Lin Heng in close combat. Good timing! The tiger roared to the sky, and Lin Heng turned into a flaming tiger and roared to meet him. The fist wrapped in the flowing water energy penetrated the flames and hit the side of the sun blade, accurately deflecting the blade's landing point, and Akaza narrowly avoided it like walking on a tightrope. This battle is meaningless, stop immediately, Akaza. At this moment, in Akaza's mind, a miserable voice. The sound suddenly sounded. The ghostly ghost steps suddenly became messy, and the sun blade narrowly passed by Akaza's neck. Although it was to hone his skills, Lin Heng did not deliberately hold back on the ghost. If Akaza died because of his inattention, then he died. The evil ghost is not worthy of sympathy. Damn it! Akaza, whose offensive rhythm was completely disrupted by Muzan, could only roar unwillingly in the end. Full power destruction killing extinction style. Blue flames erupted, and Akaza threw the strongest and most powerful punch since the start of the war. Lin Heng blocked with his sword, and the chi exploded. The ground was lifted up by the overflowing aftermath and blocked the view. Akaza took the opportunity to withdraw and fly back along the recoil. Akaza, who had a breathing time, said in his mind quickly. Lord Muzan, what do you mean by what you said just now? I can still continue to fight. I haven't lost to him yet. The woman's voice in his mind was arrogant and ruthless. Regardless of Akaza's rebuttal, Muzan forced the order. You are not his opponent at all. There is no point in continuing. Don't let me repeat it a second time. Is there no point in continuing? Akaza looked at his fist that was bleeding continuously, lowered his head and remained silent. Muzan continued to make arrangements. Mirai will take you back to Infinite City, and then you will continue to look for the blue spider lily. Don't worry, Rengoku Koshiro will be handed over to Kokushibo and Doma to deal with. Should we stop here? Leave the strong ones to Kokushibo, and Doma, that bastard, to deal with? Akaza silently clenched his teeth. Clang! The sound of the pipa sounded, and the gate of Infinite City opened at Akaza's feet. Akaza's body fell rapidly, most of his body sank into the Infinite Castle, leaving only a small part of his head above the ground. Very good, the opponent will not be able to stop him in time. Muzan, who was relieved in the Infinite Castle, breathed a sigh of relief and slowly picked up the cup. However, the next moment, his vision suddenly rose. At the last moment, Akaza raised his head suddenly, and a figure wrapped in flames was reflected in his pupils. Muzan had a bad premonition in his heart. Wait, what do you want to do, Akaza? Muzan Kibutsuji, the mouse hiding in the shadow, is just a lucky guy. Do you think you can control everything? Lin Heng's playful voice came from above, and his posture of holding the knife was impeccable, and he did not relax at all because of the appearance of the Infinite Castle. Escape? Are you kidding? In the supersensory field of vision, the opponent's fighting spirit is burning, not reduced at all. The dark blue flame suddenly sprayed. Akaza's body, which was originally falling straight down, escaped from the Infinite Castle at a high speed, burst upwards, and moved forward. Chapter 27. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Blue flames burst out, and Akaza's figure escaped from the Infinite Castle and rushed into the air in an instant. He responded silently in his heart. Lord Muzan, I'm sorry, for me, every battle is meaningful. This battle is not over yet, and I can't just hand over my opponent to others. Being disobeyed by Akaza, who was always obedient, Muzan, who was furious, couldn't help but scold. Waste, you dare to disobey my order, what are you doing? Do you think you can defeat him? Idiot! Even if I can't defeat him, I may find the answer through this battle. Akaza stretched out his hands in the air and spoke with a little confusion. Since I became a demon, my only thought is to learn from the strong and polish my martial arts. But unfortunately, I have defeated many strong men, but none of them are willing to become a demon. The scattered Doliu condensed again, surrounding Akaza in strips, and the demon-like figure landed on the ground. What's wrong with ghosts? There is no disadvantage except that they can't see the Sunday. Ghosts have a long life to pursue the limit of martial arts, and have strong recovery ability to avoid fatigue. They can keep training and will never get weak. Muzan said impatiently, ghosts are of course the highest creatures. Akaza, what do you want to say? Yes, I have always thought so, so why are they unwilling to become demons? Akaza's body gradually stretched out, and every bone made a crisp explosion. Bishamontan, since I met you last time, there is a question that has been deeply bothering me recently. Oh? Lin Heng raised his eyebrows and signaled the other party to continue. Where does my fighting spirit come from, Lord Muzan, and the guy who claims to be a god on the opposite side, what was I before I became a demon? Akaza paced in place, a little confused. Who can give me the answer? After seeing Pilang, I realized that I am actually the same as him. Apart from fighting, I am only empty. Rarely, the chattering muezzin was silent this time. Except for himself, everyone who became a demon has lost himself to some extent, even the cooperative relationship with Kokushibo is no exception. Compared with the human period, being turned into a demon by muezzin is more of a distortion than a rebirth. What he cares more about is that after this battle, Akosa has begun to think about these things. This means that something beyond his control has happened, and the already fragile and sensitive bottom line in muezzin's heart has been touched again. Akosa's awakening of self-awareness makes muezzin feel extremely uneasy. Why not let him die here? Find out the intelligence of the other side and play the last bit of value. Thinking of this, muezzin, who was originally planning to force Akosa to escape, stopped. Looking at Akosa who kept asking questions, Lin Heng couldn't help but think of the monk ghost who hugged the woman at the beginning. Even if he would cry unconsciously, he couldn't go against the instinct of eating people and eat the most beloved person with his own mouth. So Lin Heng opened his mouth to answer. The ghost transformed by muezzin is originally a kind of empty and pitiful creature. Even if you are a ghost moon, you are just a little stronger than other ghosts, and you have no will of your own. The bloody truth was revealed. Whether it is an upper string, a lower string, or an ordinary ghost, your essence is the same. You are just an empty shell that acts according to instinct, obsession, and the ideas instilled by muezzin. The muezzin in his mind did not refute again. Is that so? Is that your answer? With a sigh, Akosa knew that he could not turn back. Even so, like Pilang, the meaning of my existence is only to continue fighting. I want to become stronger, stronger than everyone else. Akosa summoned the compass needle, and the 12-pointed snowflake formation slowly emerged under his feet. It is wrong to be dragged down by a weak person and die in the sun, it is wrong to be poisoned and plotted to death, it is wrong to fight with the help of a force that does not belong to you, and it is also wrong to run away like a coward. Only fighting upright is right. I will not run away, and I will definitely not die at the hands of a weak person. Staring closely at Lin Heng, Akosa continued without giving in. I still have the strongest move that has not been used. The next blow will determine the outcome. Bishamontan, please also take out your strongest blow. Just kill me like this, or be killed by me. Lin Heng was slightly startled, and then he became serious. You gave me a warning instead of fighting me in close combat to stop me from gathering strength. Do you want to see my strongest attack? Okay, then it's as you wish. Lin Heng knocked on his chest again, and the golden flames in his already hot heart rose and burned fiercely. At this moment, the gas exhaled from Lin Heng's mouth had turned into flames, and a red-gold light in the shape of wings appeared on his body. The immortal bird appeared from the void, cried, and gradually covered Lin Heng. On the other side, Akosa stomped heavily on the ground. The ritual unfolded, and the snowflake-shaped compass needle turned wildly and expanded violently. The blue flames that were supposed to be ejected outward began to gather inward. The blue meridians on Akosa's body appeared, and the explosive blue flames were constantly flowing inside, and the surging power continued to supply the muscles of the whole body. Charge! Even the extremely strong body of the upper rank couldn't withstand this force and burst into cracks. The next moment, Akosa, who had accumulated to the limit, swung hundreds of punches at Lin Heng in an instant, with himself as the center. Regardless of the cost, he burst out with all his strength. The muscles on Akosa's arms exploded and healed in an instant. Hundreds of blue air bombs were launched, blooming in the air like bright fireworks, beautiful and deadly. Charge overload destruction kill final style blue and silver chaos afterglow. The clear and pleasant phoenix cry sounded, the divine bird woke up, flapped its wings forward, and Lin Heng soared in the fire under the immortal wings. Breath of fire, mystery, 9 type, purgatory. Boom! 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 An unprecedented collision, the divine bird collided with the fireworks, and the dark blue fist light and energy continued to penetrate the divine bird tried to hurt Lin Heng inside. But the golden flames were burning fiercely, and the immortal wings were reborn in the fire, constantly offsetting the incoming fist light. The rebounded air energy shot out in all directions, splitting the earth piece by piece, and the visible ripples in the air continued to spread. The trees in the distance were pierced by the aftermath of the random shooting, and they were instantly turned into powder and broken in half. Damn it! Faster! Faster! Akaza's fist was swinging faster than the speed of sound, and the visible white air waves spread from the punch, and the blue fist light attacked Lin Heng overwhelmingly. Weak and powerless. The divine bird transformed by purgatory cried proudly, ignoring everything. The next moment, the scorching light annihilated the fist light, and a distance of dozens of meters flashed by. The divine bird passed by, leaving a dark and incomparable road of fire. Lin Heng in the golden flame broke through a task, the hand raised and the knife fell, Akaza's hard neck was cut like tofu. The body was still punching subconsciously, and Akaza's head had already flown high. One blow to behead. There was no way to resist it. The moment it came into contact with the red gold sword, the section of upper rank 3's neck was vaporized by the high temperature. Akaza opened his mouth in midair and couldn't speak. He fell to the ground and quickly turned into ashes. Lin Heng fell to the ground, and the golden wings dissipated. He slowly retracted the sun wheel sword and turned to walk towards the remaining body of Akaza. In the Demon Slayer world, ordinary demons will die when their necks are beheaded by the sun wheel sword. This is the demon's limit. But if a demon has a strong obsession before death, it is possible to break through this limit and complete the regeneration of the head. From then on, there will be no other weaknesses except sunlight. Lin Heng looked at the remaining body of the other party with expectation. In the original work, Akaza broke through the limit of demons and could be beheaded by the sun blade without dying. After Lin Heng awakened the red blade and killed the demon, the other party collapsed quickly. I wonder if it will develop in the same way as in the original work. Without the head, Akaza's body could not support the ground. He fell to the ground half-kneeling weakly, and ashes floated from his body. It doesn't look good. Lin Heng shook his head and was about to leave. Suddenly, he exclaimed and observed again. The speed at which the other party's body disappeared was not right. Only the flesh and blood at the wound left by the red blade was gradually collapsing, while other places were still intact. Lin Heng waited patiently. He was very interested in breaking through the limit of demons. Gradually, Akaza's hanging fingers suddenly trembled, supporting the ground, and the speed of the disintegration of his own flesh and blood gradually decreased. Even the wound left by the red blade began to heal slowly. No, how can he die like this? I haven't lost yet, I can still fight. I have to become stronger. Keep going. Get up and keep fighting. A silent cry came from the headless body. Although there was no movement, Lin Heng's super perception really captured this extremely strong will. In a certain moment after being beheaded, Akaza's emotions fluctuated violently, and then returned to normal. Flesh and blood protruded from the neck, slowly and firmly growing upwards. The corners of Lin Heng's mouth curled up. No. Failed expectations, didn't fail expectations, Akaza. It seems that I'm quite difficult to kill, Lord God. Lin Heng slowly drew out the sun wheel sword, and the ghost with only half of his head growing out continued to speak. Compared to this, who do you think will win the final victory, Pilang or that flame pillar kid? Hey! The fully recovered evil ghost sat cross-legged on the ground, and his golden eyes slowly opened. Although he looked more dangerous, there was no desire to attack in his pupils. Instead, he looked like an enlightened monk, just staring at Lin Heng steadily. Akaza, breaking through the boundary. Chapter 28. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Breath of fire, secret, 9 forms, purgatory. Kyojuro shouted, and the blazing flames turned into a ferocious dragon and flew out, instantly breaking through the layers of shadow barriers. The untouchable twisted shadows were completely burned by the fire of purgatory. The werewolf and the angry flame dragon crossed each other, and the dazzling flames pierced through the darkness. After staggering a few steps, Kyojuro, who was seriously injured and lost too much blood, fell to the ground. Behind him, the shadow werewolf transformed by Pilang stood still. The winner was decided. No blood flowed out, but the hideous and terrifying head of the shadow werewolf gradually slid off. The sound of relief came from Pilang. Ranju, no, Kyojuro, is really an excellent swordsman. Boom! Pilang's head rolled down, and the werewolf body gradually turned into black smoke and disintegrated. In the distance, Mitsurai, who had just dealt with Shadow Wolf, ran over non-stop to help Kyojuro up. Wow, that's great, Kyojuro, how do you feel now? Nin's medical team will be here soon, hold on. Mitsurai held Kyojuro's tired and seriously injured body and kept cheering him up. You have done it. You have successfully defeated Kagetsu and proved yourself. Next, you can succeed the flame pillar, so please hold on. Kyojuro waved his hand with some difficulty. There is nothing wrong with my body. Compared to this, how are everyone now, and how are the citizens? Mitsurai said with tears in her eyes. Thanks to you and Mr. Rengoku, we had no casualties except for the initial explosion. The Demon Slayer Corps has defused all the bombs, and the citizens are safe. Woohoo, we won! Really? That's good! With a pale smile, Kyojuro grabbed Mitsurai's hand and forced himself to stand up. The most important thing now is to rush over there and help Master Rengoku Bishamonten fight together. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Kyojuro gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. It's dangerous to face Upper String 3 alone. I have to go over to support him as soon as possible. Kyojuro, who had lost too much blood, could no longer hold on and collapsed on Mitsurai and fainted. Kyojuro, cheer up, hold on, I'll take you to the medical team. Mitsurai carried the seriously injured Kyojuro on her back, jumped onto the roof in a few steps, and shuttled back and forth on it. The place where Linhung and Akaza were fighting was too far from Tokyo, and the scale of the battle between the two was not something she could intervene in. For Kenroji Mitsurai herself, the most urgent task now was to heal Kyojuro. Damn it! If I could be stronger, Kyojuro wouldn't be so seriously injured, and I could help against the upper rank. Gritting her teeth, Mitsurai looked back at Linheng's direction while speeding, praying silently in her heart. Please come back safely, God! Mitsurai prayed to the heavens, and the one who responded to her was Linhung, who knocked Akaza down. Touching his chin, the swordsman under the black cloak relaxed his body. I'm curious. You asked this question as the first thing after breaking through the limit. I thought you would choose to continue fighting regardless. But if we compare the two of them, of course Kyojuro is stronger. Although Pilang has the bonus of Kagun, I still favor Kyojuro. After all, he has the blood of the Purgatory clan, and he is still stronger in close combat. Akaza, who was sitting on the ground, smiled and shook his head to express his denial. Really? Then I am more optimistic about Pilang. Although that guy uses external objects, he finally finds the original intention of a warrior. Holding his hands behind his head, Akaza indicated that he had no desire to attack. I have thought about continuing to fight, but it is meaningless to continue struggling now. Even if the limit is broken, the damage caused by your red knife to me is still difficult to recover. The Dushugyui, who has always been competitive, now looks calm. Anyway, if we continue to fight, I will still die when the sun rises. I have indeed lost this battle. Linhung highly praised Akaza's sincere attitude and said with a warm smile. That's right, I think you can understand. If you dare to move again, I will cut off your hands and feet, and then tie you up and throw you under the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. You seem to be talking about something scary in a serious manner. Akaza pulled the corner of his mouth, and I don't seem to be able to hold on at all. To 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Heng was surprised again. But I was a little surprised that you could admit defeat so generously and not be obsessed with fighting. You seem to be a little less like a ghost. Ignoring Lin Heng's violent words and blatant threats, Akaza answered seriously. Not like a ghost, but like a human? Before I grew ahead, my mind was full of fighting, but now I'm calm. After a pause, he added. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things, which may be more important than fighting. Is that so? Thinking of the emotional fluctuations captured by super perception just now, Lin Heng glanced sideways. Perhaps at the moment of breaking through the limit, Akaza also experienced the characteristic of the demon world, the revolving lantern. Now he is gradually regaining his lost humanity. Lin Heng looked in the direction of Tokyo in the distance. In his super perception, a black dot was growing from small to large. It looks like the outcome has been decided. I won. You can sense it from such a long distance. Is this the power of God? Akatsuka was surprised. It's just a trick. My partner brought the news of victory. Gugu. Gugu flapped his wings and landed on Lin Heng's shoulder. Is God's partner an owl? You look alike. What a wonderful combination. Akatsuka looked at the man and the bird and commented. Just think of it as you praising us. This little guy has a bad temper. Lin Heng put away the sun wheel sword, and the resurrected Akatsuka sat cross-legged on the ground like an old monk, without any desire to fight. The confusion and bewilderment of the evil ghost in front of him were clearly conveyed in the super perception. Did you find that after breaking through the limit, Musen's control over me seems to have decreased? Instead, 2 figures kept appearing in front of me. I seem to be very familiar with them. Lin Heng nodded and motioned Akatsuka to continue. Bishamontan, you are special to me. Since I fought with you, I began to think about things I had never thought about before. The thinking Akaza was not like a warrior, but more like a wise man. In the past, I was very keen on fighting, but what was the meaning of fighting? Now think about it, the hundreds of years of being a demon are like a dream. Akaza looked at Lin Heng calmly and restrainedly. Why am I obsessed with becoming stronger and my desire to fight is so strong? Who is Komeiji? Why is this name so familiar? What was I before I became a demon? You don't seem surprised that I can break through the limit. If you are really the incarnation of God, can you please give me an answer? Lin Heng simply sat down cross-legged and pointed at Akaza with some amusement. You are such a curious boy, you want to know everything. Other ghosts may not be able to do it, but you have already broken the limit. Instead of asking others, it is better to seek the answer from yourself. You know, there are some things that can only be answered by yourself, Komeiji. So. My name is, Komeiji. Akatsuka lowered his head and remained silent for a while. You are right, seek the answer from yourself. Those 2 people are extremely important to me, and I am very sure of this. He patted his head and kept searching for fragments in his memory, trying to find the forgotten precious things. So familiar, the man is strong and kind, the girl is beautiful, they are trying to persuade me to stop. Akatsuka's words were interrupted, and he suddenly covered his head and roared. Damn, it's so noisy, shut up, Musen Kibutsuji. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows, and his red gold pupils widened, full of curiosity. Musen? After breaking through the limit, he will still be affected. To what extent? It's okay. Because his blood flows in my body, I can't escape in this life. Akaza paid attention to answer Lin Heng's question. But at such a long distance, it's hard for him to completely control me. He can only keep buzzing like a fly in my mind. Akaza closed his eyes and took a deep breath, concentrating his mind and forcibly suppressing Musen's touch. Damn bastard, don't even think about controlling me again. Chapter 29. The old man was in a hurry to get out of bed, but he was still in a hurry to get out of bed. With a roar from Acaza, the administrator Musen, who was still chattering in his mind, was forcibly silenced by the group leader Acaza. The scumbag boss who was drinking tea in Infinite City could only angrily throw the teacup to the ground and curse Acaza fiercely. Acaza calmed down again and spoke rationally. Okay, now he can only watch and can't say anything. You are very concerned about Musen. Do you want to defeat him? Out of the duty of a god. Acaza looked at Lin Heng with some curiosity. From beginning to end, he didn't know what this self-proclaimed god wanted to do. His goal is to get your information. I can't cut off his senses. He can hear our communication. I hope you can be careful about this. Hearing Acaza's serious warning, Lin Heng smiled nonchalantly. Okay, thank you for your advice. I will be careful. Seeing Lin Heng's indifference, Acaza reminded him again. Let me remind you again. Even if you are a god, you have to be more careful. The strength of Kibutsuji Musen is unfathomable, far surpassing all the Kizuki. The gap between him and me is like a chasm. Acaza frankly admitted his weakness. Even if I don't have control over the ghost, I'm afraid I can't last more than a few rounds in his hands. Is he so strong? So scary, Ghost King? Seeing Acaza's worry, Lin Heng responded very cooperatively. He must not be able to beat Musen at the moment, but wait and see after his next big explosion. Who is the boss in the demon world? Somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Heng's perfunctory attitude, Acaza frowned and said seriously. Except for him, although I don't want to admit it, upper rank 1 Kokushibo and upper rank 2 Doma are also above me. When mentioning a certain annoying guy, Acaza didn't have a good face. Doma, this bastard, his blood demon art is very restrained against swordsmen who use breathing techniques to fight. Even if he is stronger than him, he can easily be tricked. But Kokushibo is different. When mentioning the upper rank one who conquered him with strength, Acaza was much more respectful. He can use human breathing and sword skills, and has super high skills. Like you, my compass can't capture his fighting spirit. Oh? Acaza, you are trying your best to bend your elbow outward. Consciously leaking information about demons, it seems that a considerable part of human nature has been restored. Lin Heng stared at Acaza's eyes with interest, not caring about Musen peeping at the screen. No, it should be said that it was the opposite. Musen Kibutsuji, I hope you can watch this scene carefully. You seem to remember more things, are they memories of when you were a human? Acaza nodded, thinking. I saw that I was practicing boxing with a man in the gym, and the girl was wiping our sweat. She seemed to be very weak and needed me to take care of her. There were also beautiful fireworks. At this point, Acaza's mood fell. There were many corpses. I stood among them, and then, that man, Musen Kibutsuji, appeared and walked towards me again. Looking at his fist, Acaza couldn't let it go for a long time. After that, I became a ghost. In order to become stronger, I seem to have done a lot of wrong things. He raised his head and looked at Lin Heng with some suspicion. But, are you really a god? Do heaven and hell exist in this world? People have a destination when they die, and ghosts also have a place to go when they die. Of course, heaven and hell do exist here, don't worry. Sincerely patting Acaza's shoulder, Lin Heng offered his comfort in a timely and considerate manner. There will be a place to go. A ghost like you who has killed countless people and committed many crimes will definitely fall into hell. Hearing Lin Heng's sincere words, Acaza's mouth twitched and he lowered his head. Thank you, I was not comforted much. Hell? Then they probably went to heaven a long time ago. Even if we can't meet again, I sincerely hope that they can live better in heaven. Facing the generous Acaza, Lin Heng did not hesitate to praise him. What a good realization! You made me look at you with new eyes, Komeiji. Maybe you really found yourself. It's a pity to fall into hell. Akaza could only sigh slightly. If only I could wake up earlier, I really did a lot of things wrong. I hate it so much. Weaklings, don't take their lives seriously, and eat a lot of strong people. It's too late to wake up now. Lin Heng patted Akaza and said, don't blame yourself too much. The sins you committed cannot be erased, but the root of the mistake is Musen Kibutsuji. Lin Heng pointed a short distance with his finger. If there are 18 levels of hell, you're almost there at the 10th level. As for Musen Kibutsuji who made you like this, please don't worry. Restraining all smiles, Lin Heng was more serious than ever. A pair of strange red eyes stared at Akaza's pupils, and Lin Heng said word by word. I will personally send you down to the endless purgatory, Musen Kibutsuji. Instantly, pure and powerful killing intent burst out from the boy. Akaza seemed to be in an ice cave, his mind was blank, and he could only stare at Lin Heng's mouth opening and closing. You are watching, right? The king, the divine power is like a prison. Through Akaza's senses, the terrifying power made Musen, who was venting his anger in the infinite city, stiffen. How many years have passed? How many years have I not had this feeling of encountering a natural enemy? Musen subconsciously touched the wound on his body. Hundreds of years have passed, and the experience of that night still makes him heartbroken. But fortunately, he is far from being as desperate as that man at the beginning. The fists were clenched, the nails pierced deeply into the flesh, and the beautiful face of Musen under the mimicry was now extremely twisted at the moment. Kill you! Bishamonten! Even if you are really the incarnation of God, I must kill you at all costs. The darkness that had been shrouding him gradually faded away. The sun was slowly and firmly trying to climb upwards, as if it couldn't wait to cross the horizon and release its brilliant light. Lin Heng resumed his smile, as if the moment just now had never happened. It's late, let me ask you one last question. When did you acquire the power of Dolu Buletin Hua? Akaza, who hadn't recovered yet, answered subconsciously. 100 years ago, Musen summoned the upper strings and gave them this power. This is the power of God's enlightenment. The demons after that have mastered similar things. Really? I understand. Thank you very much for your honesty today. Lin Heng stood up and said goodbye to Komeiji with a smile. Well, the sun is coming out. I believe you have already realized it. Lin Heng stretched his body leisurely, yawning. Ha, then I won't cut off your hands and feet, go to hell with peace of mind, maybe you can return to heaven after a few hundred years of atonement. Wait, I haven't. Before Akaza finished speaking, Lin Heng patted the dust off his body, wrapped his black cloak tightly, and disappeared in a few flashes. Hey! Asshole, you are really a jerk, you just leave after asking questions, without any patience at all. Akaza, who was left alone, stretched out his hand in vain to the direction where Lin Heng left, pounded his hands on the ground, and was a little dejected. Damn it, at least accompany me for the last period of time. However, Lin Heng had already walked away, and the woods were quiet, without even a response. Akaza could only smile bitterly and said helplessly. Do you trust me so much? What if I suddenly don't want to die and run away before the sun rises? What will you do with me? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and Akaza's loose eyes became sharp in an instant. Hey, wait! Bishamonten, no, Rengoku Kao's hero. You guy, you can't be. At this time, the rising sun just passed the horizon, and the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Akaza. The fighting ghost who had been pursuing the road of martial arts all his life gradually calmed down. Forget it, it doesn't matter. It's time to go to hell to atone for your sins. It's meaningless to entangle Komeiji or Akaza. This body, the sins committed by the body must be repaid. Ashes rose, and Akaza's body continued to disintegrate in the sunlight. As the light fell on him, Akaza thought absent-mindedly. Is this the feeling of being surrounded by the flames of hell? It hurts more than the wound cut by the red knife. I don't know what hell looks like. If I keep being burned by such flames, it would be terrible. But fortunately, he has always been good at endurance. The life of a ghost is like a bubble. Now that it has been punctured, it should also dissipate like bubbles. It should be like this. No one will sympathize with him, sympathize with an evil ghost who has killed countless people. Nothing will be taken away, nothing will be left behind, and in the end there will be only a single person, silently disappearing in an unknown place. But ANCESTOR has. Some looked up in a daze. In the morning light, the girl in a pink kimono walked briskly into the flames with soft light. The girl hugged the man tightly regardless of the pain of burning. Lian Shui, ANCESTOR choked. I know everything. I have been with you. Nothing can separate us this time. Let's go to hell to watch the fireworks again. I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. He buried his head in the woman's arms silently, and only a gentle call echoed in his ears. Welcome back, dear. In a blink of an eye, the ashes dispersed, ANCESTOR's hands were around, and he collapsed into nothingness in a hugging posture. A raindrop fell from the sky and disappeared without a trace on the ground. In the lush forest, Lin Heng's figure was moving quickly. Suddenly, he looked in the direction where ANCESTOR disappeared with a feeling in his heart. Why must he leave? Because there is someone else who should accompany you to the end of your journey. Lin Heng smiled and called Gugu to follow. Gugu ignored him and flew to the sky happily. It likes such a day, the weather is clear and cloudless. On such a day, the waxing third disappeared at dawn. Chapter 30. After a night of devastation, Tokyo seemed a little quiet and depressed in the early morning. There were no pedestrians on the shabby streets, only the hidden troops were completing the aftermath in an orderly manner. Although the city was severely damaged due to the time bomb, and the Demon Slayer Corps also suffered some casualties, everyone was very excited at the moment. The Dark Crows were constantly circling over the Demon Slayer Corps, delivering exciting news back and forth. Lower Moon 2, Pei Lang, confirmed dead. Repeat, Lower Moon 2, Pei Lang, confirmed dead. The confirmation of the death of one of the 12 demon moons had a sensational impact on the Demon Slayer Corps, which meant that a new pillar would be born. While busy with the aftermath, the members of the Yin team also began to discuss heatedly. The swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who followed Kanroji Mitsurai to dismantle the bomb was full of admiration. I heard that it was Lord Rengoku Kyojuro who personally killed the Lower Moon too. How old is he? He should be less than 20 years old. The medical staff of Yin had stars in their eyes when they heard this. So amazing, he can defeat the 12 demon moons alone. Is that the Rengoku? Yes, he is the son of Mr. Rengoku Makijiro, the Flame Pillar. I heard that Mr. Makijiro is planning to retire, and Lord Kyojuro will soon be able to succeed the Flame Pillar. A well-informed team member added in time. As expected of the Purgatory clan, that is really a reliable pillar. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who were bandaging the wound also began to join in, speaking with a mysterious look. Hey, compared to this, have you heard that the upper-rank demon who almost killed Makijiro-sama before has appeared again? What? How could it be? Everyone present was shocked. If the upper-rank demon is dispatched, who can stop it? Were there other pillars at the scene yesterday? The team member who released the news saw that everyone's eyes were attracted by him, and he couldn't help but get excited. He put his hands together and raised them high above his head, and said with a pious face. Of course there is no pillar, but the god came in person, saved the flame pillar, and exorcised the upper-rank demon. Several team members who were still bandaging their wounds also had fanatical faces. That's right, it was Bishamontan-sama who came to the world. I said before that it was the god of war who killed the demon. Seeing that everyone was discussing the gods, several rational team members couldn't accept it and refuted it. Do gods really exist? How is that possible? It sounds unbelievable. If gods can appear, why didn't they come earlier? Hearing the questioning voice, the team members who put their hands together instantly became emotional. Of course, don't disbelieve it. Someone in my hometown has seen gods a long time ago. You know about the single shot. In fact, the 2 lower strings were killed by the gods last time. That's right, it was also my hometown. My distant relatives were saved from the hands of the devil by the gods themselves. The swordsmen and the hidden team members were divided into 2 factions, each holding their own opinions. At this time, a sharp-eyed team member found Shenkai Aoi who came out to rest after treatment. It's Lord Aoi of the Butterfly House. Just ask Lord Aoi and you'll know. It's really unthinkable to subjugate the upper strings. Shenkai Aoi, who had finished the treatment, was thinking about taking a rest and relaxing. He happened to hear everyone's discussion and hurried over to comfort everyone. Everyone, stop speculating. Wait, the Lord and the others will make the judgment. After confirming the news is true, they will inform everyone. Unlike the lower-level team members, she knew the general course of events. The appearance of the upper rank was true, and the girl who sent Kyojuro escaped from him. As for the gods, Kanzaki Aoi's eyes could not help but look into the distance. Just over there, a battlefield with huge destruction appeared near Tokyo. The breath of the upper rank 3 Akaza was cut off here. The headquarters is sending people to track him, but it is likely that he has fallen. And this can only be killed or repelled by the existence who calls himself Bishamontan. Thinking of this, Kanzaki Aoi's expression was somewhat worried. According to the investigation of Rock Pillar by Minjio Gyume, there are already many ordinary people who fanatically believe that the existence who can remove evil spirits is the incarnation of the god Bishamontan. Now even the members of the INU and Demon Slayer Corps have spread his news. I really don't know whether this is good or bad. But after thinking about it, Kanzaki Aoi also breathed a sigh of relief. The abnormality in the team is so obvious, I think the Lord has already known it. Let him and the pillars worry about this matter. She believed that the wise Lord would handle this matter. Moreover, even if there really is a god, it seems that it is on the side of humans at present, so everyone will be under much less pressure. At this time, in the place of wisteria flowers, Kanroji Mitsurai was half kneeling on the ground waiting for questions. The tall and strong rock pillar, Gyume of Biming Island, and the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Yoya, stood above and looked at the woman in front of them. Yubayashiki Yoya was the first to speak gently to congratulate. Congratulations on your successful conquest of the 12 demon moons and the protection of the imperial capital. How are you and Kyojuro now? Unexpectedly, Yoya would start to ask about her health first, and Mitsurai hurriedly replied. Thank you for your concern, Lord. I am still very healthy. Kyojuro was seriously injured in the bloody battle with the lower moon too to protect everyone. Tilting her head, Mitsurai was very excited. But Miss Aoi of the Butterfly House has already treated him in time. Kyojuro is now recuperating in the Butterfly House and is fine. Nodding his head in approval, Yoya praised sincerely. You are both the most heroic swordsmen. Kyojuro defeated the lower rank alone and proved that he can succeed the flame pillar. After a pause, he looked at the girl expectantly. And you too, Mitsurai. I believe that with your potential, you will soon become a pillar. Thank you, my lord, for your trust. I will definitely work harder. Mitsurai was a little flattered when she heard this, and quickly answered loudly. Yoya cleared his throat and waved his hand to signal Mitsurai to stand up. Don't be restrained. Now it's time to talk about the appearance of the upper rank and the so-called gods. Mitsurai, please tell us the details of this process. Okay. My lord. Mitsurai tapped her chin and thought with all her might. She started from the time she first met a man named Rengoku Kyojuro and was guided by him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. She recounted the whole process verbatim until yesterday when he claimed to be Bishamontan, saved her from Akaza, and took Akaza away to fight him. Yaya and Bai Minjihokyume looked at each other. Now the identity of the mysterious man has been confirmed, which coincides with the news learned from the old man. Previously, I thought that the so-called gods were just ignorant tricks of rural villagers to confuse people, but now it seems a bit confusing. From the beginning of this secret meeting to now, Bai Minjihokyume finally asked his first question. You mean the existence who calls himself Bishamontan looks very similar to Rengoku Kyujuro? Yes, his name is Rengoku Kyujuro, and he looks like a smaller version of Kyujuro, probably about 2 or 3 years younger than him. Yaya thought for a moment after hearing this. Bishamontan's 2 appearances were both related to the Flame Pillar, and his appearance was so consistent with the image of the Purgatory clan that it was hard to imagine that this was a coincidence. Ta, ta, ta. The sound of hurried wooden clogs came, and the soft and gentle white-haired woman rushed in without greeting. Because she was too anxious, her hair was curled up, which was somewhat different from her usual dignified temperament. The 3 of them looked up at the same time, and Yaya asked with expectation in his eyes, "How is it, Tianyan, is there a result on that matter?" Tianyan took a few deep breaths, adjusted her posture, and still couldn't hide her excitement. Confirmed, after receiving the news of the appearance of the upper string, the former Flame Pillar Purgatory Makijiro rushed to support and successfully discovered the battlefield between Bishamontan and the upper string 3 near Tokyo. Makijiro searched the battlefield carefully and confirmed that the other party was dead, and Bishamontan was missing. Upper rank 3, Akaza confirmed dead. Although they had expected this, the explosive news still made the 3 of them very excited. He slapped the wall hard, and Yubiashiki Yoshiya was so excited that he could not control himself. Good. Well done. Next, we need to notify all the team members. This is a historic breakthrough. The shadow that has been hanging over the Demon Slayer Corps since its birth, the mysterious and powerful upper rank has finally broken. As calm and rational as Yubiashiki Yoya is, he can't control his emotions at this moment. The upper rank is not invincible. Even if it is because of the third party Bishamontan's joining, the mission of the Yubiashiki family for hundreds of years, the long-cherished wish to kill all evil spirits has finally seen the light of day. Because he was too excited, Yoya coughed several times in a row, and was quickly helped to sit down by Tianyan. Seeing this, Mitsurai and Bai Mei Yuxing left first. Everyone left, Tianyan went out to boil medicine, leaving Yoya sitting on the mat to think quietly. Bishamontan, a mysterious strong man, has the ability to defeat the upper rank alone. He is proficient in the breath of fire. Another standard appearance of the Purgatory clan, and he also saved Flame Pillar twice. It would be too reluctant to call it a coincidence. Do gods really exist in this world? Yaya has never been one to rest on his laurels. As long as he can eliminate evil spirits, he is willing to do whatever it takes, but this thing is really weird. Now that some people in the Demon Slayer squad have begun to worship Bishamontan and pray for his blessing, Yaya has to think more about this situation. In fact, in the final analysis, the root cause is that the power of ghosts is completely unequal to that of humans. The Demon Slayer squad is also hiding here and there, not even daring to expose their headquarters, otherwise they may be in danger of being destroyed at any time. At this juncture, no one can reject any hope. There is a high probability that he is just a human who has mastered the breath of fire. Obviously, we cannot hold out hope for the unsophisticated people in the countryside. Obviously before, only the demon slayers were fighting alone in the dark night. But... Thinking of the flame in his dream, Yubiashiki Yoshiya couldn't help but hold his heart. Is it true that in this world where evil spirits exist, there will be no gods? The long-term despair not only makes ordinary people fanatical and superstitious, but also affects the Demon Slayer Corps and even itself. Yaya's eyes looked through the void, as if he wanted to catch something, but in the end there was still nothing in front of him. The last thing left in the quiet room was a sigh. As the source of everything, the mysterious Bishamontan. What kind of existence are you? Where are you now? Chapter 31. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. And as the source of everything, damn Bishamontan. What on earth are you? Where are you now? At this time, Ghost Dance Suji Musen, who was extremely irritable, was also curious about this question. In Infinite City, due to the appearance of Bishamontan and the death of Sanyi Wozeo of Shangxian, all the surviving Shangxian were summoned again by Musen. This time is unusual, the atmosphere between the strings is somewhat silent and stiff. How many years have passed since the founding of the 12 Ghost Moons? Except for the death caused by the bloody battle among the evil spirits, the only one who died in the hands of outsiders was Yu Wozuo. What a shock! What a shame! How horrible! You know, Yu Wo seat is the third one on the string. In the world of ghosts, sequence completely represents strength, which means that when encountering Bishamontan, at least half of the ghosts present will not be able to escape. Just when the Shangxians didn't dare to express their anger and were waiting for Wuhan's order, a frivolous voice came. Hey, sorry, everyone. Master Wuhan, it seems that I am the last one to arrive again, keeping everyone waiting for a long time. Before anyone arrived, the sound of laughter arrived first. Dressed like a playboy, the cynical Tong Mo appeared last. He bowed politely and turned around to apologize to the people around him. Wuhan above looked at this guy who jumped away with slight disgust. In fact, as the saying goes, righteousness among men is the best among ghosts, and as the second son of a string, his relationship with ghosts is not as good as he thought. After looking around, staring at Naranu with the word Shangxian-san engraved in her pupils, tears welled up in Tong Mo's eyes. How could this happen? It's too sudden. Could it be that Mr. Yu Wozuo died? He is obviously so powerful. Tong Mo covered his mouth in disbelief, and muffled sounds came intermittently. Although he sometimes quarrels with me and dislikes me, I am very worried about him. Because in my heart, we are all the most important companions, that's why I don't want to lose anyone. Snapped. The sound of the scabbard hitting the ground was heard, and the child's tearful mood stopped. In the room above Infinite City, Hei Shimo, who was sitting upright and drinking tea, slowly spoke. Stop your boring performance, Tong Mo. Your emotions don't fluctuate at all. It's so hypocritical. It makes me sick. You've seen it all? Tong Mo was shocked and quickly waved his hands, adjusted his mood and got back into the mood. Ah! Mr. Heidi Mao, I think you may have misunderstood me. Tears were squeezed out again, and Tong Mo's eyes sparkled with tears. Because we are on the second string, my relationship with Master Yu Wozeo, who is third in the sequence, is actually very close. But I'm sorry for disturbing you just now. How can I apologize to you? Snort. With a cold snort, the high-ranking Hei Shimao narrowed his 6 eyes and frowned tightly. Great. There was no interruption this time, and Tong Mo continued to perform with great emotion. Compared to me who only loves to eat women, Mr. Yu Wozuo is really a good ghost. Even though my strength was surpassed by that of later me, I was not willing to eat a nutritious woman. Regarding his death, I sincerely feel that. As one of the only female ghosts, Fallen Girl raised her beautiful eyebrows, and there was a hint of helplessness in her starry eyes. Master Tong Mo is still so handsome, but no one wants to hear long stories, and besides, your acting skills have not improved at all, they are still so bad. Tong Mo took back the hand covering his mouth, and his voice gradually became colder. His 2 lines of tears have not yet dried up, and his signature smile has returned to his face. That's really a pity. Clang! The moonlight flashed. Before the people present could see Hei Shimo's movements clearly, a cluster of blood had already exploded from Tong Mo's throat. Gilu, I am no match for you. Tong Mo, who recovered in an instant, reminded him pretending to be surprised. Lord He Shimo, but are you going to fight me for Yuozuo, in front of Lord Wuhan? The two superiors were facing each other tit for tat, and the surrounding top officers were trembling, lowering their sense of presence and not daring to speak out. Wu Kei looked at the two ghosts who were at war with each other with an unkind expression. Learning from the past, Wuhan is now more and more vigilant and dislikes everyone. Even Yuozuo, who has always been loyal, reliable, and useful, would betray him, let alone them? These people are unreliable, and seeds of doubt are quietly sown. But now, although he has always been unhappy with Tong Mo's attitude, Yuozuo betrayed his orders and died in vain. Facing the mysterious Bishamontan, the ghost needs stability at this moment. That's enough, stop thinking this is a place. Hai Shimu, who valued rules, was the first to bow and apologize. Sorry, Master Wuhan, I was impulsive. Seeing this, Tong Mo quickly smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. Lord He Shimo was just playing around with me. I'm not angry or blaming him. In fact, I don't care at all. With his head lowered, several veins popped out of He Shimu's neck, and the ghost sword that he had withdrawn was once again held in his hand. Upon seeing this, Wuxian interrupted in time and brought things back on track. Okay, now we should talk about business. Yuozuo was arrogant and died in battle for not obeying my orders. Wu Quan waved his hand and peeled off a mass of flesh and blood from his body. After leaving Wu Mei's body, this part of flesh and blood is still extremely active, and it falls to the ground and twists flexibly. Muzan carefully manipulated the flesh and blood, slowly mimicking Lin Heng's appearance, and then saw the fake Bishamontan open his mouth and let out Lin Heng's voice. The tricky thing now is that it was not the demon slayers who killed him, but a guy who called himself Bishamontan and has never appeared before. To sum up, Han Tengu, Yahoo, you continue to look for traces of the demon slayer squad. These rats have been jumping very hard recently. As for that annoying guy. Boom. The flesh and blood that mimicked Bishamontan's form exploded violently, and Muzan's voice above him was cold and stern, and he clenched his hands into fists. Tong Mo, He Shimo, I order you to track down Bishamontan and find him and kill him at all costs. As you command. Everyone responded in unison, and several of the low-ranking ones breathed a sigh of relief. A swordsman who uses the breath of fire to fight and claims to be a god. His appearance matches that of the Purgatory clan. It reminds me of the first-generation flame pillar. Hai Shimu, who was reminded by Lin Heng's appearance, seemed to have returned to those days. But after sighing with emotion, he slowly added. But even if the strongest group of people is resurrected, except for that person, it will be impossible for others to kill Yuozuo. He Shimo held down the sword and slowly closed his eyes. It would be really rare to meet such an outstanding swordsman in this era. Tong Mo touched his chin with interest and raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. Hey, he calls himself Bishamontan. He is the strongest god of war. How interesting. Wu Kuai narrowed his eyes and spoke in a bad tone. What, do you have news? There was no news about him even though he was so strong before. It just seemed like he appeared out of nowhere. The Demon Slayer team seems to have no idea about it either. Tong Mo's tone was seductive, trying his best to arouse everyone's interest. Looking at it this way, don't you think it's strange? There was silence for a while, and when no one responded, veins popped out on Tong Mo's neck. Looking at it this way, don't you think it's strange? Wuxian's eyes began to look evil, and Tong Mo's showy behavior was undoubtedly playing into his minefield at this moment. Ahem, that. The atmosphere was a little weird, and Yu who was holding his precious artwork, couldn't hold it any longer, so he weakly said in support. Yes, yes, it makes perfect sense. Please continue, Lord Tong Mo. Seeing the eyes of all the ghosts being attracted, Tong Mo smiled proudly and added mysteriously. Speaking of which, Master Musen, everyone, I have an interesting idea about Bishamontan's identity. Chapter 32. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Ding! 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 The notification sounds of increases in real and legendary values continued, but there was no obvious update in the ability of legendary values. I don't know if it was an illusion, but a line of black writing flickered slightly on the true value of the ability entry, but in the end it did not appear and disappeared. Looking at his own panel, Lin Heng smiled slightly. Not enough? It seems that some people have realized it, but are not completely sure yet. Just when the Demon Slayer Core and Musen were tossing and turning over the mysterious appearance of Bishamontan, their minds were broken. Lin Heng seemed to have disappeared from this world and disappeared for a full month. Gradually, the disturbance caused by the appearance of Bishamontan gradually subsided, and the Demon Slayer Core and the evil spirits returned to the main theme of fighting each other between you and me. However, the impact of the loss of a top stringer is far more than that. The Demon Slayer Core internally confirmed the death of Yu Wozao, and the gods are temporarily on the side of humans. The heavy shadow caused by the winding gradually dissipated, and the atmosphere in the team became relaxed. At the same time, the young infernal Anjiro successfully succeeded Ensu, inspiring a large number of team members. Iguro Kobana, Kenroji Mitsurai and other stepsons also set out to find the next line of attack. 100 years later, the confidence within the Demon Slayer Core has never been higher. On the ghost side, out of distrust of the existing top stringers, Wuhan made drastic decisions. Unknown changes were quietly taking place within the ghosts. Although the undercurrent is turbulent, the world is still calm on the surface. As the instigator, Lin Heng was walking leisurely while counting his gains from this battle. This battle with Yi Wozhou was really a wave of success, and all abilities have been greatly improved. Lin Heng clasped his hands together and admired his luxurious panel. True value 70%. Unlocked ability entries: Breath of Fire, Superb, Stripes, Hideo, Perfect in all episodes, Inhuman Physique, Super Genius, Rapid Digestion, Supersensory Field, Supersensory Derived Secret Skills. Legendary value, 75%. God descends to earth, wields a golden sword, controls flames, drives away evil spirits, and protects believers. Characteristics: Heaven and Man, the appearance of Heaven and Man, punishing evil and suppressing evil. Respected King, the martial arts are prosperous and the divine power is as powerful as prison. God of War, the fighting spirit is immortal and he is invincible in 100 battles. Compared to when I first entered the world of Demon Slayer, I am much stronger. After opening the panel, Lin Heng was in a good mood. After many bloody battles, he finally had some ability to protect himself in the crisis-ridden derivative world. In the change of true value, the Stripes and Hideo have been unlocked, and the mastery of the Breath of Fire has reached an extraordinary level. Even if Yansu, who created the flame-breathing technique, is resurrected, his attainments in this way may not surpass Lin Heng. Regarding this point, Lin Heng's more intuitive feeling is that his body is constantly adjusting, and the Breath of Fire is also constantly evolving. Compared with the first version, it has been greatly enhanced. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, the Breath of Fire in Lin Heng's hands will surpass the pinnacle of Demon Slayer breathing technique, the Breath of the Sun used by the legendary Relay Kuni Eniki. The newly added characteristics of the God of War in the legendary value are derived from the priesthood of Bishamontan. Although they appear to be extremely powerful, the specific effects have to be explored in battle. Although he was said to be invincible, he couldn't be completely invincible. If he went to kill Wu Mei now, Lin Heng asked himself that he still couldn't do it. Even Lin Heng squinted his eyes, feeling a little worried. Even Yu Wozhou, who was not good at using the mutated hedge transformation, had become so much stronger with the blessing of Dolu, and the two people above him didn't have any concerns about this. There is no need for Tong Mo and his like to worry. If everything goes well, Lin Heng will not be afraid of his freezing influence at all, but He Simo will be the tough opponent. Lin Heng is looking forward to fighting against him, but everything will have to wait. Waiting for the second wave of harvest. As for the next step in the short term, after a period of dormancy, bullets have been flying for a while, and public opinion has begun to ferment. Lin Heng left enough time for the Demon Slayer squad and Muzan to think. After stopping for so long, Lin Heng planned to start. While the advantage of the prophet is still there, he can grasp what he can get, so that no matter how the plot changes, Lin Heng will have the confidence to deal with it. How to make an identity truly recognized is more important than relying on how you do it yourself. It is more important to guide others to think. And the choice of this other is very mysterious. It is best to have weight that can convince other people, but also cannot. Too sensitive, to prevent Lin Heng from noticing his flaws. He smiled strangely. Lin Heng's next target had actually been determined from the beginning. As the ancestor of the Purgatory family, it's not too much to go back to his hometown to take a look. Since he has returned to his hometown, it's normal to educate his unfilial descendants. Then it sounds reasonable enough that the descendants are willing to serve the ancestor, impressed by his divine power. In short, the next stop is the Purgatory family. Makijiro, the ancestor is here. Lin Heng's figure quickly shuttled through the dense forest and closely followed the owl leading the way above his head. Goo, goo goo. The owl above flew over a little tiredly and landed on Lin Heng's shoulder. This time, Goo Goo Bird really did a great job. Lin Heng touched Goo Goo's head and praised. The Purgatory family is really remote, it is worthy of being a place hidden for hundreds of years without being discovered by ghosts. You have worked so hard. If you hadn't followed the crow before, I'm afraid even the gods wouldn't be able to find this place. Goo Goo, Goo. Goo called a few times weakly. It was exhausted working for its unscrupulous master. It would have to eat more next time. Lin Heng stroked its feathers lovingly, his tone gentle. Take a nap and rest for a while. We still have things to do at night. The Purgatory family is as difficult to find as the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. It can continue its inheritance for hundreds of years even under the tracking of ghosts. This gold content can be seen. Thanks to Gugyagu for following the crow that delivered the message when Shinjiro was seriously injured and finding the specific location, otherwise it would be funny if the ancestor couldn't find the way home. Lin Heng licked his lips with some anticipation. Meeting with the Rengoku family, winning their trust, and then gaining some say in the Demon Slayer Corps, this is the necessary preparation for him to officially step into the spotlight. To be honest, he is also looking forward to what the scene will be like when his ancestor revisits his hometown. Tremble, Makijiro. It is your duty to restore the glory of the Rengoku family. Chapter 33. The night was dark, and the moon was shining brightly. Late at night, the starry sky dimmed, and only a bright moon shone in the sky. In the mansion of the Purgatory family, Purgatory Makijiro was lying on the couch, and several empty wine bottles were scattered on the ground in twos and threes. The evening breeze blew gently over his back, and Makijiro unconsciously stretched out his hand to scratch his itch. The bright moonlight shone around him through the open door, reflecting the mess. Day. Suddenly, there was a low knocking sound from the roof, and the drunk man lying on the ground below trembled and opened his eyes silently. Lin Heng, wrapped in a black cloak, stood on the tiles and whispered softly. It's all your fault. You landed on my shoulders so suddenly that I couldn't control the force of your fall. Cuckoo didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. It leaned on his shoulder in silence and yawned continuously. Damn it, whose owl yawns in the middle of the night? It's really too much for the owl to travel in the daytime and be energetic at night. Cuckoo spread out its two claws and started swinging directly. With an awkward smile, Lin Heng knew that what he did was not very authentic, and he couldn't help but touch his nose. Forget it, let's go down and give Makijiro a little shock of his ancestors. With a slight tap of his toes, Lin Heng landed gently with Cuckoo and walked directly to the main house. Oh! Lin Heng's footsteps suddenly paused, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The evening breeze gently brushed over the threshold, and through the open door, the moonlight illuminated the messy ground, but the house was empty. Someone who was snoring just now has disappeared silently. Oh my, what a surprise, there is no one inside. Lin Heng's laughter was a little strange. He was here just now, it was because you scared him away, what a stupid cuckoo. Cuckoo? Cuckoo. Switch, just shake it hard. Cuckoo glared and pecked back angrily. Just as the man and the bird were arguing, a cold red sword blade silently emerged from the shadow behind them, and it accelerated in an instant to go straight to Lin Heng's back. I was really careless, I thought you really fell into a slump and became a drunkard. A white hand stretched out from the cloak, Lin Heng casually picked up 2 fingers and gently pressed the attacking blade backwards. So the fierce sun wheel sword stopped in the air, unable to move forward. I'm so sorry. I think I looked down on you just now. The man clenched the sun blade with his fingers, and trembled a few times. He tried hard but couldn't pull it out. Good evening, the moon is very bright tonight. I haven't seen it so clearly for a long time. Lin Heng slowly turned his head and glanced at the visitor with his eyebrows lowered. I like this weather very much. What about you? Rengoku Makijiro. Who are you and what is your purpose here? Unlike Lin Heng's ease, Rengoku Makijiro, who was held by a knife, asked in shock. The Rengoku family's mansion was so hidden, but if the other party hadn't accidentally made a sound and revealed a flaw, he wouldn't even know when they found his nest. The other party was dressed in a black robe, hiding himself, and he had no good intentions. His full-strength sneak attack was actually blocked by one hand. It was so powerful. Cold sweat flowed down Makijuro's forehead. He was determined to die at this moment. It's a pity that Kyojuro and Chihiro are outside and don't know the danger of the ancestral home. Don't come back, Kyojuro and Chihiro, Makijuro prayed in his heart. Relax, don't stare at me with a bitter and vengeful look on your face, I won't eat you. Lin Heng smiled at Makijuro who was on high alert, waved his hand to flick off the locked Nichiren sword, and then took off the cloak wrapped around his body. Under the moonlight, the golden red long hair spread out like flames, and the boy's strange pupils looked directly at the decadent uncle with unshaven beard in front of him. Apart from their temperament, the two look very similar. Ah! This, you are. Makijuro looked at the appearance of the boy in front of him, his brain crashed for a short time, and then he reacted immediately. It's you, the mysterious person who killed 2 lower ranks in a single shot, saved me from the upper third, and then showed up in Tokyo to help Kyojuro. Makijuro's tone suddenly became much more respectful, and his hostility also decreased, but his hands holding the Nichiren sword did not dare to relax at all. Thank you for your help before. What should I call you, Bishamontan, or? It's Purgatory Hejuro. It's up to you, but I'm probably more suitable for the title of Bishamontan now. Lin Heng waved to Makijuro, telling him not to be nervous and to relax first. Put down the Nichiren sword first. I just wanted to come back and have a look. I didn't expect to wake up a drunkard like you. Come back and have a look? Maki's hero remained silent, his brain starting to spin rapidly. Don't worry, it's not a combat situation. I hate being pointed at a knife. I mean no harm. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to stand now. After all, you are really... Lin Heng smiled playfully, deliberately lengthening his voice, and his tone was a bit harsh. Too weak. Makijuro's eyes widened, his pupils dilated unnaturally, and his breathing became rapid. Bold maniac, simply. Furious. Chapter 34. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Furious. Putting down the knife angrily, a flash of anger flashed across Makijuro's face, but he quickly suppressed it and resumed his salty posture. He clearly knew the gap between the two. After all, he personally led a team to search the battlefield on the day he learned that Xingjulan's accident happened. Facing the traces left after the confrontation between the being who claimed to be Bishamontan and Yuoza before him, he, who had experienced many battles, fell silent. What a terrifying opponent we are facing, this was his first thought. The next guess that came to mind was, maybe there really are gods in this world. The long-lost feeling of powerlessness penetrated the whole body, and that kind of terrifying destructive power was simply beyond the reach of human beings. Seeing Makijuro obediently put down the Nichiren sword, Lin Heng showed a childish expression and turned around to take a leisurely walk in the Purgatory Mansion. Makijuro, with his head full of black lines, followed behind one step behind. Both of them remained silent the whole way. Lin Heng seized the opportunity and demonstrated the basic qualities of an actor. He stopped along the way, and sighed a few times from time to time. It was touching and sad, and Makijuro was full of suspicion. With this set of silky little combos, Lin Heng vividly displayed the image of a tourist wandering back to his old place after many years of absence, fully embodying his homesickness. Well, Lin Heng's acting skills actually only moved me. The sharp-eyed Makijuro discovered the flame pillar Haori wrapped in Lin Heng's arms, and followed him along the way, stopping to speak and thinking about Lin Heng's identity. After finally stopping at this moment, Makijuro finally couldn't help but ask questions. With all due respect, how come the Yuji inherited by our clan is in your hands? Your appearance and the superb breath of fire all show that you are from our clan, but why have you never heard of it before? Makijuro's eyes were filled with suspicion. In this generation, only me and my 2 children are left in the Purgatory family. I have never heard of the existence of a person named Purgatory Tsunjuro. After a leisurely pace, Lin Heng looked back at Makijuro. Can't you bear this? The fish finally bit the hook. Lin Heng said with emotion that his acting skills are on the line. Fighting ghosts is not easy. Today, the Purgatory family has also withered away. Only 2 or 3 of you big cats and kittens are left. Who do you think is the big cat or kitten? Shen Xiaolang felt a little angry, but he didn't dare to say anything, waiting for his next words. Not offended? This is not easy to handle. What, did I say something wrong? Lin Heng looked at his expression and said. The dignified Yanzu is so slovenly that your son has to shoulder the responsibility of Zhu before he has fully grown up. Cut. Makijuro's eyes darkened, and he felt clear irritability coming from his super sense. It must be uncomfortable to be lectured by a guy younger than his own son. Lin Heng smiled slightly and added fuel to the fire. Although his talent is sufficient, he is too young and needs to continue to develop. Isn't this because of your dereliction of duty? After weighing Yuri in his arms, Lin Heng continued to speak. Neither you now nor Anjiro, who has not experienced too many hardships, are strong enough to bear the weight of this Haori. If you want to take over the glory of the Purgatory clan for hundreds of years, you will need more tests. Thinking of something, Makijuro became even darker. Humph. Purgatory. Come on. Lin Heng's eyes lit up and he directly interrupted Makijuro's complaints. Really, the mud can't hold up the wall. It's really unbearable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to help you keep it. He was pointed at the nose and scolded in the face by a boy who was younger than his son. Makijuro, who was already a bit emotional, finally couldn't bear it this time and retorted angrily. I am the most outstanding flame pillar in recent generations. In what capacity did you say such a thing? Your name is not found in the genealogy. Makijuro spoke faster and faster, and his tone became more and more angry. Purgatory? Hey! What do you know? No, you who want to use the breath of fire should actually be aware of it. So what about the hundreds of years of glory of the Purgatory clan? What they inherit is just a poor subordinate. In the middle of his retort, Makijiro trembled at the corners of his mouth and stopped talking. He lowered his head dejectedly and swallowed the second half of the sentence back into his mouth. It's in place, now the emotion is in place. Really? It seems that my name is not recorded in the genealogy. A slightly sad sigh came out. Lin Heng's leisurely steps also stopped. Finish your words, it's just a poor substitute for the sun breathing. Lin Heng turned his head and looked at Rengoku Makijiro with a serious and helpless face. That's what you want to say. Right, Makijiro? Makijiro raised his head and looked at Lin Heng, and the middle-aged uncle trembled silently. He said the truth buried in his heart in front of others, and personally denied the breath of fire that he had practiced for a lifetime. This also hit Makijiro, who had regarded it as a pride since childhood, deeply. Half of his decadence was caused by this. Unfilial descendants, step out. Lin Heng smiled strangely. How to influence him next? The Purgatory clan is your surname, and fighting against evil spirits is your life. Don't joke, the corners of his mouth were raised badly. Compared with the talk therapy, Lin Heng believed more in a common saying. A filial son is born under the stick. Clang! The sun blade in his arms drew an arc. The gorgeous golden flames briefly stayed in the air, reflecting the two people standing in opposition. One seemed helpless, and the other was worried. You are such a worrying junior. How can I feel at ease handing over the Purgatory family to you? After jumping twice on the spot, Lin Heng slightly stretched his muscles and bones, and a series of crisp explosions sounded. Listen carefully, sloppy kid, you must hold your sun blade tightly next. Holding down his frowning brows, the sun blade slowly raised, with the tip of the blade pointing directly at Makijiro. Lin Heng's tone was full of excitement. Let's have a fight. Pulling away from his worries, Makijiro's brain was instantly filled with blanks, and the words of surprise came out subconsciously. Ah! I fight Bishamontan. Chapter 35. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. Hey? I'm going to fight Bishamontan. He didn't bother to think about Lin Heng's uneasy words. At this moment, Purgatory Makijiro's mind was occupied by let's fight. That's right, but don't worry, I won't bully the small ones. My strength and speed will be controlled to the same level as you. The difference in body shape and age between the two made this sentence particularly strange, but both Purgatory Makijiro and Lin Heng accepted the gap naturally and did not think there was anything wrong. Wait, this is too sudden. I need to think about it. Besides, I have no reason to talk to you. A long-winded brat, one type, Shiranui. With a flash of golden fire, Lin Heng rushed to Makijiro and slashed forward with the Nichiren sword. The second type, rising in the summer sky. His body subconsciously turned the Nichiren sword, and red flames burst out from bottom to top. Makijiro instantly blocked Lin Heng's attacking Nichiren sword. Instead of choosing to fight, Lin Heng retreated directly. He reacted and blocked the attack. Makijiro was stunned. The other party was not lying. He had indeed suppressed the strength and speed to the extent that he could handle it. What are you still thinking about? Although the power is suppressed, I will not let go of other places. Lin Heng said with an impatient look. Be more serious, or you'll die. Your Majesty, you are as powerful as prison. The indescribable momentum broke out, and the battle-experienced Purgatory Makijiro couldn't help but be shocked. The other party is no longer joking, he is serious. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. His hand holding the Nichiren sword tightened, and Makijiro's body instinctively opened his posture. If you don't handle it well, you might die here. However, feeling Lin Heng's terrifying pressure, excitement spread throughout his body like electricity, making Makijiro excited for the first time in a long time. Actually, ever since the leaflet, I have always wanted to experience it. When your body is suppressed to the same level, whether you are a human or a god. An astonishing light flashed in the decadent uncle's eyes. Who can suppress me, Purgatory Makijiro, just by using the breath of fire? I am the flame pillar of the Purgatory family. Lin Heng no longer underestimated the enemy and spoke solemnly. You have a good momentum, please impress me, Makijiro. The middle-aged uncle roared loudly, as if he had found the peak of his confidence. Let the sword speak. Let me see if the breath of fire can surpass the limit. Bishamonten, don't underestimate me. The breath of fire, the type of one, Shiranui. The two sounds overlapped at this moment. The sun blade tore the air and let out an ear-splitting roar. Similar moves were performed at the same time. Two figures wrapped in flames, one gold and one red, collided violently. In the blink of an eye, the light and shadow of swords intersected several times. The rapid attack was enough to suffocate an ordinary swordsman. Following? I can keep up. Makijuro's heart gradually became as hot as the Nichiren sword in his hand. The confrontation between the two is like a mirror. No matter what moves Lin Heng uses, Makijiro can fight back in the same way. If we continue like this, we might be able to defeat him. Bishamonten, you actually look down on me so much. Suddenly, the two of them staggered for a moment, and crouched to briefly accumulate strength at the same time. The breath of fire, the shape of Wu, the fire tiger. The breath of fire, the shape of Wu, the fire tiger. Two tiger roars resounded almost at the same time. The golden tiger and the red tiger collided violently. Flames of different colors mixed together and collided into a huge fireball. A deafening roar sounded, setting off a storm in the carefully maintained courtyard, and two figures exited from the flames. The results of the first round were almost evenly matched. Makijiro was breathing heavily. His physical fitness was no longer at its peak due to age and alcoholism, but his breathing skills alone were becoming more sophisticated. Even if he is disheartened, his body is still operating instinctively to maintain a normal state. This is the gold content of the flame pillar of the Purgatory clan. Even a god can't think of being much better than me in the breath of fire. Makisuro couldn't help but smile a little. Snap, snap, snap. A series of crisp applause sounded, and Lin Heng never hesitated to praise him. It's really good, Makijiro. You can be called a master in the breath of fire secretly taught by the Purgatory family. You have achieved almost perfection. Even if it's me, no, even if the first ancestor who created this method is resurrected, I'm afraid. I'm afraid it won't be too strong for you. Is this a compliment from the gods? I'm really flattered. Makijuro's voice was full of confidence. The end of the breath of fire is still some distance away, but I can barely see its peak. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows but said nothing. After wiping the sweat from his head, Makijiro put away the Nichiren sword and continued with a smile. How about it, Bishamonten? It's a draw now. Do you think this is just a compliment? Lin Heng shook his head in disappointment. Okay, now that the warm-up is over, let me show you what is exclusive to me. The red gold sun blade in his hand turned slowly, Lin Heng's eyes darkened. The breath of fire that belongs exclusively to Purgatory Heshura. Chapter 36. The fire breath that belongs exclusively to Rengoku Hungjuro. What does this mean? Makijiro was stunned, and his mind was a little confused. Without giving him time to think carefully, Lin Heng's low voice sounded. Flame breath, my style, one form, unknown fire. Swish! The exploding golden flames burst out from the bottom of his feet, and Lin Heng's figure disappeared in an instant. Looking down from the night sky, a red-gold line of fire passed through the center of the courtyard of the Rengoku family, and the flames dissipated. When Lin Heng appeared again, he had already arrived above Makijiro. My style, the third form, the air flames of all things. A powerful blow penetrated from top to bottom, and the golden flames on the sun wheel sword almost burned Makai-Juro's face. In the shrinking pupils of the decadent uncle, only the red gold blade was constantly expanding. Was he so fast before? The sword skills switched so smoothly, was the restriction lifted? Can I block it? I'm afraid it's too late. Will I die here? Ruka. At this moment, time seemed to be stretched, and it started to play frame by frame in slow motion. Countless thoughts rolled through Makai-Juro's mind. Although he was still a little dazed, his body, which had experienced many battles, was still making subconscious judgments. The sun wheel sword blocked his chest, and Makai-Juro jumped to the side with all his strength. You can't react now? I'll let you go for now. Lin Heng, who was in mid-air, shook his head when he saw that he almost chopped off Makai-Juro's revolving lantern with one sword, and the ruthless sun wheel sword in his hand changed from slashing to slashing. Dang! Makai-Juro, who barely parried, was blown away in an instant, and he stopped after knocking down 2 small trees in a row. Ahem, the opponent just held back and changed his tactics, otherwise the previous attack would have been easy to finish. Spitting out a mouthful of turbid blood, Makai-Juro's brain cleared up and straightened his body. You can still stand up, so keep fighting. Golden flames wrapped around his feet, Lin Heng appeared like a ghost, and a series of continuous slashes pressed towards Makai-Juro. 7th form, Dancing Scorching Fangs. Makai-Juro fought back fiercely, slashing out interlaced flame wolf fangs, hoping to suppress Lin Heng's activity space by covering a wide area with the 7th form. Land form, Fierce Falcon. With extreme speed and penetration, Lin Heng leaped into the air and turned into a flame eagle. He pierced all the wolf fangs with a sharp knife and then rushed forward. The 2 figures, one gold and one red, were tightly biting each other again, and Lin Heng kept chasing Shinjiro. Damn, it was completely different from before. How could the sword skills be transformed so smoothly, and the power was much greater than normal? How did he do this? In close combat, this time Makai-Juro was defeated and completely suppressed. Flame Tiger, Flame Tiger, Flame Tiger, damn it! Makai-Juro, who was continuously suppressed, roared. However, the 5 form, which required a short period of power before use, could not be used at all. Makai-Juro was like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain, allowing Lin Heng to rub him at will, and could only support himself. As if seeing through Makai-Juro's weakness, Lin Heng casually slashed down with a side knife. It's time to end. A majestic tiger roar sounded, and golden flames entangled Lin Heng's body. 5 type, Flame Tiger. Damn it, where is his power? In Makai-Juro's dull and puzzled eyes, the golden flames took on the shape of a tiger, roaring and brushing past from the side, blasting him far away. Huge dust flew up in balls, and Makai-Juro, who had knocked down a group of trees again, stood up and walked out of the smoke. Although he looked embarrassed, the decadent uncle who stood up had a light in his eyes again. How did you do it? This kind of flame breath is abnormally strong. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows and did not explain immediately. There is still one last move that has not been tried, right? Ahem, yes, this confrontation is not complete enough. Makai-Juro smiled slightly, not frustrated. I think too highly of myself when I say it's a fight. It should be education, but there is indeed one move left. Reaching out and stroking his chest, Makai-Juro's posture of gathering strength was perfect. The scorching flames began to pump out from his heart, igniting his entire body. The flames spread from the inside out, rapidly expanding into a dragon-like shape that wrapped around his entire body. In the raging dragon of flames, Makai-Juro's voice came clearly. Breathing of flame, secret, 9 forms, purgatory. As the words fell, the flaming dragon opened its eyes and roared over, burning the ground wherever it passed. A dark charred line appeared. The momentum is good, but unfortunately, it belongs to someone else. He tapped his chest lightly, and golden flames rose. Without waiting for the wings of the divine bird behind him to fully open, Lin Heng rushed down to meet the fire dragon from top to bottom. The divine bird cried, the dragon roared, and the two phantoms formed by the flames collided fiercely. A huge twisted fire tornado erupted at the center, and the two color flames, one gold and one red, spiraled up continuously. The rocky ground was opened up inch by the huge power of the collision. The broken stone slabs were swept into the air and turned into powder by the terrifying power. The thick black smoke obscured the figures of the two. Bang! A figure popped out from the center, rolled back and forth in the air and fell to the ground. He was charred all over, and struggled a few times, but couldn't get up again. Rengoku Makijiro, get out! Ahem, such a big smoke. I've gone a little too far this time. Lin Heng swung his sword and slashed. The thick black smoke was dispersed by the explosive air pressure. The moonlight illuminated the figures of the two people in the martial arts field, one standing and the other kneeling. Makijiro barely raised his head, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable luster, and said weakly but expectantly. What on earth is going on? How did you achieve that level of fire breathing? Lin Heng smiled slightly. It's not the fire breathing you remember, but the degree of fatality is no different. Want to know? Sure. After spinning a few sword flowers and sheathing the sun wheel sword, Lin Heng walked forward with a smile and extended a hand to Makijiro to support him. Get up, call the ancestors first. Chapter 37. The old man was very happy. Ah, little ancestor, so that's the case. If it's really as you said, it's really incredible, and it's a bit hard to accept for a while. Makijiro's eyes widened, his brain was a little dazed. Even if Lin Heng briefly explained his identity, facing the boy who was not even as old as Kyojuro, the middle-aged uncle with a beard still found it difficult to call him ancestor. Moreover, Makijiro still had some doubts in his heart, and Lin Heng's words were too magical. In the mansion of the Purgatory family, Lin Heng and Makijiro sat opposite each other around the table. Makijiro hurriedly swept away the empty bottles on the ground, then brewed a pot of hot tea, put a few dishes of appetizers on the table, and greeted Lin Heng enthusiastically. Zaizu, this place is too messy, I'm sorry for the hospitality, please have some tea. Lin Heng waved his hand indifferently, signaling Makijiro to stop working. I don't like drinking tea, please help yourself. The main thing is that he didn't really want to drink the old tea brewed by the sloppy uncle, he might as well eat a few peanuts. After brewing his emotions for a while, Lin Heng began to perform. When I opened my eyes and woke up again, I was as unbelievable as you. Lin Heng's strange golden pupils dimmed, and his eyes were full of stories. I have unfortunately suffered from congenital diseases since I was a child. Although I am very talented in the breath of fire, I died before I reached adulthood. Lin Heng lowered his head with a little sadness and recalled his non-existent parents. I think that's probably why my name is not on the family tree. My father and mother don't want to see my name sad anymore. Makijiro listened carefully and nodded from time to time. He has a straightforward personality. Lin Heng had defeated him before. Now Makijiro attaches great importance to this ancestor who suddenly appeared. What a pity! Have you been sleeping since then? Yes, I didn't wake up until a while ago. Lin Heng lowered his head and pondered, avoiding Makijiro's fiery gaze. In the dark, I woke up and found myself in an abandoned temple dedicated to the god of wealth. I think it is the existence of the gods that allowed me to return to the world and act on his will. Hearing this, Makijiro immediately stood up excitedly and asked urgently. Do gods really exist in the world with evil spirits? Is it Lord Bishamontan of the North? Lin Heng smiled slightly and began to lay the groundwork. Maybe, but who can tell what the gods say? Blessings and disasters are interdependent. I myself don't know whether my awakening is good or bad for humans. Lin Heng's eyes were filled with confusion, helplessness, and deep self-doubt. I realized that I am no longer the person I used to be, and it is difficult to return to the past. It just so happens that no one in this era knows me. Since then, I have decided to give up the human. After a pause, he continued to add. Giving up the name of human beings and patrolling the world in the name of Bishamontan, I think this is probably the meaning of my existence. Little ancestor, don't worry about this. In my opinion, your coming must be a good thing. Makijiro still cares about Lin Heng, the little ancestor, but his tone does not show much respect for the gods. However, if the gods let you exercise authority again, in this case, why didn't they appear earlier to save mankind, but instead indulged the evil ghosts to wreak havoc on the world? Makijiro became more and more excited as he spoke, and even questioned the sky directly. Since the birth of Muzan, don't they take into account the sacrifices of the demon slayer core for hundreds of years? Don't the cries of the countless unfortunate people wake them up? Ababa! Lin Heng's mouth twitched, which was seriously inconsistent with the rough appearance of the decadent uncle. Your question was too sharp. Makijiro, you are a little too ignorant. It's very difficult for me to ask such a thorough question, he complained in his heart. Don't be excited, Makijiro, sit down first. Lin Heng's eyes darkened, and Respect the King was activated. With a frightened look of divine power, Makijiro sat down a little lacking in confidence. Lin Heng raised his head and stared into Makijiro's eyes with great sincerity, and changed the subject seriously. Don't talk nonsense. How can mortals like you guess what a god is? I just happen to be carrying out his will. Without giving Makijiro a chance to refute, Lin Heng quickly added. No matter what, I have gained a second life, and from the moment I opened my eyes. From that moment on, I understood the meaning of the god letting me start over again. Holding the sun wheel sword tightly in his hand, Lin Heng's expression at this moment was extremely solemn. We must drag all the evil spirits into the endless purgatory and annihilate them without leaving a single one. The appearance of a heavenly man, all living beings are convinced. The characteristics of the legendary value are very mysterious, but the effect is indeed powerful enough, and Lin Heng's words are sincere and heartfelt, which can naturally influence others imperceptibly. Makijiro was taken away by Lin Heng's heroic spirit, and for a moment he even forgot to ask. Lin Heng breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the peanuts on the table and peeled them. After waiting for a while, Makijiro swallowed another mouthful of hot tea, and the burning sensation in his throat made him come back to his senses. At this time, Lin Heng's voice came again. Makijiro, do you know where your problem is? Chapter 38. The old man was so sad, but he was still very happy. Makijiro, do you know what your problem is? Lin Heng glanced at the depressed uncle who was stunned, took a sip of tea, and said slowly. Makijiro's eyes lit up. This was a problem that had troubled him for a long time. Seeing that Lin Heng talked about the main topic and no longer entangled in whether it was a god or not, he was refreshed and answered respectfully. Xiaozu, since my wife Ruhuo passed away, I have been heartbroken. I miss her all day and it is difficult to concentrate. I can't make any progress in breathing. Thinking of this dark period, Makijiro's expression was visibly depressed. In a coincidence later, I accidentally discovered the origin of the breath of flame and the breath of sun in the records of the ancestral home. Taking a deep breath, Makijiro laughed a little ridiculously with a self-deprecating tone. How ridiculous it sounds, little ancestor. What I have fought for all my life and have always been proud of is just a mere inferior product, a low-grade fake. At this point, Makijiro subconsciously fumbled and realized that the wine bottles had been swept away by him, so he could only pick up the teacup in front of him and drink it all. Tears welled up in Makijiro's eyes as the hot tea entered his throat. No matter how hard I try, I can never catch up with the breath of the ancestor. The talent and ability of my clan are completely tied to the breath of flame. What hereditary flame pillar, in my opinion. He sighed, the tea was strong, and he sighed with reluctance or regret. In the final analysis, the upper limit of the breath of flame is here. Lin Heng was somewhat moved by the emotion of the middle-aged uncle in front of him. Ma Kaijuro's tone revealed the deep pain and confusion of half a lifetime of entanglement. Sugokuni Yoriichi, who can have such talent as him? If God really has eyes, why not send down another breath of sun to pacify the world, and simply disband the Demon Slayer Corps and leave only one successor of the Breath of Sunday? Alas! With a long sigh, Lin Heng realized the problem. Makijiro is too honest, and being too serious becomes extreme. He had reached the end of the breath of flame left by the first generation of flame pillar a long time ago. He had not made any progress in half a lifetime. Coupled with the double blow brought by the death of his wife, he has been deeply trapped in the quagmire of self-denial and cannot escape. In short, 1,000 words in one sentence. Baby, you are obsessed. After venting, Makijiro was filled with grief. Anyway, ordinary swordsmen like us are useless. Haha, my first half of life is just like a joke. I can't accept this, so I lost my fighting spirit. Looking up, Makijiro sat down and looked at Lin Heng, his eyes became a little hot. But today, I saw the breath of fire beyond the end in you. This is a problem that has troubled me for half my life. Please help me solve it. After a while of hesitation, waiting for Makijuro's emotions to calm down, Lin Heng spoke. Makijiro, let me ask you. Since the Demon Slayer Corps was passed down, how many swordsmen have become pillars using the 5 basic breathing methods, and how many swordsmen have used derivative breathing methods? Makijiro touched his head and recalled seriously. Well, let me think about it, it's probably 40% to 60%, and there will be more pillars using derivative breathing methods. Then, what about the comparison of the number of ordinary team members using basic breathing and derivative breathing? Makijiro thought about Lin Heng's question seriously, and seemed to understand something vaguely. Of course, there are more people using basic breathing. Zaizu, what do you want to explain? Thinking of the situation in the team, Makijiro continued to add. Zaizu, only a few people master the derived breathing, and some even died directly after the pillars who used it died. Speaking of this, Makijiro couldn't help but feel proud again. Only the 5 basic breathings are passed down continuously, especially the water pillar and the flame pillar of our clan, who have never been absent so far. Yes, it is true from the perspective of proportion. Lin Heng nodded, agreed with Makijuro's statement, and then asked. Then the question is, why are there far more people practicing the 5 major breathing methods than others, while the derived breathing with a higher success rate is difficult to pass on? Is it because everyone is not working hard? Makijiro shook his head. Of course not, because everyone can practice the 5 major breathings, and the derived breathing is too special, and everyone can't adapt to it. As he spoke, Makijuro's mind flashed, and his words suddenly paused. Adaptation. Yes, it is adaptation. Lin Heng's eyes were piercing, and his red gold pupils stared directly at Makijiro, as if he wanted to pierce him through. The derived breathing is a newly created specialized breathing, which is more suitable for the user. Even if ordinary team members can use it by force, they will not be able to exert its full power like the creator. And the more powerful sun breathing, even if it has not been lost, ordinary people will even hurt themselves if they practice it by force. Take a sip of tea, moisten your throat, and say softly. However, according to your theory, the derived breathing method derived from the 5 basic breathing methods should be weaker than the breathing method of the ancestor. The small teacup fell from the palm of his hand, and Makijuro's ears seemed to ring with a deafening knock. His breathing began to quicken. Obviously, Makijiro also realized that his theory had obvious errors. Then, Makijiro, please answer me, why? Controlling the increasingly urgent rhythm of the conversation, Lin Heng looked deep and asked faintly. Why are the few who use the derivative breathing method stronger than the majority of swordsmen who use the 5 major breathing methods, and more likely to become pillars? This. Obviously, Makijiro has never thought about such a question before. There is an idiom in Japanese Go called Bang Mo Hakim, which means that the spectators watching the Go game are calmer and more objective than the players, and can find ways to win more than 8 goals. This does not mean how high the level of the spectators is, just like Lin Heng's question is not actually profound, but Makijiro is deeply trapped in the game and cannot realize it himself. Is your upper limit, the upper limit of the Purgatory clan, really locked by the breath of fire left by the ancestors? Shinjiro hesitated, and Lin Heng directly pointed out the key. You only rely on the source of the breathing method to judge the strength of the user, and even lose confidence in yourself because of it, Makijiro. Lin Heng lightly flicked the peanuts in his hand, and the white fruit drew a beautiful parabola in the air and landed accurately in the middle of Makijiro's eyebrows. You are a little too arrogant to do this. Chapter 39. The old man was very happy. Makijiro, you are a little too arrogant for doing this. Lin Heng pointed out the problem and identified it as arrogance. The peanuts between his eyebrows fell, and Makijiro's heart was shocked. He trembled his lips but did not speak. In the final analysis, breathing method is just a tool, and talent is the foundation. Lin Heng stretched out his finger, pointed at himself and continued. The reason why the sun breathing, as the ancestor breathing method, is recognized as the strongest by everyone is inseparable from the inhuman talent of its user, Tsugami Yuichiro. Lin Heng sighed with a little regret. It's a pity that it was lost because the conditions for use were too harsh. No swordsman of that era could use it, and it was difficult to be inherited, so Jigoku Yoshiichi hid it. Makijiro swallowed his saliva and nodded gently. But the 5 breathing methods that you think are inferior products can be passed down continuously. They fit the physique of most people. Everyone can use them and achieve something. Lin Heng continued to explain, persuading. However, if you want to make a breakthrough and reach or even surpass the realm of your predecessors, you can only become stronger by consciously specializing your breathing for your own body. Is that so? Makijiro began to reflect on himself. For no reason, he thought of the man who was as majestic as a diamond and angry. Lin Heng continued to say after taking a sip of tea to clear his throat. Water breathing is the most neutral and peaceful. Most people can practice it very well. With a large number of people, there will always be geniuses who are suitable enough to become pillars. Thinking of Tomioka Jiyu, the water pillar who created his own sword in the original work, Lin Heng quickly patched it up. Some geniuses, even if they don't realize it, their body's instinct has driven them to specialize in breathing. Unfortunately, you don't have such a talent. Zaizu, you are right, it is true. Makijiro sighed and had to admit it. Born in my clan, because of the blood of purgatory flowing, it is naturally in line with the breath of fire created by the ancestors. Your path is too smooth, and you don't realize that specialized breathing can make continuous progress. Lin Heng told the truth. After all, the gold content of the Purgatory clan's hereditary flame pillar is too high. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Even if there are few people, you can step into the field of pillars from generation to generation. But, what happens after that? Pointing at Makijiro with an index finger, Lin Heng said word by word. Haven't you realized yet? The end of the road you are walking on has been determined by our ancestors hundreds of years ago. Your breath belongs to someone else. Makijiro's pupils trembled, and his breathing became rapid. In the dark, it seemed that there was a figure whose face could not be seen, clinging to him like a shadow, rising and falling with his breath. The long time spanning hundreds of years still resonates together, and even the rhythm is exactly the same. I am the shadow left by the ancestor? Unable to help covering his head, Lin Heng's rebellious words overturned Makijiro's long-standing concept. The golden rules that he had obeyed since childhood were denied, but what was more terrifying was that reason told him that what his ancestor said was right. Observe my breathing, Makijiro, just watch carefully. Lin Heng directly and generously showed his breathing method to Makijiro. Look carefully, what is the difference between my breathing and yours? This kind of breathing can better strengthen my body. Lin Heng stood up, hesitated for a moment, did not take off his clothes completely, but just explained along the traces of muscles with his hands. I am a little shorter than the ancestor, so the length of exhalation here is slightly slower, and the training of lower limb muscles is stronger. Lin Heng disassembled his breathing method bit by bit, and Makijiro listened with shock. There is no doubt that although the little ancestor's breathing is derived from the breath of fire, it is more explosive, longer, and more varied. This is the breath of fire that belongs to Purgatory Hungjiro. He lowered his head with some regret, and Makijiro was convinced and respectfully sat down to Lin Heng. Thank you for the little ancestor's advice. I seem to understand it now, but it's a little late. With a bitter smile, Makijiro choked up a little. I was too decadent before. I'm sure Ruka would be disappointed if he were still alive. But my son Kyojuro and the others will be on the right path because of this. Stop explaining, Lin Heng said with some relief. Ming. It's good to be white. It's never too late to walk on the right path. Breathing is a natural ability of human beings, regardless of age. He didn't think that Makijiro would stop there. In fact, Lin Heng had a very high status in his eyes. As long as it resonates with the flesh, merges into one, and turns into instinct, the decline of physical energy will also be reduced, and even at the end of life, it will have a good ability. He patiently helped Makijiro up with the Sun Wheel sword. The glory of the ancestor flashed on Lin Heng, as if he was the Buddha who saved the suffering. Aizen, Black Zetsu, Marshal D. Teach, Herzog. A series of glorious images of life mentors flashed in his mind. Lin Heng spoke with compassion. Don't be decadent anymore. Your children have begun to take responsibility. How can you be so incompetent as a father? Keep adjusting in battle and life, so that you will have your own breathing. Patting Makijiro on the shoulder, Lin Heng delivered the last blow that touched the heart. Remember, it's the people who are strong, not the breathing method. I always believe in you, Makijiro. Makijiro was completely convinced. At this moment, he confirmed that the little ancestor in front of him really had a sincere heart towards the Purgatory clan and himself, and he was completely relieved. Thank you for your guidance, little ancestor, Makijiro is very grateful. I will cheer up again and will never let Kyojuro and the others down again. At this point, Makijiro looked up at the sky and whispered softly, with a touch of imperceptible longing and nostalgia across his face. And, Ruka. Lin Heng smiled slightly when he saw this, and struck while the iron was hot. No need to thank me, anyway, you have already left the Demon Slayer Corps, pack yourself up, and then accompany me to a place, it will be faster to adjust your breathing during the battle. Makijiro was stunned, and immediately agreed loudly and excitedly. Okay, Zaizu, are we going to fight the evil ghosts? Where are the evil ghosts? I can't wait. Lin Heng smiled slightly, his expression a little mysterious. Oh? Really? Then it's settled, it's just the two of us, give you half a month to prepare. Yes. Zaizu, I'm full of energy now, it's like I'm several years younger, I can't wait to do a big job. Looking at the cheerful and sunny uncle with stubble, Lin Heng got up and climbed onto the roof, and added with a playful smile. In that case, the destination is in Hwaja, let's move towards the Kabuki with full energy together. Lin Heng smiled with a bad taste, left a word of encouragement and flashed away. Let me see your enthusiasm, I'm looking forward to it. Ah? Are you kidding me? Makijiro hurriedly chased out, but Lin Heng was no longer visible at this time. Hey, Zaizu, make it clear, you're lying. Chapter 40. The old man was so drunk that he was lying on the ground. Hey, hi. With a deep sigh, the desperate handsome uncle took a sip of wine and wailed on the prosperous Yoshiwara Flower Street. As a good man who loves his wife, he has never been to this place of debauchery before. People come and go on the street, beautiful women look radiant, and men flock to them one after another, selflessly throwing themselves into this gentle place and indulging themselves in pleasure. This is the Yoshiwara Yukaku, which is recognized as the #1 flower and willow place in Japan. It is said that there are 3,000 prostitutes here, and countless women are trapped here as caged birds to make a living by selling smiles. In the past, Yoshiwara was near Nihonbashi, but after the Miyareki fire, the current Yoshiwara moved to the back of Sensoji Temple. Here, as long as they paid money, the wealthy civilians could enjoy a higher level of enjoyment than the poor and downtrodden samurai nobles. The so-called gentle land is the tomb of heroes, terrible, terrible, sucking bones and marrow, cutting hearts and minds. This bright and lovely flower street is really killing people without blood. Makijiro hid in the corner, patted his chest, and sighed to the sky. So what is the situation now? What is going on? Zaizu, I am in Yoshiwara Flower Street now, where are you? Since meeting Rengoku Tsunjiro a few days ago, we agreed to go to the Flower Street in Yoshiwara Yukaku area to fight evil spirits in half a month. Zaizu waved his sleeves and immersed himself in the information left by the successive flame pillars, and then disappeared without saying a word. Poor me, I worked so hard to prepare, and swept away my past decadent appearance. I not only shaved my beard and trimmed my hair, but also controlled my drinking and diet to restore my physical strength. On the agreed day, I didn't care about anything else. I left a note for Kyojuro and the others and rushed here excitedly. As a result, I strolled here for a day in vain, and my body was marinated with the fragrance of women coming and going on the street. Now there was a drizzle in the air. I didn't even see the shadow of Zaizu, let alone the breath of ghosts. Makijiro doubted his life alone at the corner of the street, and reached out to touch the wine gourd on his waist. Goo, goo goo. Suddenly, there was a cry of an owl in the sky. The dejected Makijiro raised his head alertly. It looked familiar, as if it was the bird that had always been with Zaizu. Goo, goo goo. Goo goo circled Makijiro, then flapped its wings and flew north. Makijiro immediately perked up, exerted his hands, pushed aside the slow flow of people and chased on the ground at a high speed, and the comfortable crowd on the street could not help but get agitated. Hey, that person is running so fast, what happened that he is in such a hurry? Look at the direction he is going to Kyogokuya. I heard that the Warren Warabeheim will appear today. Ah! Is it that Warren who is so beautiful that she can make men lose control of their bladders by blowing in their ears? She is really the best in the world, I have wanted to taste her for a long time. Humph, what a joke, how could such a thing happen, it's too embarrassing, let's go together, I just want to challenge my weakness. Yoshiwara Flower Street, Kyogokuya, in front of the brightly lit shop, the madam and a group of girls are pulling with the man in black. The madam spoke with some embarrassment. The shop is short-staffed. In order to protect the safety of the courtesans, every guest must be checked before entering. This is the established rule. Several reception women also chimed in and supported the mama-san. Guest, you didn't say a word and just barged in wearing a black cloak. What if you scare the courtesans? This. After a pause, Lin Hung took off his cloak helplessly, telling himself that this was a necessary sacrifice for the mission. Okay, then I won't wear it. Now you feel relieved. Please let me in. Take off the cloak, Lin Heng's youthful appearance is revealed, and the atmosphere changes immediately. The eyes of the madam and several welcoming women are full of suspicion and strangeness. Hesitant to speak, hesitant to speak. The passers-by also stared at the boy who was blocked at the door. He came to appreciate the courtesans before he reached adulthood. Can he afford to play so much at such a young age? Where are the adults at home? They don't know how to manage it. Lin Heng could only helplessly hold his forehead and smile bitterly. I knew it would turn out like this. I looked like I was 14 or 15 years old. How could a child of this age come to visit the red light district? And the madam politely said, of course guests can come in. Kyogokuya welcomes everyone, but you are obviously not yet an adult. Do your family know that you are here alone? The young lady next to him asked a sharper question, which went straight to the point. And do you have enough spending power? The service price of the small shop is still very high. Lin Heng was sweating profusely because of the question. He had been taking cultural knowledge tutoring recently, and he had fallen behind in sports. He had not encountered many ghosts, so when it came to money, he really didn't have much on him now. Goo, goo goo. The call of the owl came in time. Lin Heng's eyes lit up, and the savior came. Sorry, Makijiro. Ahem, actually it's like this, my dad wanted to see the Warren, and no one took care of me, so he brought me here. He was afraid that others would see that I was too young and would not let me in, so he asked me to wear a cloak. The madam and the prostitute looked at each other. This. Looking at the young ladies with a bit of cuteness, Lin Heng added honestly. My dad went to buy some wine just now, so he asked me to come to Kyogokuya by myself first, and by the way, see if the Warren's appearance is real. Without waiting for them to ask, Lin Heng pointed outside the house. Look, he's here, that's my dad over there. Finally here, it took me so long to find him, how's he doing? The crowd was split in the middle, and Makijiro, sweating profusely, came out of the crowd, holding a wine gourd and waving happily at Lin Heng. Nothing's wrong, right? The atmosphere seemed a little wrong, and Makijiro put away the bright smile on his face and looked around sharply. Everyone was whispering, looking at him with strange eyes, as if they were looking at garbage. Makijiro shook his head with a chill. Illusion, it must be an illusion. What happened here? How could such a situation happen? Makijiro turned around and wanted to ask Lin Heng for help, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. I saw that the always strict Zaizu was waving at me with a joyful smile on his face, his mouth opening and closing. Dad, you are finally here, the sisters here stopped me from going in. What is Zaizu saying? What did he call me just now? Dad? Makijiro seemed to be hallucinating, and his whole body was shaking with fear as if he was struck by lightning. Oh my god, what kind of magical development is this? The experienced madam was the first to react, and she would meet such guests from time to time. Ahem, sir, you are the guardian of this child, do you want him to accompany you in? Does your wife know about this? Having no idea what was going on, Makijiro's brain was still a little confused, and he was sorting out his words. Well, although the expression is a bit problematic. But it's probably right, but my wife has passed away for a long time. The whispers around suddenly became denser, accompanied by the undisguised pointing and spitting of the crowd. It's over, the situation is serious, it seems that I said the wrong thing just now. Shinjiro touched his head and gradually came to his senses. Repressing the contempt in his heart, the madam remained calm and entertained him warmly. Can the guest show his financial strength? It costs a lot to see the Warren in this house. Okay. Makijiro opened his wallet, and the bright gold illuminated everyone's face. The Purgatory family, which has been passed down for so long, is certainly not short of money. Hiss, and he is still a dog-rich man. It's obvious that he is a licentious person. Then, let's go in first. Makijiro, who had figured it all out, smiled bitterly and dragged Lin Heng to go in. This little ancestor really knew how to cause trouble for himself. Hey! Wait! The woman behind him took the wine gourd from Makijiro's hand and threw it hard on the counter. Kyogokuya's store has a small profit margin, so we do not accept wine brought by customers. Wait until the customers come out after admiring the Warren. Okay, okay. Lin Heng was pushed into the store with a smile, and Makai Juro's head was full of black lines. What is going on? The women behind him cursed softly. Pfft, scumbag! Hey, be careful that the customers hear you. What are you afraid of? You're bringing such a young child with you. I won't even take his umbrella. Chapter 41. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meal. Ah, what is going on? Under Makai Juro's dull gaze, luxurious food plates came up like water, covering the table in front of the two of them in a blink of an eye. The dancers in the private room came one after another, gracefully moving their flexible and soft bodies, with figures like willows swaying in the wind, graceful and charming. There were also several geishas in kimonos with big, full buns, kneeling on the ground and playing some traditional Japanese instruments. This group was the orthodox gallery geishas of Kyogokuya, who nominally sold their art but not their bodies. It was different from the stereotypes we get from daily film and television materials. Only through personal experience can you find that the young ladies are versatile and have good personalities. Kyogokuya is really very particular. For example, high-end prostitutes and reserve courtesans in quality old shops like Kyogokuya need to be trained from an early age. They follow the route of ladies from aristocratic families. Their daily learning content from childhood to adulthood includes literature, calligraphy, tea ceremony, chess, shamisen, 13-string koto, and other musical instruments. In addition, during the growth process, the host family will strictly restrict the diet of the prostitutes. It is necessary to ensure that the figure and appearance are both first class, and there cannot be any defects. Only the all-round training of appearance, skills, personality, figure, etc. can bring guests super first-class enjoyment. So this place is both a paradise for indulgent hedonists and a hell for many women. In the original work, Daki was almost violated by a samurai when she was less than 13 years old. In fact, she was already protected. Otherwise, with Daki's beauty and reputation, she should have been taken down long ago. Such examples are not uncommon in this dark den of brothel. Lin Heng was enjoying the meal, while Makijiro sat with him, drinking awkwardly from time to time. Zayazu, this place is full of kabuki, where is the shadow of ghosts? Lin Heng said calmly. Be modest, ghost hunting is not something that can be done in a hurry. In such a good environment, I also want to have a few drinks with you. Shinjiro had to answer helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although Zayazu in front of him was a teenager, he should have no problem drinking after living for so long. Makijiro had to force himself to calm down and accompany Lin Heng to drink one cup after another. Lin Heng, who was concentrating on enjoying the beautiful scenery, asked casually. Makijiro, after I woke up, I found that modern ghosts seemed to be a little different from the era I lived in. Lin Heng straightened his posture and put down the food in his hand. The last time I went back to the Rengoku family, I also wanted to check the notes of the flame pillars of all generations to find the reason. Makijiro, who was standing by, answered absent-mindedly while drinking and eating snacks. It's like this, Zayazu, you have also seen that from the lower-level demons to the demon moons, they are all different from your era. They have mastered other powers, showing different forms such as armor, wings, and tails. After swallowing a mouthful of wine, Makijiro continued to say a little dejectedly. Thanks to this, our life has become more difficult. The casualty rate of the lower-level team members is getting higher and higher, and the lower strings are becoming more difficult to deal with, so the promotion of the pillars will naturally become more difficult. Glancing at Makijiro, Lin Heng continued. As far as I know, this change happened about 100 years ago. A power called enlightenment appeared out of thin air. As you said, the ghosts were greatly strengthened because of this. Yes, the ghosts began to mutate 100 years ago. Zayazu, what exactly do you want to ask? Makijiro put down his wine glass and raised his head, answering with some vigilance. Waving his hand to calm him down, Lin Heng continued gently. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions and don't want to dig into the details. But based on your strength as a pillar, the combat power of humans and ghosts cannot be balanced. It's bad, it's coming for me. Makijuro's mouth twitched, but he didn't refute it in the end, so it's my fault for being weak, Zaizu, you are so tactful. Ignoring the resentful Makijuro, Lin Heng continued to speak on his own. To sum up, the only conclusion I have reached is that it wasn't just the demons that changed 100 years ago. Makijuro, who had just looked depressed, now looked slightly unhappy and held the wine glass to his lips to hide his feelings. After a pause, Lin Heng made a casual judgment. The power named Enlightenment should also be mastered by the Demon Slayer core. The hand holding the cup froze for a moment, and Makijuro twisted his body unnaturally without responding. Don't you want to reply? You are in such a dilemma, it seems that what I said is right. Lin Heng smiled and raised his glass to Makijuro. In fact, I have always been confused. It wasn't long since I rescued you from Akaza last time and we met. You were injured to the point of being fatal, but now you are drinking with me as if nothing happened. Lin Heng looked at the other person with his strange eyes, as if he saw through everything. The speed of your injury recovery is unreasonable, so is it an inspiration for treatment? This. Makijuro hesitated and sweated. Treatment alone cannot make up for the gap in absolute combat power. There should be several other means to directly deal with the enemy. Makijuro smiled awkwardly. Zaizu, let's continue drinking. SHH, don't worry, let me think about it. Lin Heng frowned, as if he was thinking hard. Makijuro looked at him nervously. But if there were more powers of the same level, humans shouldn't be so weak as they are now. Let me think. 3. 4. Gulp. Numbly swallowing the wine in his mouth, facing Lin Heng's series of interlocking questions, Makijuro had no choice but to remain silent. Silence is Kyogokuya tonight. Not speaking is also a kind of answer. Lin Heng already understood it clearly. It seems that the focus of completing Mission 3 will be on the Demon Slayer core next. It's not convenient to say, it seems that it's a secret that even I can't know. Holding the cup with his hands wandering, Makijuro was obviously in a dilemma, and he was struggling with his conscience. But in the end, he shook his head, bowed to Lin Heng, and said with a firm look. I'm very sorry, Zaizu, you have also read the notes of the Flame Pillar. As you can see, the predecessors did not mention this matter. As the former Flame Pillar, this is also my attitude. Lin Heng's expression was stable. Makijuro was an honest man with a true temperament, and he couldn't rush it. Don't apologize for this. For the sake of your own integrity, you have maintained the secrets of the Demon Slayer core. You have done a good job. Let's have a drink. Thank you for your understanding. Makijuro sat up with a grateful look on his face and clinked glasses with Lin Heng. Little Zuran is so kind. In this case, it should be no problem to tell Zaizu that news. Anyway, it is not a secret now. After thinking about it, Makijuro decided to add something. There is only one thing I can tell you. The miracle called God's Hand cured me. This has been semi-publicized within the team. As for other information, I'm sorry I can't answer. Oh? I see. The tipsy Lin Heng raised his head, his eyes suddenly brightened. Is the name, God's Hand? Chapter 42. The name is God's Hand. With this name, and also in line with the energy level of Demon Slayer, Lin Heng quickly searched in his mind, and finally locked on the figure of a crazy scientist. Lin Heng's mouth curled up. Found it. The one that can match it should be the Imperial tool in Kill. Red Eyes. The original user is Dr. Fashion, and the Imperial tool is called God's Hand. It is not good at fighting, but an auxiliary Imperial tool. The ability is to trigger the precise movement of the fingers hundreds of times. In the original work, with the Imperial tool God's Hand, Dr. Fashion is proficient in human body modification, and can even form an army alone to attack the protagonist group night raid at night. However, in the Demon Slayer Corps, only the powerful healing ability has been shown so far, and the functions of transforming people and making weapons should not have been discovered. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes to make a judgment. If the functions of the God's Hand are fully opened, the human side will definitely not be so weak. Is it the influence of the world rules? There is too little information to draw an accurate conclusion. For a moment, the two people in the room fell into thinking. No one spoke, only the sound of music continued, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. Okay, let's not talk about this, continue playing music, and continue dancing. I have almost understood everything I want to know. I patted Makijiro on the shoulder and livened up the atmosphere. Before we see the ghost, let's have a good time today. With a forced smile, Makijiro adjusted his mood and raised his glasses. Looking at Lin Heng, who entered the viewing state in seconds, he was completely different from the calm and experienced person who was just trying to find out the secrets. Makijiro couldn't help but hesitate. Zaizu, you came to Hwaja, you can't just come here to play. Why, you killed ghosts all your life, and died so early, I can't enjoy it. Lin Heng glanced at Makijiro unkindly and interrupted him directly. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. Keep calm, Makijiro, the ghosts here are not ordinary stuff. After a moment of shock, Makijiro retracted his casual expression, looked around and said solemnly. Zaizu, you mean, could it be that the ghost hiding here is also one of the upper strings? Yes, and it's hidden among them. Nodding slightly, Lin Heng looked at the whole row of kabuki dancing in circles in the room. But it costs a lot to see the real one. Let me make it clear that I am not just here for enjoyment. After sweeping away the food on the table, Lin Heng waved to the girl standing by. By the way, sister, my dad asked me to change a group of dancers, and these food also need. It's easy to say, but I spent all my money. The consumption here in Kyogokuya is very expensive. Makijiro rolled his eyes depressedly, took another sip of wine, and looked at Lin Heng, who was enjoying himself. But in this way, Zaizu is really pitiful. He has such a strong talent but died so early. When he woke up, hundreds of years had passed. He is actually younger than Kyojuro. Maybe Zaizu has never experienced such a happy thing in his short life. Thinking of this, Makijuro's eyes suddenly became kind. Hey, you are thinking about something rude in your heart. I have been very hard during this period. Lin Heng is sensitive, and his whole body is frightened by Shinjiro's gaze. In order to help you adapt to breathing and face the upper strings, I really worry about it. To prove that he was not slacking off, Lin Heng patted the gourd on his body and handed it over. Take it, secret weapon, maybe it can save your life. He has not been idle these days, following Gugu over mountains and hills to collect herbs, and prepared several simple detoxification pills according to the medical books collected in the residence of the Flame Pillar. Although it is still not enough to deal with the fierce poison of upper six, it can support for a while. Respectfully taking the gourd, Makijiro weighed the pills inside, and couldn't help but be a little surprised that the young ancestor actually knew this. I was in poor health before, and I did some research when I was bedridden. Lin Heng said absent-mindedly. This is a lie. In fact, it was all learned from the Flame Pillar. Even though he was in poor health, he did not give up hope. He taught himself medicine to save himself. Zaizu, you have suffered too much. Makijiro just fell for this, and he was even more affectionate and announced loudly. Zaizu, please continue to enjoy yourself. Don't worry about other things. Leave it to me. Oh, leave it all to you? Do you think I spend money lavishly just for my own enjoyment? Lin Heng frowned and refuted. Bah! Superficial. Day. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door, and the madam asked respectfully outside the door. Excuse me, guest, is it convenient for you to come in? It's convenient, please come in quickly. Lin Heng raised his hand and responded politely. The woman and several girls pushed the door open with a smile and entered one after another. The madam in the lead held Rengoku Makijuro's hand tightly as soon as she came in. This guest is really handsome, powerful, and extraordinary. Arkugokuya's Warren Warabaiji heard that your heroic appearance was very happy, and she must invite you to meet her today no matter what. Oh, the real owner is finally going to show up? Lin Heng sat upright like a primary school student waiting to watch the show. Ah! Ha ha, is that so? It's an honor. Makijuro's face flushed with drink, and he laughed heartily. He even turned the tables and took the old procuress's hand and walked out. I really must go and see Lady Warabaiji. I heard that she is a rare beauty, haha. The old procuress was also shocked by the uncle's reckless and vulgar behavior, and her expression was slightly unnatural. Please go alone. The courtesan Warabaiji is waiting for you in the room at the end. The young lady next to him reached out and hugged Lin Heng. I wish you a wonderful night. As for the child, please rest assured to leave it to us to take care of it. Oh? Okay, I'll go over right away, he. What's going on? What's going on with this guy? Lin Heng poked his head out of the abyss, stretched out his hand to grab the corner of Makijuro's clothes, and asked worriedly with bright eyes. Dad, are you drunk now? It's not good to go to see the Warren like this. You might scare her if you're not careful. Ha, it's okay, I'm fine, I'm not drunk at all. Makijuro retorted carelessly, and sang loudly while still drunk. The spring rain comes on the ferry, the umbrellas on the boat are high and low, the long night is filled with hearing, the wind hits the banana leaves and the rain hits the basin, the dream is hard to find. Makijuro walked in the corridor with his hands and feet dancing, pulled out the umbrella from under the table, opened it randomly and threw it around. No one dared to stop him, and could only watch his back gradually walk towards the dark Warren house. The little sister next to him looked at his back, and reluctantly covered Lin Heng's eyes, and pressed him back into her arms. Lin Heng was controlled softly for 30 seconds, and could only secretly sweat for Makijuro in his heart. Don't worry, I'm not drunk. Rather, hiccup. The man's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. This is just right. Chapter 43. The door was opened, and the drunken middle-aged man staggered in front of the courtesan. Hey, is anyone there? Isn't this the courtesan's room? Why is it at the back? Am I in the right place? Where's the light? Why is it so dim? Where is the courtesan? How can I see her? In the dark room, the femme fatale opened her charming eyes. She had a delicate face, heavy makeup, a golden coral bun on her head, and the hairpins on both sides were as noble and gorgeous as a butterfly with its wings spread out, and her whole charming and lovely body was completely wrapped in the courtesan's grand and gorgeous clothes. At this moment, the extremely charming beauty was staring at the man who broke in with dissatisfaction on her face, her bloody red lips slightly parted, not hiding her contempt at all. Humph, what a rude lunatic, the boss of Kyogokuya is really getting more and more ignorant, and she dared to send this kind of stuff to me, but I am the most beautiful courtesan in her store. Ah! So there is someone here, is it the courtesan Warabaiji? What a strong fragrance, let me see what kind of beauty it is. The uncle at the door walked in directly, holding an umbrella in his hand and swinging it around randomly, and the strong smell of alcohol hit him in the face. Crunch! The black-haired beauty bit her silver teeth, frowned, and the red makeup at the corners of her eyes darkened instantly. She tilted her head, squinting her eyes like a venomous snake, staring at the drunk in front of her. You guy, you dare to dirty my room! The purple silk ribbon behind the beauty slowly floated up, surrounding the drunk. These ribbons trembled like life, like indescribable tentacles ready to wake up at any time and devour the prey in front of them. Look up, ugly guy, Your meat must be very unpalatable. But don't worry, I won't let those who offended me die too easily. Daki's tone was extremely fierce. Also, I'm not some fern princess, remember, my name is Daki. As if he hadn't realized the dangerous situation, the drunkard began to throw a tantrum. Ah! I'm so sad when you say that, you're not gentle at all. Change someone, I want someone else. The veins on Daki's neck bulged, and her fingers creaked. I'm obviously not drunk, and I'm not ugly at all. My wife likes mature men like me very much. The drunk remained unmoved and continued to speak wildly. In fact, I think you are the ugly one. No matter how strong the spices are, they can't cover the disgusting smell on your body. Listen to me carefully, you guy. The umbrella fell to the ground naturally. Rengoku Makijiro raised his head suddenly, and his red pupils looked directly at the evil courtesan in front of him, with a clear mind. You always get wrinkles because of your temper, you old woman. Breathing of flames, one type, Shiranui. The sun-wheel sword was pulled out from the umbrella, and the sky-high red flames lit up the entire dark room. Rengoku Makijiro stepped on the red flames and jumped up, and the sun-wheel sword went straight to the woman's head. There was no time to react. The moment Makijiro raised his head, Dakame's whole body was shrouded by a long-lost sense of crisis, but all this happened too close and too fast. In Dakame's pupils, the figure of the man wrapped in blazing flames and holding a sword angrily enlarged rapidly. The distance of several meters was reached in an instant, and the next second, Dakameki's vision went black, and the world turned upside down. The headless body of the female ghost fell down, and Rengoku Makijiro's forward figure stopped, and then frowned. Killed instantly? Something is wrong, too weak. Thinking of his previous tragic experience against Akaza, Shinjiro got goosebumps and shook his head vigorously. How could the upper-rank demon be so weak? Whoosh! 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 The fluttering ribbons penetrated the air, making a piercing sound, and rushed towards Makijiro. Sure enough, it was not that simple. The red flame vortex stretched out, and the slash burned the densely attacking ribbons. Makijiro swung his sword to shake off the black smoke. The place where Dakameki fell was now only a piece of rags on the ground, and the headless body had disappeared. I just chopped off her head, but she is still alive. Is she an upper-rank demon? Only the tattered clothes of the Warren were left on the ground, so where is her real body now? Makijiro looked up and looked around vigilantly, trying to find the trace of the Dakameki. Creaking. There was a noise under the floor, and something was moving at high speed. Is it coming? Makijiro clenched his Nichiren sword and waited for the attack, but suddenly he was startled and realized it. No, she seemed to be running away. I never thought that such an upper-rank demon would have no burden at all, and his mind was so flexible that he could run away as soon as he said. Makijiro quickly operated the breath of fire, gathered his strength in his lower limbs, broke out of the door in an instant, and chased after the source of the sound. Damn bug, I can't get rid of it at all. Daki, who was escaping underground at a high speed, cursed angrily. Her posture at the moment was very strange. Her soft body kept moving forward under the guidance of the silk ribbon, while a beautiful head was held in her arms in a brain pad wave posture and had not been installed in time. Now my power is not complete, I have to lead the damn Demon Slayer Corps to the top to deal with it. Makijiro, who was led back and forth in circles, suddenly stopped vigilantly. The next moment, the floor in front of him broke open, and the sexy figure of a woman appeared in front of him. She held the head of Dakameki in her chest and opened her red lips slightly, mocking him. Can you keep up this time, ghost hunter? Keep chasing me, drunkard bastard. Makijiro scratched his head and replied without showing any weakness. Of course, it will be much easier if you come out, damn old woman. Damn you little brat. The veins on her head burst, and Dakameki did not escape underground this time, but broke through the wall and ran to the roof. After opening several layers of roofs in succession, Dakamaki's figure came to the top of Kyogoku house in an instant. Looking at her figure going away, Makijiro shook his head and said puh. It was a clumsy provocation like a child, and the intention was too obvious. Only a fool would fall for it. This time she was not running away, and the battlefield she chose was above Kyogoku house. After judging the intention of the upper rank to do this, Makijiro was not anxious. He went out first to confirm that the crowd outside had been evacuated by Lin Heng, and then he slowly climbed onto the roof. So slow, are you really a pillar? The long-awaited female ghost said impatiently, and she had already attached her head. This time, the one who appeared in front of Makijiro was no longer the disguised human courtesan Warabiheim, but the upper moon of the 12 demon moons, Riku Dakahim. The female ghost in front of her had long hair scattered like ribbons, and after taking off her gorgeous clothes, Dakahim only had a few simple pieces of cloth on her private parts, which could not cover the overflowing spring light. She was much more generous than Kenroji Mitsurai, with large areas of white skin directly exposed. She was tightly wrapped with a purple ribbon, which outlined her sexy and hot figure, with pink petal ghost patterns on her face, and the corners of her mouth were as red as blood. As Dakahim slowly waved her hand, a purple ribbon flew from a distance and quickly merged with her body. The color of Daki's hair also quickly changed from black to white, and a light green color appeared at the end. As we all know, the weirder the hair color, the stronger it is. With one foot, the tiles were broken, and Daki's veins popped up all over her body. From behind the tail vertebrae, piercing the flesh and blood, 3 dark purple forked tails protruded. The color of the tail is charming, as thin and beautiful as the silk ribbon on the body, sharp and dangerous. This is my most beautiful complete form, kid. Daki leaned down like a cat, like a proud predator ready to go. Remember, you are the ugly one. Makijiro smiled disdainfully. Humph. Weak. Do you know, baby? You, swearing, are like, acting like a spoiled child. You are so long-winded, damn old woman, you are still pretending to be a little girl at your age, please act more realistically, did you just crawl out of the coffin? Makijiro was extremely aggressive and responded with a critical strike, hitting the point that Daki was most concerned about. No matter how strong the spices you applied, they can't cover up the stench. You haven't been able to see the sun for hundreds of years, so your body must be very dirty. Go get some sun when you have time to kill bacteria. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife. The focus was on old and ugly, with dirty and stinky interspersed from time to time. Under the high intensity, high precision, and uninterrupted mental attack, Daki was successfully broken by Makijiro. Good, very good, you ugly bastard. Daki gritted her teeth and said, as if Mount Fuji, which had been silent for hundreds of years, was suddenly provoked to burst into flames. Listen carefully, I'm about to make you live a life worse than death. Breathing of fire, one type, Shiranui. Taking advantage of the moment when the female ghost was furious, Makijiro did not follow martial ethics and attacked directly, stepping on the flames and launching the attack first. After learning the true meaning of breathing from Lin Heng, he was no longer afraid of the road ahead. Today, at this moment, he wanted to fight to the death with the upper string and obtain his own breath of fire. The flames burst out, and at this moment Makijiro, who was surrounded by flames, had red eyes. With eyes wide open, he looks like a yaksha or a raksha. Chapter 44. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Chn Bn Dch. In the corner, Lin Heng was watching the battle in hiding. After Makijiro pretended to be a drunkard and successfully approached the fallen princess, Lin Heng got rid of the little sister's soft control and showed great strength and iron will. Everyone was frightened by Lin Heng's power, and there happened to be Bishamontan believers spending money here. Under the divine authority of Bishamontan, no one dared to refute. Under the leadership of the fanatical believers, they had no choice but to suppress their doubts and exit Kyogoku House. After evacuating the crowd, Lin Hengke ducked to watch on other rooftops. Supersense and convergence was activated, so no one could detect his trace. His heart moved slightly as he watched the battle and secretly made comparisons. Since the battle with Yi Wozo, Lin Heng discovered that the world of ghost destruction actually has quite a few limitations. Because the method of killing ghosts is too simple, human strength and skills are almost entirely focused on the Nichiren sword. Without weapons, the skills of relying on physical combat are seriously insufficient. But in the future world, Nichiren sword's special attack against ghosts is almost completely useless. Lin Heng now regrets not having a fist fight with Yi Wozo. It seems that he needs to pay special attention to this when going to other worlds in the future. With a sigh, Lin Heng turned his attention to the battlefield, and the situation had changed. Purgatory Makaijuro's personality is like a blazing fire, but he also has an extreme and violent side. Now that he has understood his true intention, his sword force explodes fiercely, as aggressive as a wolf, and the fallen princess who is pressed step by step is completely breathless. Once such a person gains trust, he will provide unconditional support, which is what Lin Heng wants in this battle. In Lin Heng's expectation, at some future opportunity, there would be a need for such a person who has enough weight, trusts him unconditionally, and has a position that can be divided between the Demon Slayer core. Bang! 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 The sun blade collided with the ribbon and purple tail, making a continuous sound with great momentum. Cut, split, collapse, pull, spin. The Nichiren sword in Makaijuro's hand was wielded freely, and his sword skills were continuous. Even though Fallen Princess is stronger than ordinary Xiaoxian, she is still being suppressed at this moment. Fallen Princess, who had been suppressed all this time, finally couldn't bear it any longer, took the opportunity to retreat, and gave a sweet shout. Damn you ugly monster, just die for me, vampire technique, 11 belt slash. 8 ribbons as sharp as blades sprang out from behind, intersecting in midair to form a grid-like slash, and overwhelmingly covered Makijuro. The second type, rising in the summer sky. Makisuro's approaching steps kept coming, and red flames wrapped around the blade of the sword. The Nichiren sword was lifted up, drawing a scorching arc of fire to catch the ribbon. The grid-shaped slashes were then pressed down, and Makaijuro's body sank, and his whole body tensed to fight with it. The real killer move is here. Fallen Princess' pleasant and seductive voice came. On the white and smooth back, 3 forked purple tails popped out in an instant, like sharp snake letters, giving Makijuro a fatal kiss. Boom! The Nichiren saber in the stalemate suddenly exploded with great force, and the ribbons crisscrossed into a grid were bounced high. Makijuro took the opportunity to lift up all the tiles on the roof, and the billowing smoke and debris covered Feng Ji's field of vision. The next moment, the ribbon and purple tail fell from the sky and inserted into it at the same time. Fallen Girl's face changed slightly, and there was no real feeling of impact in the smoke. Damn it, where is he hiding? The tail and ribbon swung flexibly, constantly sweeping around, stirring the turbid smoke. Fallen Princess's green eyes moved rapidly, trying to find Makaijuro's location. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Fallen Girl suddenly raised her head. It was above. The tail and ribbon quickly struck out to intercept, and the smooth slash swept across the opponent's body easily. Did you succeed? No, it's a bit strange. Fallen Princess raised her head in confusion, the feeling on her tail was not quite right. Snap! A few smooth-cut umbrella ribs penetrated the smoke and landed at Fallen Princess's feet. I've been cheated, brother, come out quickly. Alarm bells rang in the evil spirit's heart, and Fallen Girl began to call frantically for help. The breath of fire, the shape of Wu. Without leaving any time for her to react, a low tiger roar sounded, and the floor around Fallen Princess suddenly collapsed. Makaijuro's figure wrapped in flames rose from under the broken wall, and an explosive horizontal slash instantly cut off the frightened head of Feng Ji. Fire Tiger! After succeeding in the attack, Makai Juro's body spun halfway in the air, and kicked the fallen girl's head far away with a powerful and heavy kick. The Nichiren sword blocked him. Chest. No more attack? Landing safely on the roof, Makijiro touched the ground with his toes, and his body exploded back, holding the sun wheel sword and still ready for battle. Looking at the headless body of Daki, he did not feel relaxed at all because of cutting off Daki's head, but said with a serious look. Sure enough, you are human. At the moment of beheading just now, you seem to be aware of my existence. A hoarse voice sounded, and Daki's body did not fall down immediately after losing its head. On her originally white and smooth back, a meatball arched high, breaking through the skin, and was expanding rapidly. Soon, a skinny, green-haired evil ghost hunched over and crawled out from inside, standing on the ground like a praying mantis. What should I do? You've chopped off my lovely sister's head twice in a row. She's so stupid and so delicate. She must be crying very sadly now. Scratching his face with both hands, Jifutaro said irritably. It's really hard to think about it. What do you think I should do to appease her? Makijiro smiled indifferently. Why not send you over to accompany her, so that you two brothers and sisters can reunite in hell? Alas, I'm such a bad brother who failed in my duty. I can't even protect my most lovely sister. With a long sigh, Jifutaro blamed himself a little, and then laughed neurotically. He. I suddenly thought of a good idea. Yes, she will definitely like it. Finally stopped scratching, and Jifutaro showed a terrifying smile. You said, peel off your skin intact and give it to her, okay? Slowly exhaling, Makijiro narrowed his eyes, looked at his opponent's pupils, and uttered the unfinished words just now. The real upper six. Chapter 45. The truth is that the real upper six is here. Is it the real upper six? Jifutaro curled his lips cruelly. It's him. Tisk, the ugly guy you just chopped was so weak, it must be a fake, you are the real one. Makijiro spat. If the opponent is an upper six, it would be a bit tricky. However, with many years of experience in hunting ghosts, Makijiro can be calm enough even if he encounters such a situation for the first time, and Zaizu is still holding the line. In short, he will win. It seems that to get rid of you, we have to chop off the heads of both ghosts. Haha, you guessed right. Human, my name is Jifutaro. Jifutaro glanced at Makaijuro's body a few times, his tone a little crazy. Looking at your height and healthy body, you should have never been sick since childhood. You come to this kind of place to play, and you are rich. Damn, it's really an enviable life. Jifutaro kept scratching his skin, his nails pierced the skin, leaving dazzling blood marks, and appeared and disappeared back and forth because of the terrifying recovery ability. The ghost whose head you chopped off is my most lovely sister. Do you know that we have eaten 22 pillars of your level together? That's why we are the best brother and sister among ghosts, and we will never be separated for the rest of our lives. Jifutaro became more and more excited as he spoke, and his speech speed gradually increased. You are unforgivable for owing these blood debts. Can you please die now, and die in the most painful way? Speaking of his sister, Jifutaro patted Daki's headless body vigorously, and Jifutaro was suddenly startled. Something is wrong. It's so quiet. After so long, with Daki's personality, she should have made a big fuss a long time ago, and her body has not regenerated. Where is the head? Why hasn't she come to find the body yet? Jifutaro raised his head suddenly and looked around. There was nothing in the direction where Makijiro kicked Daki's head just now. Closing his eyes, Jifutaro communicated with Daki through the unique connection between brothers and sisters, and the intense pain overwhelmed him. The connection was cut off the moment it was connected. Jifutaro squatted down in pain, gasping for breath. It's so painful, Daki is in danger now. Where is my sister? Where did you take my lovely sister? What have you done to her now? Makijiro pretended to be surprised. Hey? Did you notice after talking for so long? Of course your sister doesn't want you anymore, after all, you are so ugly. 2 bone sickles appeared in his hands, and Jifutaro broke through his defense and roared in exasperation. I will peel off your skin, give my sister back to me. Scratching his head and raising the sun wheel sword in his hand, Makijiro smiled again. Speaking of which, we are also a 2-man team here. Makijiro is also a very funny person, who knows how to break people's defense. The night wind blew up the pure black cloak. At this moment, on the roof not far away, Lin Hung leaned against the wall with his back against the wall, holding the head of Daki in his hand and watching the battle. The red knife was deeply embedded in her head, piercing through her entire head. Daki opened her mouth and rolled her eyes, a stream of saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she completely lost consciousness. In front of the powerful red knife, Daki with only one head was not enough, and she had fainted from the pain at this moment. Having picked up a head for nothing, Lin Hung did not intend to take action immediately. He had been observing the situation since he had evacuated the crowd. On the one hand, due to his previous character setting, he could not easily intervene before the battle of the flame pillar was over. On the other hand, Muzan and the others should have noticed some problems. If he showed up rashly and the other party said a few inappropriate words, it would be very troublesome for Shinjiro to be next to him during this period of time. Alas, it is so difficult to maintain the image of a perfect ancestor. Boom! The violent explosion pulled Lin Heng's thoughts back to the battle in front of him. 8th form, Ranbu Shoya. Blood Demon Art Flying Blood Scythe. The flaming wolf fang collided with the flying sickle made of blood, and the blood was evaporated by the high temperature and turned into a fluffy blood mist, which was completely blown away by the wind pressure of the collision between the two the next moment. In the center of the roof of Kyogokuya, Makijiro and Jifutaro fought hand-to-hand at high speed. The blood sickle hooked and turned, and Jifutaro could not attack for a long time, and the originally delicate offensive moves became wild. He would rather take the opportunity to break through under the combat skills of Shinjiro and be injured, and wanted to use the recovery power of the upper rank to resist the attack. Fighting with the upper rank is indeed very stressful, and Lin Heng's teachings emerge at this moment. In Makijuro's heart, you need to adjust your daily breathing and fighting rhythm. Only what suits you is the best. Breathing is the foundation. Don't stick to the sword style. Fists and feet are also weapons. His breathing became short and fast. The sun wheel sword in his hand was fierce and swift. He changed the past fierce fighting style and replaced it with a rapid burst of continuous slashes. Makijuro's body gradually became excited, and his speed became faster and faster. The sun wheel sword and the 2 blood sickles rubbed against each other and splashed clusters of sparks. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, Jifutaro's mantis-like swordsmanship suddenly paused, and then the 2 sickles clamped inward to clamp the sun wheel sword. Makijiro was unaware and wanted to break the trick with force. However, just before the touch, Jifutaro's left-hand blood sickle suddenly swung upwards lightly, and changed to grab Makijuro's sword with bare hands. Swish! A teeth-grinding sound came, and the Nichiren sword that should have easily cut through the palm suddenly stopped and got stuck in the bone. Makijiro was startled and quickly pulled back the sword, but Jifutaro controlled the blood in his body to keep rushing to his arm, tightly entangled with the Nichiren sword. This is the checkmate. Jifutaro's tone was excited and cruel. Taking advantage of the moment of blocking, he used the blood sickle in his right hand to firmly hook the Nichiren sword, and unknown bones grew from the junction of the sword and sickle, and quickly eroded the surface. Makijuro's Nichiren sword was entangled by a blood sickle in Jifutaro's right hand. Without the Nichiren sword, everything is over. Pulling out his left hand, the wound healed quickly, and taking advantage of the situation to catch another blood sickle falling from the air, Jifutaro's mouth corners curled up cruelly. It's still a long way to go. With both hands decisively releasing the Nichiren sword, Makijiro ducked and turned to avoid the blow with his right leg as a fulcrum, and from bottom to top, he fiercely pulled his left foot towards the handle of the sword. The bone at the junction of the sword and sickle was broken, and the Nichiren sword flew out directly. Makijiro fell down and rolled away from the scene. Damn, difficult human, okay, I don't want to continue to make trouble with you, you should just die obediently. Jifutaro scratched his skin again in annoyance. The human in front of him was extremely difficult to deal with. In the past, he would have had the patience to torture him bit by bit and use the sickle to remove all his bones and flesh. But now, when he thought of Dakame in their hands, who was suffering tremendous pain, Jifutaro felt a pain in his heart. There was no time to entangle with him anymore. Waving his hand to recall the blood sickle, Jifutaro's already hunched body became even more bent. His 2 feet sank down, his knees bent back like an insect, his muscles tightened, and the blood sickle held in his hands was absorbed and embedded in the flesh. The bones and arms were connected, and the sickle was full of blood. The length of the sickle had grown significantly, and an ominous blood color was brewing on the sickle. At this time, Jifutaro had completely left his human form and turned into a hideous and terrifying segmented mantis. Stepping lightly on the ground, the bent lower limbs drove the whole body to jump, and the terrifying explosive power was hidden in this thin body. Blood Demon Art, Frenzy Blood Source. After forcing out the hedge form of upper 6, on another roof, Lin Hung pressed down the sun wheel sword in the body of Dakameki. It's about time. Next, Makijiro will not be able to hold on. Chapter 46. The old man was in a hurry, but he was still very busy. Makijiro was breathing heavily in the field. Although he was tired, his face was full of energy. Zaizu, I used to be decadent and lost my direction, but your appearance is a gift from God to me. Hideo, breathe. Most importantly, I found myself again. Even though I can still see the limit at present, the mountain of upper string has not been climbed over, but it is enough. For me, I am grateful for the hope now. Makijiro smiled with satisfaction. When the battle becomes intense, the temperature of the sword will rise and it will become a red sword, the red blade. Not only will it be more powerful, but it will also be able to restrain the regeneration of demons. The hand holding the Nichiren sword continued to exert force, and the surface temperature of the blade, which was already hot in the fierce collision, continued to rise at an alarming rate. The remaining bone on the blade was melted and turned into wisps of black smoke. Makijiro's Nichiren sword had completely turned red. At this moment, it was the time to use all his strength, the red demon slaying blade. Red blade, open! Holding the hot red blade, Makijiro breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. You dare to challenge the upper 6 without knowing the difference in strength between you and me. Jifutaro, who turned into a wild beast, was imposing. Hand over Daki quickly, or take my wild beast scythe. You're right, I'm still a long way from defeating you. After a self-deprecating remark, Makijiro's face became solemn, and he stretched out his hand to hold his heart. My trial has just ended, and the next battle has only one purpose, to kill you. Upper string, I lose is not equal to you won't die. The heart is constantly burning, as if the whole person is in the endless hell of fire. Makijiro takes a deep breath, and the fire of purgatory lingers around him. A handsome lone wolf of red flame slowly walks out of the flames, covering Makijiro with majesty. Breathing of flames, secret, 9 types purgatory. The purgatory flame wolf howled at the moon, then leaned forward and burst, stepping out on a fiery road with an unstoppable determination. In the flames, the ferocious teeth of the flame wolf bit towards the head of Jifutaro. Instinctively feeling the threat, the blood beast transformed by Jifutaro roared to the sky. The originally white bone sickle swelled with blood and quickly swelled to half the height of Jifutaro. The dark red blood vessels quickly covered the bone sickle, and with the rise and fall of Jifutaro's breathing, it flashed a strange and ominous red light. Without choosing to avoid the sharp edge, the wild beast transformed by Jifutaro waved his arms and jumped up. The giant blood blade rushed towards the flame wolf and launched a bloodthirsty charge. Blood Demon Art Blood Scythe. The wind pressure exploded at the moment the two came into contact, and the flames and blood collided and splashed, and the two bone sickles of the Purgatory Wolf and the Blood Beast were in a constant struggle. Jifutaro and Makijiro continued to increase their strength, the veins on their necks bulged, and they roared while facing each other. A huge storm visible to the naked eye blew up from the center of the two, sweeping the top of Kyogokuya flat. Hiss, hiss. The teeth-grinding cracking sound continued to ring out, and Jifutaro's giant bone sickle was broken through by the hot red knife bit by bit. Makijiro roared, and the Purgatory Flame Wolf fiercely tore Jifutaro's right hand, and the remaining power hit the evil ghost without decreasing. Ah, it hurts, die. The moment the bone sickle broke, the pain brought by the red knife made Jifutaro's blood boil. A large amount of blood directly tore his body and flew out, turning into countless small arc-shaped slashes outside the body to wrap his whole body. In the critical moment, the instinct of the wild beast made Jifutaro perform a trick that could change the entire battle situation. Blood Demon Art Jumping and Domineering. An incalculable number of blood blades burst out indiscriminately around Jifutaro. The blood blade torrent gathered outside the body and expanded into a sphere. The Purgatory Flame Wolf, which was just showing off its might, wailed, and the fire was drowned in a sea of bloody slashes. Boom! 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 The bloody wave that completely covered Shinjiro's figure did not stop, and the indiscriminate attack continued to sweep across the four directions. The top of Kyogoku House was like a hurricane, plowed by the storm mercilessly and brutally. The colorful decorations used to attract customers were broken layer by layer, and the ground on the top was lifted and cut by the bloody wave, breaking into pieces and falling down. Huge smoke and dust rose, covering the entire area in grey. With the power of one blow, Kyogoku House was reduced to ruins, and the ruins were destroyed. Yuishi! I didn't expect you to risk your life to break through the limit. Is it worth it, Makijiro? Underestimating Makijiro's determination, the night owl hidden in the darkness opened his eyes in shock. Through the layers of fog, Lin Heng's super perception accurately captured the life breath of the two opponents. However, after the collision just now, Makijiro's current situation is not very good. In the super perception field of vision, the ball of life fire that was originally burning fiercely, belonging to Makijiro, is slowly going out. Tisk! The red gold sun wheel sword was pulled out from the head of the fallen girl in his arms. Lin Heng stood up by pulling her white hair and walked slowly into the smoke. Tick, tick. Blood fell one by one, and Makijiro was hooked by the beam that fell down diagonally, hanging in the air and unable to move. Small wounds left by the blood blade can be seen on his body, and blood is dripping from them. The red sun blade has returned to its original state and fell to the ground, with blood soaking the entire blade. Although the wounds from the blood blade are very serious, the more dangerous thing is the poison attached to the blood of the evil spirit. Once poisoned by Jifutaro, it is fatal even if the pillar does not treat it in time. If this continues, I am afraid that before all the blood in my body is drained, Makijiro will die. Gulp. His throat rolled for a while, and he swallowed the antidote pills that had been prepared in his mouth with blood foam. Makijiro recovered a little strength, barely struggled to raise his head, and looked at the ruins buried in front of him. Bang! 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 Huge stones kept flying from the ruins, and the tall and thin figure pressed underneath stretched his body and gradually appeared in the smoke and dust. Day, day, day. With steady and powerful steps and a heavy sense of oppression, Jifutaro slowly walked out of the ruins. Compared with before, his body was not complete at this moment. The surface of the giant bone sickle in his left hand was pitted, charred, and somewhat incomplete. The most important thing was that the part below the elbow of Jifutaro's right hand had completely disappeared. The hoarse voice of the blood beast sounded. Compared to the pillars you ate before, you have tried very hard. I have suffered injuries that are difficult to recover from. He pointed at the wound, leaving a circle of red scorch marks there, and the injuries left by the red knife were clearly engraved on the blood beast. But, unfortunately, it looks like now. The mad beast looked up, and Jifutaro's expression was distorted and mocking. It seems that you haven't killed me yet. Chapter 47. The cold laughter continued. Look, although the arm did not regenerate, I laughed to the end, and I still have strength to spare. Jifutaro looked at Makijiro with some intoxication. Do you know what the most essential difference between you humans and ghosts is? Makijiro silently adjusted his breathing to prevent the spread of the poison, and did not respond. What a boring man, the answer is vitality. Your attack is very good, and the wound cut by the red knife is also very painful, and it can't regenerate yet. Raising his broken right hand, Jifutaro continued. But I can still fight. My life is more noble than yours. The influence of the red knife will disappear soon. I am intact, and you are about to die. Jifutaro kept approaching, and came to Makijiro who was hanging in the air. In this state, I am often not very rational, and I prefer to rely on instinct to do things. The mad beast hooked the bone sickle in his left hand under Makijiro's chin, and the tip penetrated his skin. Now you should tell me where my sister Daki is. If she didn't stop you, believe me, you would never want to experience the next pain before you die. Don't you think you have the last laugh? Rengoku Makijiro finally responded, squinting his eyes, panting and whispering. Jifutaro widened his eyes, the meridians on the bone sickle tightened, and he was angered by Makijiro's attitude. He couldn't understand how a dying person had the confidence to speak to him like this. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking air in the air, something was approaching at a very fast speed. Here it comes! Makijiro's eyes suddenly lit up again. Jifutaro just smiled grimly, his action seemed arrogant, but it was not reckless. Even if there was another person, could you still kill me in 1 second? Although his emotions fluctuated greatly in the blood beast state, his instincts were also terrifyingly strong and sharp. This feeling of personally crushing other people's hopes made Jifutaro feel so good that he climaxed right there. Actually, I've been waiting for you. Crack, crack. The waist of the blood beast made a teeth-grinding sound. Jifutaro's upper body twisted 180 degrees, and he turned from the front to the back in an instant. Go to hell obediently. The bone sickle was hooked, and the bloody slash instantly met the flying object. Super perception concentration, release. The clear voice spread throughout the field. The grim smile froze on Jifutaro's face for a moment. He tried his best to control his body and tried to stop this full-strength attack. But the blood blade was too fast, and there was no time to retract it. The bone sickle mercilessly tore the attacking object apart. Ah! A sharp female voice sounded. Shock, fear, regret. Jifutaro's expression changed again and again in a short period of time, and finally turned into a roar of grief and anger. Sister! The attacking person was not an enemy at all, but what the bone sickle just cut off was clearly the head of Daki. Whoosh! Behind the evil ghost, the black-robed death god has arrived. The moment Daki's head was thrown as bait, Lin Heng's stripes were fully opened. Using super perception and convergence to cover Daki as bait to attract Jifutaro's attention, Lin Heng's body used the unknown fire to burst and instantly rushed to Shinjiro. Clang! Slightly lowering his body, the sun blade worn on his waist was unsheathed slowly but quickly. The red-gold glow burst out in an instant, illuminating the entire night. In Makijiro's eyes, Lin Heng casually drew a sun at this moment. Breathing of flames, my style, second form, rising flames. No, it's bad. Jifutaro desperately twisted his body, trying to repeat the trick. However, the fatal and gorgeous flames had already bloomed. From bottom to top, an arc-shaped golden slash instantly picked up his head. Snap! Jifutaro's body fell forward weakly, and his head just fell next to the head of Dokami, which was cut into 2 sections by the bone sickle. Dokami, who was tossed unconscious by the fiery red sword, rolled her eyes and murmured unconsciously. Brother, brother. Sister, please don't die, sister. Jifutaro's messy green hair quickly turned into ashes, but he was powerless. He could only tremble his mouth and watch Daki disappear before him. Purgatory, the flame pillar of the Demon Slayer core. Jifutaro's voice gradually faded away as he stared at Makijiro with red eyes. The last curse of the ghost life was issued. One day, you will regret this. A tear fell, and the ghost brother and sister completely perished. Lin Heng watched this scene calmly. Their life experience was indeed pitiful, but the evil deeds they had committed were too numerous to list. All Lin Heng could do was to send them to hell to reunite together. Lin Heng would not be soft-hearted to the evil ghosts. After all, no matter how the comics described it, it could not be as cruel and shocking as Lin Heng's personal experience. Since the night of the evil feast in the cave, Lin Heng clearly realized that any mercy when killing ghosts was unfair to the innocent humans who died in their hands. Lin Heng sheathed the sword gracefully and turned to look at Makijiro in the air. How are you? Can you still hold on? I've already notified the Demon Slayer Corps, and the medical staff will be here soon. Ahem, fortunately, thanks to your detoxification pills, I can barely hold on. After a pause, Makijiro smiled bitterly. I went too far this time. The gap between me and the upper ranks cannot be made up by changing the breathing method. I should stop after I have achieved specialized breathing. Lin Heng shook his head and tapped Makijiro in the air a few times. You also know that for a demon hunter, the only goal is to chop off his head. Whether it's a sneak attack or a multi-on-one, no matter what means are used, victory is achieved when the goal is achieved. Makijiro smiled, lowered his head and listened patiently to Lin Heng's scolding. This feeling is very strange. Since Ruka's death, no one can share the pressure with him, let alone from the perspective of an elder. When you comprehend the specialized breathing, the best solution for this battle is for me to take action and you to cover. Lin Heng's expression was a little strange. After hearing the reprimand, Makijiro was even very pleased with his super-sensing ability. Could it be that he had developed some other attributes? Shaking his head, Lin Heng threw away those chilling scenes and continued to educate. Although I fought hard in the end and the opponent was slightly injured, the price was too painful. While speaking, Lin Heng used his fingers to make a fingertip universe. You know, you would have died just a little bit away. Makijiro said after a moment of silence. At that time, I had already walked out of my own path, but I would not be willing to fight with the upper strings with all my strength. It's up to you. Although the best solution is that, I don't hate your behavior. Patting Makijiro on the shoulder, Lin Heng's words came from the heart. You are a human being. No one can guarantee that you can make the absolutely correct choice. But men must bear the corresponding consequences. At this point, both of them were silent for a while. Makijiro did not continue to speak. He lowered his head and wondered what he was thinking. Goo, goo goo. The long-lost owl cry broke the silence. It seems that the rescue of the Demon Slayer Corps is coming soon. I can finally leave with peace of mind. Gugu fell on Lin Heng's shoulder. He waved his hand, and then the man and the bird gradually walked away. Well, see you next time. At this time, Makijiro's dull voice sounded from behind. Zaizu, are you leaving now? Don't you plan to meet the Demon Slayer Corps of this era? Lin Heng paused, but did not look back. I have done enough during this period of time. Let's get in touch after the main line starts. Although I don't know if there is still a main line with him, this butterfly. Wait a minute, Zaizu, there is one more thing. Makijiro lowered his head and looked at the sun blade below, a little embarrassed, and organized his words. Lin Heng was so considerate that he immediately understood his concerns. Oh, the special breathing is actually not a secret. Even if you don't tell me, there are people in the Demon Slayer Corps who know it. It's just that you were too decadent during that time and didn't understand it. Makijiro lowered his head in shame. As for the red sword, since I told you everything, of course you can tell it to the Demon Slayer Corps, otherwise you will be very entangled. Zaizu. Rengoku Makijiro, thank you very much. Rengoku Makijiro didn't tell Lin Heng the secrets of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he had to pass on the red sword he got from Zaizu to others. He really felt bad. Okay, there's no need to tell me so much, the Demon Slayer Corps will also go to see it. Lin Heng thought about it for a while, then said. Maybe soon, Makijiro, maybe I'll need your help then. This time, Lin Heng waved his hand, and then walked out of Makijiro's sight without looking back. I don't know if it was an illusion, but a sigh drifted into Makijiro's ears. Give me some time to think. Chapter 48. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bndch. With the Battle of Flower Street, both the Riku brothers and sisters were killed in the battle, and the human side's infernal Makijiro survived. The atmosphere between the two forces, humans and ghosts, is completely different. The Demon Slayers can be said to be happy with a series of good things. Former Flame Hashira Purgatory Makijiro has regained his fighting spirit and returned to the Demon Slayers with an impressive record. Unbeknownst to everyone, the semi-retired Purgatory Makijiro quietly appeared in Yoshiwara Flower Street to hunt ghosts, and joined forces with the god Bishamontan who had been rumored some time ago to kill the Land of the Wind in one fell swoop. God Sama is naturally impeccable. As for why Makijiro-sama happened to appear in Yoshiwara Flower Street without any information. According to the swordsman who knew the situation at the scene, the Madam of Kyogokuya where Kamisura was hiding had a bad opinion of someone. I won't go into details next. I can only say that everyone understands this matter. Putting aside some gossip, the Purgatory family has 2 pillars, and its gold content is outstanding among the others. A large number of swordsmen within the Demon Slayer Corps began to learn the breath of fire, and started a trend of worshipping gods. Here you wear a black cloak, and there I dye my hair yellow. In short, the main focus is to pay tribute to the legendary god Bishamontan. Even Lin Heng, who was free to travel and fish around, was surprised by the increase in legendary value here. The members of the Demon Slayer squad are really awesome. In addition to bringing back the news of the broken winding string, Makijiro's return this time also informed all the pillars and stepsons of the principle of specialized breathing and the method of opening the hedo. With the means to restrain ghost regeneration, the high-end combat power of the Demon Slayer squad suddenly increased rapidly. Even the head of the house, Yayashiki, seems to be getting better from his illness. His face is glowing every day and he feels energetic. As for Lin Heng's other information, Makijiro decided to conceal it after careful consideration. He only told the Demon Slayer Corps the story of the incarnation of the gods and the ancestors of the Purgatory family. He did not report the rest of the information to the Demon Slayer Corps. He only explained it to his son Anjiro Senjiro and the others and sealed it. Since Zaizu chose not to meet with his colleagues from the Demon Slayer squad during this period, he must have had his own considerations. After all, he still feels guilty towards Lin Heng. In addition, he is not returning as Flame Pillar this time, but as the head of the Purgatory family. Although Makijiro does not know what Zaizu is worried about specifically, this does not affect his keeping Lin Heng's secret. Now all we need to do is let the senior leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps know Zaizu's goodwill attitude and stance. When the right opportunity comes, Makijiro will naturally communicate with the leader and make every effort to facilitate the meeting between Lin Heng and the Demon Slayer Corps. But the people over there in Infinite City are not having a good time. This time, Wu Mei mimicked the appearance of a little boy in a suit, and launched a call with a gloomy face. In a short period of time, half of his elite guards, the 12 ghost moons, were broken in succession. Not to mention 4 lower strings were replaced, and 2 of the upper strings, which had never been broken since their creation, were broken, all because of the same enemy. Bishamontan, you deserve to die. Wu Quan has never had such a great hatred for a person. In fact, since Ji Kuyuan's death, Wu Quan has been on a smooth sailing for hundreds of years, and this time he suffered too much. Although the murderer was not found in the prostitute Taro's vision before he died, Muzan naturally guessed that it was inseparable from Bishamontan. After all, Enzu and him were inextricably linked. And this secret gathering of Infinite City was just for Lin Heng. However, apart from Wu Mei, only He Shimo and Tong Mo were present in this secret conversation. In response to the conjecture raised by Tong Mo in the last meeting, Wu Kai showed more secrets of his own. Even Naru Girl, who was responsible for managing Infinite City, had no right to observe. As for Lin Heng, after having done all the preliminary preparations, he now just wants to be quiet, take Gugu for a walk around, and then wait patiently for the main plot to begin. In fact, his prophetic advantage has almost been exerted. It is difficult to predict now how much impact the intruding butterfly flapping its wings will have on the subsequent timeline. There is less than a year left before the main plot begins. Lin Heng cannot find the remaining traces of Shangxian or the specific location of Infinite City. Other ghosts cannot be of any help, and the great cause of killing ghosts can only be announced. It's over for now. The next worst-case scenario is that the main plot collapses, Tanjiro and the others won't even show up or die halfway, and without Yaduzi, a ghost who can only appear in the sun. The boss started to play and hid in the Infinite City to delay time. He had infinite life and time to waste with Lin Heng, but Lin Heng couldn't afford it. In this way, World Mission 1 would never be completed, and Lin Heng would be trapped in this world. However, as early as the beginning of entering the Demon Slayer world, Lin Heng had already prepared for this situation and laid out in advance. Even if the main line collapsed completely, he would prepare a big gift for Muzan, which was a condition that Muzan could never refuse. In the following time, it is better to enjoy the rare leisure days and live a new life. There are still many fun things in life. Lin Heng doesn't plan to risk his life for the mission. For 3 consecutive months, Lin Heng and Gugu had a good time, felt the exotic customs, and used the money he got from Makijiro to take Gugu to eat, drink and have fun all the way. Now the feathers of the bird on his shoulder are smooth and shiny, and the whole eagle has grown a circle. Fly up, Gugu, how can you find a mother bird if you are so lazy? Gugu? Gugu. I'm not kidding you, you are so heavy on my shoulder, fat bird. Gugu. Gugu. The owl on his shoulder got angry and flapped his wings in a series of silky little combos from top to bottom. Eagle breath, for my, peck, peck, peck. Okay, okay, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Hey, where are you pecking? I'm getting angry, stop it, you can't do that. After a flurry of activity, Lin Heng finally grabbed the fat bird that was making trouble and said unhappily. Look at you, you're anxious again. This won't work. Who else can treat you like a child except me? Gugu, Gugu. Okay, okay, let's stop the comfortable days for a while. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes and threw the rebellious owl into the air with one hand. Get up and move around. It's time for us to try our luck. Guess who they will go to next? Sigma. Chapter 49. The old man was very busy, and the old man was very busy. Okay, after a long journey, I'm back here again. It's still as prosperous as ever. Goo, goo goo. The fat owl on his shoulder nodded cutely, and stood at the entrance of the busy street with Lin Heng, who was wearing a cloak. After a long journey, the man and the bird decided to go to Asakusa, Tokyo. It should be said that Tokyo is the most prosperous area in the country, and the ghosts prefer to make trouble here. In less than a year, Tokyo has experienced 2 painful upper string wars, and the participation rate has reached 100%. The first time, Pilang buried many time bombs and blew up many blocks. The second time, Jifutaro in the state of wild beast destroyed a small part of Yoshiwara. But Asakusa, not far away, was still a scene of peace and prosperity. People seemed to have quickly forgotten the pain at that time. They could continue to play music and dance in just a few months. With the activation of super perception and natural convergence, Lin Heng can now cover Gugu with his ability without contact. This also saves it from staying on Lin Heng's shoulder. The owl is almost fat like a ball. Straight through the crowded street, a man and a bird stopped at the corner with a pile of food. This street is not on the main street of Asakusa, but many people pass by it, so it is not very remote. At the edge of the road, a slightly mysterious hut appeared in front of Lin Heng and Gugu, and a girl in tattered clothes was standing blankly at the door. Passers-by talked and laughed as they passed by the door, as if they didn't see the clinic, and even ignored the girl in front of the door. The girl's vitality was frighteningly weak under his super perception. Lin Heng walked up quickly and gently placed his hand on the girl's forehead. His palm felt hot. She didn't react to Lin Heng's offensive behavior. She must have been confused by the burn. Following the girl's gaze, there was only an old wooden plaque on the top of the house, which looked like it had been used for many years. The name of this place was written on it, Cha Cha Wan's Clinic. He sniffed hard, and a dreamy fragrance came to his face. Lin Heng, who had a keen sense of smell under his super perception, sneezed several times in a row. Ah, a great man is hidden in the city. It seems that we are lucky and come at the right time. Rubbing his nose, Lin Heng and Gugu looked at each other, picked up the weak girl, pushed open the door and walked into the clinic. Meow. The calico cat that was taking a nap in the shrine raised its head alertly when it noticed someone coming in, and then called softly, and the figure disappeared in a flash. Lin Heng ignored it. The girl in his arms had a high fever and was very weak. The most urgent thing was to find a doctor first. He went straight past the lobby on the first floor and stepped on the creaking stairs to the second floor. This time the passage became narrow. There were rows of small rooms like cans on both sides. The pungent smell of disinfectant and medicine hit him. At the end of the corridor was the general infirmary. Lin Heng pushed open the door, but there was no one inside. Even the hot coffee on the table has not been poured out. Lin Heng scratched his head and said with some amusement. Since the patient has come, as a doctor, is it meaningful to still play this kind of trick? Looking around, Lin Heng closed the door slowly, carried the girl in his arms to the sofa, and signaled Gugu with his eyes. It's up to you. Gugu, Gugu. Gugu, who was lying on his shoulder, blinked his bright eyes, flew to the corner of the room, and scratched up and down with his sharp claws. Eagle breath, type 2, scratching. Ah, stop, damn fat bird, don't scratch there. Gugu was stunned. His eyes widened, and then he scratched harder, almost leaving a residual image. Stop it for a while. A magical scene appeared, like a faded and expired paint, the transparent air in front of Gugu fluctuated, and gradually a group of human figures appeared, and a figure wearing a white coat and a shirt inside appeared in a mess. He had short green hair and was protecting his face with both hands at this moment. It's you, Yoshiro. Lin Heng looked at the young ghost whose invisibility was broken and muttered. As the only ghost who was not transformed by Musen, he is an expert in playing with vision. He made great contributions in the later period of the original work, and could even control Ming Nu to deceive Musen. More importantly, as Tamayo's follower, finding him means that the beautiful betrayer is nearby. Yoshiro. She looked at Lin Heng with some surprise, as if she didn't expect to be easily discovered by a bird. Her lavender vertical pupils were full of vigilance and helplessness. Lin Heng waved his hand to signal Gugu to retreat, took off his cloak, and smiled at Yoshiro with a sunny boy. Relax, you seem to be afraid of me, I have no ill will towards you. Seeing the face under Lin Heng's cloak, Yoshiro's face turned pale and he became more alert. Lin Heng's heart moved. Yoshiro's performance was completely recognized by him. Pointing at the girl, Lin Heng spoke. I really have no ill will. Where is the doctor? Please treat this girl first. I just want to come and talk to you. Looking at the girl lying on the sofa, Yoshiro's expression moved, a little tangled, but soon hardened his heart. I will not agree to any of your requests, and you don't want to get anything from me. Although his body was shaking constantly, Yoshiro's tone was very firm. I know your purpose. You want to find Miss Tamayo through me, right? I won't tell you where she is. The hostile Yoshiro refused to budge, and Lin Heng began to get impatient. Clang! Yoshiro's eyes blurred, and Lin Heng's figure disappeared into a residual shadow. The next moment, his body felt cold, and Yoshiro's eyes widened. The red gold Nichiren sword had already reached his neck. Lin Heng's voice came from behind. Now, your life is like a candle in the wind. At the line between life and death, Yoshiro calmed down and closed his eyes with a fearless look. Give up on this idea. Even if you put a knife on my head and cut off my head, even if you sacrifice your life, I, Yoshiro, will not betray Miss Tamayo. I will never let your evil thoughts succeed. You will never see Miss Tamayo again. Oh? Really? Lin Heng looked at Yoshiro with a playful look. Squeak! In the silence, there was a slight noise outside the house. Chapter 50. The old man was so angry that he was lying on the ground. Squeak! The sun blade against Yoshiro's neck loosened, turned a few times in the air and was put into the scabbard. Escaping from the shadow of death, Yoshiro relaxed and gasped for air. It was just a little joke just now. It turns out that you have an extremely loyal subordinate. Lin Heng's eyes drifted to the door and greeted politely. But I'm sure you won't mind this little offense. The wooden door opened slightly, and a gentle voice came. I believe that with your strength, if you are really hostile to us, I'm afraid Yoshiro would have died long ago. But you are wrong about one thing. Yoshiro is not a subordinate. He is my best companion. A light and elegant fragrance came to his nose, and even Lin Heng's enhanced sense of smell did not feel uncomfortable at all. A woman wearing a dark purple kimono and a temperament like Yamato Nadeshiko walked into the room with a kitten in her arms and bowed to Lin Heng elegantly. Good evening, I am still very happy to see you here, Lord Bishamontan. Good evening, I have heard of you for a long time, Miss Tamayo. Lin Heng carefully observed the beautiful woman who bowed with a calico cat in front of him. Not only is it difficult to look away, but even animals are naturally close to you. That's right, I'm talking about you, a fat bird who forgets his loyalty when seeing beauty. Lin Heng's forehead showed a few black lines. Gugu, who was still on him just now, immediately surrendered to the enemy and ran directly to Tamayo. It urgently pushed open the position of Cha Chawan, squeezed out a space in front of Tamayo's chest, and then dived in, flapping its wings comfortably. Okay, little thing, you still have two faces, why don't you do this to me? Lin Heng was angry and amused, but fortunately Tamayo didn't mind, and patiently rubbed Gugu's head. Yoshiro behind him couldn't take his eyes off Tamayo the moment he saw her, and Tamayo's diary, which was updated in minutes, was updated again. Miss Tamayo is also beautiful today. But he quickly realized what was going on. Miss Tamayo, why are you here? Yoshiro glared at Lin Heng, who was staring at him, with veins on his face, and quickly blocked Tamayo. Go, he's coming for you, let me stop him. Although Lin Heng's undisguised gaze was too hot, Tamayo still faced it with a big face, smiled gently and stroked the calico cat and Gugu in her arms, and Tamayo spoke to comfort Yoshiro. Yoshiro, don't be too nervous. It was Cha-Chamaru who told me that a distinguished guest was coming to visit. I was worried that there would be misunderstandings between you, so I came here. Don't worry, this god has no ill will towards us. Yoshiro, who was originally nervous, relaxed instantly. He leaned back tactically and tightened his facial muscles, but the slightly raised corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Just now, Lady Tamayo said that she was worried about me and she had me in her heart. Your joke just now was really a bit too much. It scared the child. Walking out from behind Yoshiro, Tamayo faced Lin Hung calmly. Her smile was still gentle, but her tone was much more severe. Even gods with powerful powers need to know how to restrain their behavior. Tamayo's words were full of meaning. Too indulgent, without the heart to control it, there will always be a day when the power will backfire. Isn't that the same as Musen Kibutsuji? Ding! The reminder sound of the real value rising came. On the ability entry of the real value, a line of black handwriting was looming, and it looked unstable. Lin Hung was startled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a long-lost sense of tension rose in his heart. This woman. Is she reminding herself? It seems that because of the improvement of strength, I have indulged myself a little during this period. Lin Hung narrowed his eyes, sniffed the faint fragrance in the air a few times, confirmed that it was not the influence of the other party's blood demon art, and sighed in his heart. It is worthy of being an old monster who can survive the pursuit of Musen and settle for hundreds of years. There is no doubt that she has lived to this day because she has implemented her own will. Unlike Makijiro, this alone cannot be regarded as an ordinary character who can be dealt with casually before. As her eyes moved, with an inexplicable look, Tamayo looked at Lin Hung deeply, and then bowed again. You clearly had no ill intentions, but you drew your sword just because of Yoshiro's emergency reaction. Your actions just now were really childish. I hope you can apologize to Yoshiro. Lin Hung looked sideways and wondered a little. Tung, first accurately judged his attitude, then chose to test the bottom line. Tamayo, who was so sincere to Tanjiro in the original work, was cautious about himself. What about the promise of sincerity for sincerity? However, although he affirmed Tamayo's ability, Lin Hung only looked at her squarely. This was not entirely due to the arrogance of the prophet of the time traveler, but also because of his overwhelming power. What's more, this time he would offer a condition that Tamayo could not refuse.